We have everyone that we need to get started.
Okay, let me start the record. Okay, you're recording.
Thank you. And as soon as the clock ticks over, we'll get going. So I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council on Tuesday, April 12th at 7 p.m. Clerk, would you please call roll and establish quorum?
Sure. Councilmember Fleiger,
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ying,
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Here.
Mayor Enander.
Here.
Thank you. All 5 council members are present.
Thank you, Clerk. And I understand that this week being spring break for most kids, we do not have a young person to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. I understand staff has nominated our city manager to sing the Star Spangled Banner, but unfortunately the agenda calls for a Pledge of the Allegiance. So if you would all please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We had no closed session, so there's nothing to report from that. Is there any change to the order of the agenda sought by any members of the council? Seeing none, we will move to whether there are any members of the public who wish to speak on items not on the agenda. If so, please use the raise hand feature and the city clerk will call you in order.
So far, I see three hands raised.
Give everybody a couple more seconds. Okay, we'll invite our members of the public who wish to speak on items not on the agenda to a maximum of 3 minutes each. Thank you, City Clerk.
Okay. Our first speaker is Gary Hedden.
Honored Council, I'm Gary Hedden, Los Altos resident. I have 2 Greentown Los Altos activities to tell you about. Last Saturday, we had a Lawn Be Gone bike ride. After a 2-year break, thanks to you know what. We had 25 riders. We visited 4 homes, saw the yards where homeowners had removed their lawns, and they were beautiful. The homeowners told us about their experience, and we learned a lot, in addition to seeing the plants, of course. We ended at the Woodland Library to see the garden that Greentown planted with natives as part of a Girl Scout Gold Award project in 2017. It has been recently tuned up by Greentown, and it is in great shape. It was fun to see the plants that have done so well in the past 5 years. Some of them hadn't, so now we know what works and what doesn't. By the way, the flowers are doing really well this spring everywhere in Los Altos. So get on your bike and check it out. The other activity is a tree planting in Redwood Grove on Arbor Day at noon, coming up later this month, Friday, April 29th. We are not planting a redwood. We will plant a valley oak as part of Greentown's 500 Trees campaign. It will be tree number 300, or at least close to it. I'm going to be planting 7 trees this weekend, and we're getting really close to 300. Mayor Enander has kindly agreed to attend and say a few words. Thank you, Mayor. Much appreciated. The rest of the council, you are invited too, and I will have some shovels there if you want to do a ceremonial dig. I hope we get a big turnout. Planting trees is part of our climate action and adaptation plan, so that will be a great way to kick off the effort. I'll have other groups there too, grassroots ecology, Greentown supporters, and a new group I have recently worked with, the Daughters of the American Revolution. Hope you can make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hedden. Looking forward to seeing you on the 29th.
Good evening, Mayor Nander and council members. My name is Rashi Sharma, and I am a local high school student concerned about our climate and biodiversity crises. I am also a volunteer with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. One of our major areas of focus is on reducing artificial light at night and promoting responsible lighting practices. Since LED fixtures have been introduced, artificial light has dramatically increased globally and locally. More and more research highlights the negative effects of too much light on all species, from disorienting birds during migration, to trees blooming too early in the season, to baby sea turtles going to the road instead of the ocean, to causing insomnia, mental health problems, and cancer in humans. Just as humans and wildlife need daylight for healthy systems, dark nighttime is just as critical. LEDs exacerbate light pollution because they tend to be a lot brighter and have a colder color or wavelength than traditional light sources. The LED is a much more efficient light source and has many benefits. They last longer, use less energy, and require less maintenance. But since 2012, when cities, businesses, and homes started converting to LEDs, lighting has proliferated, and our environment is now overlit as people use more light in more places more of the time. LEDs tend to have a high correlated color temperature, meaning they are a colder, brighter light than high pressure sodium lamps. This is more harmful for humans, ecosystems, and wildlife. Light pollution is a big issue, but it is reversible. At Santa Clara Valley Audubon, we are advocating for responsible uses of light for public health, ecosystem health, and biodiversity. Some cities, including Cupertino, are adopting dark sky and bird safe design ordinances to regulate artificial light at night. Please require responsible lighting standards for all development projects and consider passing a dark sky ordinance and a lights out program that would turn off all lights in and around buildings during bird migration season. We must ensure lighting from buildings, trails, parking lots, streets, and even large art installations don't inadvertently harm wildlife and habitat or humans. If you would like more information on this issue, please email advocate@scvas.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sharma.
Our next speaker is Joe Beninato.
Hi, my wife will be ceding her time to me. Her name is Beth Beninato. She's here with me.
Hi, this is Beth Beninato. I cede my time to Joe Beninato.
Okay, thank you.
And I promise not to use the full 6 minutes. Do you want me to wait for the timer?
Sure, give me 1 second, please.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay,
Ready?
yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. I was extremely disappointed to read the 2 recent newspaper articles describing Andy Jordan's allegations of harassment by Mayor Nander and Councilmember Liang. The December 2021 demand letter from Ms. Jordan's attorney outlines a number of disturbing allegations, including attempts by Councilmember Liang to prevent Ms. Jordan from being hired by the association in 2017, comments by Mary Nander telling Ms. Jordan not to finish remodeling her home because she wouldn't be around long enough to enjoy it, both Councilmember Liang and Mary Nander making harassing and disparaging comments about Ms. Jordan to the association's board of directors and roundtable members, and a comment by Mary Nander that she will, quote, do her best to destroy the city's association, close quote. Apparently, a city's association investigator conducted a 9-month investigation and concluded that Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang, quote, had engaged in unlawful harassment against Ms. Jordan, close quote, and were, quote, banned from participating in the association, close quote. It is one thing to believe that Chris Jordan's work as city manager was unacceptable and to force him to resign. It is quite another to wage a campaign of harassment against his wife and attempt to keep her from employment or get her fired. These allegations describe disgusting mafia-like behavior. And for the record, I have never met either of the Jordans. I don't know them. In December of 2021, when the council was trying to decide who should represent Los Altos on the city's association board for the next year, at least two council members were aware of these legal issues. Councilmember Flieger, who served on the board of the city's association, and Mary Nander. The majority of the council wisely appointed Councilmember Flieger to the board of the city's association over the objections of both Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang, even though Mary Nander knew that there was a potential lawsuit and a clear conflict of interest. It's unclear what Councilmember Liang knew at this point in December. In the days following this December 2021 council meeting, Mary Nander's supporters did not hold back in their criticism of Councilmember Flieger. One supporter said, "The council is supposed to take care of the citizens of Los Altos, not pursue selfish endeavors." Another said, "Flieger is only concerned with her political career." Yet another accused Flieger of fulfilling her own personal agenda. These advocates for good government would not be silenced. It's clear now that Councilmember Flieger was attempting to protect the interests of both the city of Los Altos and the city's association by her actions in December. The same cannot be said of the mayor. So where are these same champions of ethics and democracy now? I'm quite sure their letters to the editor condemning these actions by Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang must be lost in the mail, and their public comments must be forthcoming, right? We expect ethical behavior from our elected officials. This alleged behavior by Councilmember Liang and Mary Nander is not appropriate for any person, let alone an elected official. This is about integrity and treating others as you would want to be treated. It's no wonder we have trouble retaining staff and waste so much money on unnecessary legal fees every year. My understanding is we are spending $3.25 million taxpayer dollars in legal fees this year, which is about $330,000 over budget. $3.25 million. That's our money that is going to fund all of these problems that we've seen with lawsuits. What programs and or staff are we going to have to eliminate in order to pay for yet another debacle? Moving forward, it'd be wise for the city council to proactively avoid any further conflicts of interest with respect to the city's association and look at making accruals for any potential legal fees or settlements that may be forthcoming. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Beninado.
Our next speaker is T. Morris.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm assuming I should wait for the clock.
Please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I received a couple emails this week that prompted me to write a message to share with people in the city, and it seems timely after the last comment that was made. So I'm going to read it so that I can get everything in. Anger can be the result of many things. Often it is a response to feeling frustrated. There seems to be a great deal of frustration in Los Altos and elsewhere of late. I received 2 emails this week that have prompted me to speak in the off agenda period. I have been, as well as other commissioners have been, treated with a great deal of disrespect. That goes for city council members as well. I feel this is going to happen from time to time, but really it seems unreasonable to treat someone who is trying to help with disrespect. But that does seem to be part of the job these days. the job these days. As a resident, I fully understand the frustration residents are feeling. We've had a number of situations that have felt as though nothing we say makes a difference. This has been going on for a number of years. There are even some items on this agenda and in the proposed budget that are direct results of past council members and the past city manager not listening to residents, or so it seems. And people are voicing their concern about that. There seem to be some simple solutions to the anger issue and intolerance issue in Los Altos. I'd like to share my ideas. For residents, assume city council members and commissioners are doing the best they can and that they have residents' best interests at heart. 2, residents need to politely engage in dialogue with city council members and commissioners and staff to explain that they feel they're not being represented fairly and that they feel that the city council members, staff, or commissioners not listening to them and their concerns. Tell the city council member, commissioner, or staff that they feel they're making their mind up prior to meetings and that does not feel fair and as full representation for them. For city council members, staff, and commissioners, my suggestions are come to meetings with open minds and a willingness to change your opinion about a topic during the meeting. I've had to do that numerous times. Represent all voices in Los Altos. If a city council member is struggling with how to represent the residents they disagree with, they can ask for guidance. So can commissioners, so can staff. Forget who your friends are and what they want you to do. Do what you're voted in for or assigned to do. For all, listen to and treat all with respect. Assume that what the other person or people are saying has truth to it, and look at how to learn and grow from that input. People may complain, but within the complaint, there is a message. The message, if considered, will guide how to respond and what action to take. Finally, my overall thought on this is each time we disregard what someone says or thinks, we create frustration and anger. I thank you for the time this evening to speak, and I truly hope that people take my comments into consideration and that we can start working towards a kinder, gentler Los
Thank you, Ms.
Altos.
Moore.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Al Rooney.
This is Al Rooney speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Okay. I would like to cede my time to Susan Foster, please.
Okay,
Okay, finished?
okay. Find
Is
Susan.
my request?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
City Clerk, I do not see that name as someone with a hand raised.
I do not see her hand raised either.
Mr. Rooney,
Yep.
we do not see that person who you named
Oh, really?
and asking to speak.
Susan Foster? Susan Foster?
Oh, there she is. Okay, just popped up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll find her.
You're mute all front,
There we go.
okay?
Susan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, now that's a total of 6 minutes, is it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I start anytime, I take it?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. My name is Susan Foster, and I am a fire and utility consultant who has assisted in writing both the Encinitas Small Cell Ordinance and the Malibu ordinances. I am urging you to take a discerning look at your new ordinance and note that it lacks, I'm sorry,
Ms. Foster, I'm sorry. This is a section, and Mr. Rooney perhaps didn't understand. This is a section where we take comments for items that are not on the agenda. I
And-
believe your comments are related to an agenda item that we have scheduled for later this evening. Can you please hold your comments and speak about it when we reach item number 6?
yes, that's why I did not have my hand raised. So thank
Right.
you very much for the
Thank
explanation.
you very much.
All right, I'll raise it later during the agenda item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And City Clerk will make note of that.
Okay, thank you.
So I see two more members of the public with their hands raised. That would be Melissa, followed by Janet Corrigan.
Yes.
Melissa?
Good evening. I'd like to ask the council if you could please allow for in-person meetings as soon as possible. The rest of the county has opened up, and so that would be greatly appreciated. Also, if you could have the council meetings on Zoom rather than on Ring Central so that you can see your constituents' faces and emotions. It's harder for the council to grasp the impact of its decisions when seeing a blank screen during public comment. And also, when the public is allowed to make public comment in person, please allow for a hybrid situation where those who cannot make it to the meeting can still call in via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker. I can't find.
Janet Corrigan is on my list.
Janet Corrigan.
Just housekeeping, there's a lot of unmuted people and we're hearing a lot of background noise.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Would those who are here tonight, if you're not speaking, please mute yourselves. And when City Clerk started here, perhaps she can mute those participants who have not done so for themselves.
I will do so. Ms. Corrigan?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Andrew, Vice Mayor Meadows, and council members. I'm a member of an advisory body of the City Council, but I'm speaking in my capacity as a resident of Los Altos. I actually was not planning to speak tonight, but after hearing the prepared, pre-planned defamatory attack on our mayor and our council member, I want to point out to all who are listening that the allegations in the recent news articles are exactly that, unproven allegations by someone who is gearing up to sue 15 cities. Our mayor and our council member cannot respond in this situation. So to the extent that you don't, or you are expecting any kind of response, they cannot respond. That is what they are publicly advised to do by their attorneys. So people who are not motivated by political attacks should reserve their opinion until facts become available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. And I think that's the end of our list of people who want to make comments on items not on the agenda. So we'll move then to the consent calendar. And does anyone want to remove anything from the consent calendar? I have, I think, 2 hands, and I'm not sure because you weren't on my front screen whether it was Councilmember Lee Eng or Councilmember Weinberg who were first. So I'll flip a coin and say, Mr. Weinberg, would you go first?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item number 3 and propose that we add item number 7 to the consent calendar.
Number 7. Let me take those. I'm seeing some shaking heads, so I don't think that there is much concurrence about number 7, but we can certainly remove item number 3 at your request. Not a problem. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Mayor, thank you. I did want to pull item number 3 as well. So I agree with pulling agenda item 3, but I still want to keep agenda 7 on the for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councilmember Flagger, you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to speak?
That was to item number 7. So I agree with Councilmember Lee Eng.
Okay, thank you very much. That being the case, we will move item 3 and take it up. Let's see. We have 1 staff member here for that. So I'd like to take that up after we move the consent calendar. If there's anyone who'd like to make a motion on items 1, 2, 4, and 5. Councilmember Lee Eng.
I'll move to approve the remaining agenda items.
Items 1, 2, 4, and 5. Do I have a second? Vice Mayor Meadows, thank you very much. City Clerk.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. So Ms. Fairman, I'm not sure that you were expecting to speak. I think she's here. I'll check or ask the city manager.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Inander and Vice Mayor
Great.
Meadows and members of the City Council. I'm Aida Ferman, Engineering Services Manager. Here with me tonight is Tim Suford. He's a Managing Director from MBS, and I will ask him to join me as necessary to answer any of your questions.
Councilmember Weinberg, since you pulled this, would you please proceed with your questions?
The reason that I pulled this is simply because the staff report came out so late. We received the staff report less than 36 hours ago, I believe, which is not in accordance with the city's open government policy. Unless staff says that there's some urgency to this matter, I would much prefer that we kick it over until the next meeting. I don't have any objections to the staff recommendation, subject to whatever we hear from the public or what my colleagues might have to say. But it just seems to be in accordance with the open government policy. It would be best if we kick this over so that both we and the public have a full 2 weeks to be able to digest what's being asked.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I would support the idea of continuing it because I'd like to better understand the scope of work that we are asking of the consultant. Otherwise, if you'd like to share that information tonight, I'd greatly appreciate it as well. I'd like to, did you want to
Go
talk
ahead.
about the scope of work? And then I'd have another question.
Sure, go ahead. Ms. Fairman, would you or Mr. Seifert respond to that question?
Yeah, the first question to Councilmember Weinberg, I would defer to Jolly Houston, our city attorney, on that. I know we're in a tight deadline or tight timeline to for this, but I will defer to Jolly to answer Mr. Weinberg's question first.
Right, and to Councilmember Lee Eng's question regarding the scope.
Yeah, in the scope of work, it's similar, it's the same scope of work that MBS performed 5 years ago. And the first, Jolie, I just want your advice. May I talk about the scope of work in general?
Yes.
Okay, so we would collect all the data for the sewer rate analysis that is needed in order to MBS do the evaluation, and then at the end of the year, we would come to City Council with the results and the options for that. The sewer rates are property related fees that are established pursuant to Prop 218, Prop 218 notice and hearing procedures. So we have to follow the notice and procedures pursuant to Prop 218. And then after that, they would do they would develop new sewer rates based on the cost of service analysis results that were presented to council. And then we'll go through that Prop 218 process and do the notice, public hearing, and establish the rates and calculate the sewer charges for year 24-25.
Thank you.
So just to summarize then, and then I'm going to have a question for the city attorney. The scope of work here is what's required under Prop 218, and we would be following basically the same scope of work as we did 5 years ago for what's required to establish a set of rates to last for 5 years under Prop 218.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, and would you speak, Ms. Houston, to the issue of the...
And I still do have more questions, Mayor.
I'll come back to you, thank you. Ms. Houston, would you speak to the timeliness and timing issue?
Well, we are under a tight time frame because we need to collect the data, we need to have it analyzed, we need to establish the fees and bring it back to council and get them adopted, and then get them to the county by the first week in August so they could be collected on the tax rolls. So we do have a short time period, and I don't want to get crunched because, and I'll ask Ms. Fairman, are we doing a new ordinance or just a new fee? Are we modifying the ordinance or are we modifying the resolution?
We are doing a new ordinance, just
Yeah.
like we did in 2018, ordinance
Right.
280.
Yeah, we're doing a 5-year ordinance. And so that's going to establish the rates for 5 years because under Prop 218, you can do that for 5 years, but no longer. So you have to backtrack and get the fees established through that new ordinance. And that has to be introduced and has to be adopted at a regular meeting. And then we have to come back and set the rates by a resolution that then goes to the county so they can be imposed on the tax roll. So we run out of regular meetings if we push this out too far. So, you know, because the ordinance has to be introduced and adopted at a regular meeting. And so, and we don't want to miss out and lose those taxes for the next year.
Okay, and would you speak to the issue of the, I know there was a glitch in getting staff report posted. Do we have a problem, a Brown Act problem specifically? And then I'll speak more to the open government issue.
No, it made it to the agenda timely. It's just an open government policy question. So I don't think we'll have a problem with that. And I would like to let the council know and the public know that this ordinance will be noticed and we will go through the Prop 218 notice and protest procedures. So there will be a lot of opportunity for members of the public to comment on these new proposed sewer rates. So this isn't, you're not cutting off any public process at this point.
Okay, Councilmember Lee Eng, you had further questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so just to be clear, so everyone can better understand, because you refer to Prop 218 and you kind of throw some dates out or saying that we're limited on time. What is the expiration date on this resolution that we have for these fees? And you're doing it because it sunsets, right? And what is the, and also, so what is the clear schedule we are looking at? Because you guys keep telling me, or excuse me, you mentioned that we are limited on time. So I think what I'd like to better understand is the schedule and what we are looking at. So.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for your questions. So the current cycle ends, we're in the 5th year of the current cycle. So we basically have to start like 18 months before the next cycle. So in order for MBS to complete the report, their schedule, have them completing the report at the end of this year. And then after that, we'll come to council early in 2023, present the options, go through the notice, public hearing, and the entire process. So it takes a long time. We have to start the next cycle 18 months before, the last fiscal year, and then for the next cycle. Otherwise, we'll be too late, and the rates will not be in place by July 1st of 23-24.
Okay, I have another question, and thank you for answering that. It's important for us to understand the timeline. So in the scope, it's work on analyzing what rates are needed. How do we determine whether to increase the fees because what additional works we need? Who is doing the analysis on what additional work is needed to understand if we need to expand the infrastructure and how much money we need for that?
Great question. So between now and December, we're going to be providing the consultant all the data from the city and also from City of Palo Alto treatment plant, because there are costs associated with operation and maintenance, as well as capital improvement projects, for both the City of Los Altos and City of Palo Alto. We are one of the partners, and we have to pay our share based on contractual obligations to the treatment plant. So all the data collected, MBS will take it and analyze it, and then come back to staff. We'll be in meetings analyzing with the results. So we would get results from MBS, the consulting firm.
Thank you, Ms. Fairman. Greatly appreciate your responses.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Liang, are you finished with your questions? Okay, then I'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm comfortable, given the addition of the staff report, albeit late, the details and the resolution, this conversation, and also the fact that this is our only application. And in the questions that we asked of staff before this meeting, they indicated that this is basically our option. They don't expect anything to change if we do it another RFP, and the timeline is short. So if we extend this, and actually on our city attorney's recommendations that we're in no way cutting short the public process, there's going to be a lot of time for that during the process of moving this, the proposals for the rate forward. So I think I would move, and my colleague, I'm not trying to cut off discussion. You can.
No, because I'm going to need to go to public comment since we did pull it.
Okay.
And
so
then what I would, it sounds like I could come back to you for a motion.
You could potentially do that, yes.
Okay, so City Clerk, unless there are any other questions from my colleagues, I'll go to City Clerk and ask if we have any members of the public who want to speak on this item.
Yes, you do. You have one member of the public, and that is Roberta.
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that you do intend to impose higher rates on the taxpayers of Los Altos. And, you know, I know I'll have opportunities to object later, but I'm going to take the opportunity now to object now. I don't think the timing is good. You know, we're still coming out of COVID. There's a lot of people in the cash poor, and you know we have a lot very high inflation, and you know the residents shouldn't have to suffer higher tax rates. I'm sure that you have. We've always paid our sewer taxes year after year after year. I'm sure you have a good idea of where our sewer system is now, and you know if we've done a decent job, we should be able to continue the current rates that we have without putting an additional burden on the community. I just don't think this is the right time to raise taxes for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Councilmember Liang, do you have a comment or something else?
I have one more last question, if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
So can you help me understand, Ms. Fairman, why we only are reaching out to one consultant and not doing
I'm going to interrupt
to see which other
Ms. Liang, I recall that question was raised and answered in the council Q&As.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see that one in the Q&A. Sorry, I
Ms.
must have
Fairman, could you
overskipped it.
just briefly summarize what was in the response to the council?
Absolutely. Yes, so the city advertised the RFP, and the plan holders list showed that many consulting firms downloaded the RFP but chose not to submit a proposal. We received one proposal and one response. Another consulting firm mentioned that they were thanking the city for the opportunity, but due to their client commitments, they couldn't do the work. So based on the market conditions and all the consulting firms, you know, busy with client commitments, that's why we didn't receive more than one this time.
Yeah, and
thank you very much.
Yes, and again, this is a professional service agreement, and an RFP is not like a bid, so it can be based on prior working with the consultant. It's not just the lowest price. And a lot of times when you have these sewer rate studies, you do retain the consultants over you know, you repeat you renew their contracts even because they know your city, they know the data, they know how your sewer rates have been imposed in the past, and there's not a lot of you know, learning the process. They already understand the city's process, but we did not have to go out to the lowest bidder. This is a professional service.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the vice mayor now.
Yes, Mayor, would you like me to make a motion?
I'd love it.
Okay, I move that we adopt the resolution number 2022 fill in the blank, authorizing the city manager to execute professional services agreement for sewer rate structure analysis with NBS Government Finance Group. And I think that should, is that sufficient, or City Attorney, do you want me to say that the approval of the agreement is exempt from review under CEQA?
And I'll second the motion, Mayor.
Thank you. That's Councilmember Fliger, second. City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
Yes.
and Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to move now to our public hearings. Item number 6, the wireless telecommunication facilities. I believe we will start with a report provided by one of the consultants to the city, Mr. Zola.
Okay, if I could share my screen.
If you have trouble with that, the city clerk will help you out.
You should see a slideshow now.
You have to either double click or click the share the second time down at the bottom of the screen.
Okay. Now I've got. Uh-oh.
We do have a message that you have started to share your screen.
You are sharing, yeah, it says you are sharing screen, but you are. Is it
There we
on now?
go, we got it.
Great.
And you might want to adjust to slideshow version.
There we are.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good to go.
Thank you. What I'll talk about tonight is the proposed ordinance and design guidelines. The basic purpose of the ordinance and guidelines are dealing with two different objectives, actually three. One is to provide for adequate coverage and advanced technology, because as we'll talk about, the technology for wireless is changing. The other part is to minimize the impacts and visual intrusiveness of wireless facilities in the city, but to do this in a way that is customized to the city of Los Altos and your local conditions. First, I'll talk about locational standards. The locational standards are actually found in the ordinance, and those are the addition of chapter 1482. This graphic shows the existing permitted locations for wireless facilities, both the large towers, the macro facilities, and the smaller small wireless telecommunications facilities. Under your current guidelines, and the locational standards are included in resolution 2019-35, locations are identified as the commercial areas, and you see along El Camino Real, in and around downtown, and in various locations along the Foothill Expressway. The teal addresses are locations of existing facilities. Those that are shown with the triangle are small facilities. Those shown with the circle are existing macro, the larger facilities. And you can see the relation of those facilities to where they are now permitted in the city. When we looked at developing or updating locational standards, we looked at three different things. One was your city's physical setting, the other technology trends, and then legal constraints. In relation to physical setting, we looked at the land use pattern, and you saw that reflected in the existing locations. The yellow areas and browns are residential zones. Your city, not surprisingly, is predominantly residential. Blue, institutional uses, and the reds and maroons are the commercial uses where those facilities are permitted. Now, as you will talk about, the other thing we looked at were, how does the city fit together? How do people move from one part to the other? How, if we look at the expanding or increasing the number of locations where these facilities could be permitted based on changes in technology, where would we look? One area that we looked at was the city's circulation system. The location of expressways, arterials, collectors, and local collectors, since these are the major spines, the major roadways connecting the city, that these are the through routes, and this was a logical step to look at as in considering increasing the number of sites where facilities might be permitted. When we look at roadway rights of way, only small facilities are permitted within roadway rights of way. The other thing we looked at were changes in technology. And we're all familiar with the really big towers. For example, the one that's sitting in front of the police department or at the side of the police department, these very large, highly visually intrusive towers. These are powerful facilities that allow for a lot of spacing. They are, because they are so large, they're not shielded. They allow fairly easily for co-location, and fewer of these facilities are needed to provide coverage and provide service for any given area. However, the technology has been changing, and the move is to small wireless facilities as they are defined in federal law. These are less visually intrusive, they are far smaller, but they're also less powerful, which means that closer spacing is needed. They actually transmit about 1,000 to 1,200 feet, depending on specific local conditions. And because of their size, they are difficult to co-locate facilities at the same location, and therefore more facilities are ultimately required to serve same area as a smaller number of the large macro facilities. We also looked at legal constraints and worked with the city attorney and special counsel for the wireless facilities ordinance and guidelines. And there's two basic principles that we needed to deal with. One is that the city cannot regulate based on radio frequency emissions, and the city cannot require or prohibit any specific technology. Those are two limitations that the city is preempted by state and federal law. The basic revisions that are being proposed to the locational standards are to extend the areas where small wireless facilities would be permitted beyond the commercial zones. And this would include rights of way for expressways, arterials, collectors, minor collectors. They're already permitted along local commercial streets. And then looking at the possibility of some local residential streets within 200 to 500 feet of expressways and those major roadways, so that we don't end up in a situation where one roadway would take a series of facilities one after another, but to allow for spreading out of some of these small facilities. And then potentially a third tier, and I'll explain the concept of tiers in a second, other local residential streets. And then also we are proposing reducing the buffer, the separation between small facilities from 1,500 feet in your current ordinance or current resolution to 1,000 feet. And that's recognizing the extent of how far these facilities can carry a signal. There is a recommendation also, this is something that the Planning Commission looked at. One of the issues with the buffer and separation is that once a particular carrier would lay down a small facility, all other carriers would be prohibited from being within 1,000 feet of that first carrier's facility. creating 2,000-foot gaps between opportunities for other facilities. So the Planning Commission recommended that we look at alternatives, and we're recommending that each carrier be required to maintain a 1,000-foot buffer between small facilities, between their own facilities. So carrier A would not be able to locate within 1,000 feet of any of their facilities, but other carriers could locate within 200 feet of carrier A's facilities. That would allow for coverage by more than one carrier within the city. And so this is a map of the proposed preferred and less preferred locations. You will see that this includes those major streets and roadways, the rights of way as less preferred locations. Those are the lines, and the colored areas are the, on the parcels are your commercial locations. I mentioned a three-tiered set of preferences. And how the ordinance lays out is it identifies the non-residential areas, basically the areas permitted in your current resolution as the preferred location. Less preferred locations, the rights of way along the expressways and those major streets and the areas within 200 to 500 feet would be permitted only if there was a demonstration that providing coverage, meeting the service objectives or coverage objectives of a proposed facility could not be met within a preferred location. That would be part of the demonstration in an application. Least preferred are the local street rights of way, basically the rest of the local streets in the city, and there would be permitted, small facility would be permitted within a local street, or within a local street right of way, only if coverage objectives could not be met in a preferred or a less preferred location, if that was determined to be infeasible. Ultimately, the carriers would provide feasibility information, and the city would make the determination as to what is feasible and what is not. I'll talk about the guidelines, and there are guidelines for two different types of facilities: pole-mounted and roof-mounted facilities. The revisions that are being proposed in the design guidelines, and what we did was use the existing resolution, the design guidelines in that, and we added an explicit set of design principles for wireless facilities, basically to provide an understanding of why the specific guidelines are what they are. We've modified configuration preferences to be more specific as to what is preferred, and then supplemented the existing guidelines and added illustrations. The basic principles identify minimizing impacts, visual impacts, noise impacts, and other impacts. It talks about integration and concealment, so that facilities are to be visually integrated in their sites and to be as hidden from view as feasible, and that unconcealed designs, the kinds of things that you can see the facilities, would be permitted only if a concealed facility would be infeasible, or if a non-concealed facility would reduce the numbers of other facilities. And also context. What works in one location may not, and usually does not work in all locations. And so site-specific determinations would need to be made. The expanded design guidelines include specific preferences for design configurations, landscape guidelines to retain mature trees, retain landscaping for the life of a facility, where underground vaults are used to require that they be designed to protect street trees, and to provide for passive rather than mechanical ventilation where feasible. And the guidelines are laid out in the resolution. And so in front of you tonight are three documents. One is a resolution for adopting a negative declaration. The second is an ordinance with, as recommended by the Planning Commission, with some additional modifications. Those modifications are that revisions to the 1,000-foot separation between wireless facilities that the Planning Commission had asked us to undertake. And we have also modified the wording on where a less preferred or least preferred site would be proposed, so that we're focusing on feasibility rather than coverage, where feasibility is really and meeting objectives is what the city's allowed to regulate. The third document in front of you is the design guidelines as recommended by the Planning Commission, with a couple additional recommendations based on some proofreading. And with that, if there are any questions from the council, unless our attorneys have anything they'd like to say, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
No, I just wanted to say that after we take public comment, I think you should come back to the attorneys. We may be wanting to take a break and go over some of the comments, but we'll see after the public comments if the break is necessary. So, and we'll probably be reporting back to you about what types of motions or be making at that time.
Okay, so at this time, unless the other attorneys have anything they want to say, I'm looking for, let's see, anybody else? We'd like to take clarifying questions. I think what we don't want to do right now is get into a discussion as to whether this wording or that wording is the right specific wording, but questions to Mr. Zola would be helpful. And Ms. Houston, did you want to say something further?
Just a general housekeeping item. Can we verify that the recording of this meeting is being recorded? Because we did have a glitch at the Planning Commission.
I see the recording dot blinking red, so I think we're good. City Clerk, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, just checking, sorry.
Sure. Understand, caution is good.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure, Ms. Fox.
Thank you. I'm always one to have a backup plan. Are we also recording this meeting in the event we have any problems?
That's what
tape
Ms. Houston
recording.
was just asking, was whether the electronic recording was in fact working. That's what she wanted to verify, and it is working.
All right, and we had also talked about potentially having it tape recorded as well, so that if we find out we have any glitch in any portion of this meeting, which could be a long one tonight, we just wanted to make sure we have a full and complete record.
Ms. Houston?
I asked the staff about that. I'm not sure if we did get an answer on that at this time, but
I actually have a recorder that I can, if you want to take 1 second, and I can get that.
I have a question. Aren't we simulcasting either with the TV station or Facebook or something?
That is correct. We have KMVTV or KMVT 15 cable recording also. You will see that as a panelist in your panelist list. So
Right. So that means that we do have, assuming that they are digitally capturing this and not just live feeding. Do you know, City Clerk, if they're all actually also capturing a digital record?
yes, they are.
Okay, then I think we are well covered.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you, Ms. Fox, for raising the question. And now I'll go back to my colleagues. Who would like to lead with questions? And Mr. Weinberg has his hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure. I didn't quite follow how you wanted to do this. Is this just for clarifying questions to Mr. Zola, or are these also clarifying questions to the attorneys?
I think to both. So clarifying questions altogether. But again, without wanting to get into debates on specific changes that you might want to make, that will come later.
Okay. My first question is about the negative declaration. Jolie, could you please talk a little bit about what the standard is by which we should be evaluating the negative declaration? What are the factors we should be considering whether or not to accept it?
I paused to see whether the attorneys wanted to jump in, but I will do that. The basic criteria that you'd be looking at is whether the negative declaration has identified physical environmental effects on the environment. So social effects, economic effects are not part of this, are not part of CEQA unless they lead to a chain, cause and effect chain that creates a physical environmental effect. The content of the negative declaration was based on the initial study. The initial study followed all of the subjects identified in CEQA Guidelines Appendix G. So the negative declaration is a one-page document based on the findings of an initial study that was distributed for a 30-day review.
Okay, so the grounds on which not to accept the negative declaration would be, I'm aware of certain environmental factors which either were not considered in the initial study or which I believe the initial study did not properly consider. Is that correct?
Correct. For an issue that would be subject to CEQA and the city can in fact regulate.
Great. And then what would be the effect of not accepting the negative declaration?
If you would not accept the negative declaration, you could not adopt the ordinance or resolution. You could, if you did not adopt or approve the negative declaration, you could send it back for revisions based on whatever issues that you had, and a new initial study could be prepared based on the concerns of City Council.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I have a series of other questions about specifics that are in the ordinance, and it's not what I want left in or taken out. It's clarifications as to the legality of something or the effect of something, the interpretation of language. Is that something I should proceed with now or should that wait?
I think you should proceed with that, please.
All right. So,
and I would only ask my colleagues to keep track of their list. And if there's something that Mr. Weinberg raises that's on your list, be sure you cross it off.
All right. I'm looking at page 101 of the combined packet. It is page 8 of the resolution with the ordinance in it. Specifically, it is section 14.82.030 3G. This is the section that requires the rights of way. It says that no small cell is supposed to be put in front of a school. Can you tell me which finding that relates to? What is the finding we have that supports a ban on having a node in front of a school?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, the ordinance is trying to keep small cell nodes from being placed in front of a school. Mm-hmm. And there are many reasons why one might want to do that. I think the reason that we are talking about tonight is aesthetics. I don't see the linkage between having a cell node in front of a school and the aesthetics of the node. So okay. I'm wondering, what are the findings we have that justify a rule saying whether or not you meet all the other criteria, you can't have it in front of a school?
Right, yeah. What it threw me off, they used the word ban. So this is actually part of a series of less preferred locations. The way the ordinance was constructed is the preferred locations basically are the existing permitted locations, which are the commercial areas. We then added a series of less preferred locations, including which are that section, the last of which is in front of a school. The reason that in front of a school is included is because schools are generally within residential neighborhoods, and a facility in front of a school would end up in nearly all cases across the street from a residential dwelling. And so that's why it was not distinguished in terms of preferences from other the major residential streets.
And if I might add to that response, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think the question also from Councilmember Weinberg was about the findings. So the findings that would relate to that issue relate to the preservation of the community as a whole and the residential districts. So those would be the findings that you see particularly at sections B and D of the ordinance. We are not making any ban, although Mr. Zola did talk about some legal prohibitions in his PowerPoint presentation. We are not allowed to per se prohibit small cells. And so what we have done here, and the issue that relates to schools, relates to looking at the totality of your community and deciding the best way to balance where you would place the location of various wireless facilities. And the findings relate to that judgment on the behalf of this elected body as to your community.
Thank you.
Okay. If a carrier demonstrates by clear and convincing evidence that they have to go to a tier 3 location, why do they have to be in front of a house instead of a school?
They actually, they would not. If the idea is that the area in front of the school would be a less preferred and the least preferred, I don't believe that we have distinguished between the use along a local residential street.
All right. Is there anything in the ordinance that notes that if there's any language in the ordinance which contradicts existing law or future law at a higher level, at the state level or at the federal level, that our ordinance is inapplicable? If we're preempted, is there anything that self-activates that preemption in the ordinance?
Thank you. I think that probably is a good question for legal when you're talking about preemption. That would relate to the severability clause that is found on page 20 of the ordinance, section 6. It has a specific provision. If any of these provisions are found to be unconstitutional, preemption would also fall within that category.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You see there, it also says, or invalid by decision of any court of competent jurisdiction. And so then you sever out any provision that would be found to be invalid and the balance would remain.
Got it. No, I'm with you. Okay. Section 14.82.050, page 13 of the ordinance. Can you walk me through how a carrier would prove that something is infeasible and that what they're proposing to do is minimized?
Right. Yeah, different carriers are going to basically do this differently. And but there's a general process they would follow, because what the feasibility they would be looking at, I'm wanting to pull my notes out, but the general process they would follow would look something along this line. They would, the question is that they're trying to answer, that the city would be asking them to answer is, why is this facility not being proposed at a location that is preferred? That's really the simple question. Their answer is it's not feasible to do so. So one of the things that they would look at first is what is the objective? What are the service objectives of the facility that we are proposing? What is it accomplishing? What is it trying to do? They would then determine whether there are any sites within, for a less preferred site, whether there's any locations within 500 feet that would be preferred, any sites within 500 feet where they might own any properties. Could they move that facility to another site that would be preferred and meet the service objectives? If they would identify, if those sites exist, they would then look at, can those sites meet the service objectives? First, is there a site nearby that could maybe meet those objectives? And then they would simply look at, would that site meet our objectives?
Okay, so if a carrier wants to make that argument, they're going to get their evidence together, they're going to answer all the questions and address the issues that you just noted. They're going to give it to the city. At that point, the city hires an independent consultant at the carrier's expense, and that independent consultant determines whether or not the carrier has met the clear and convincing standard.
They would determine the accuracy and adequacy of the technical information provided by the applicant. They would give a technical recommendation regarding feasibility. The city reserves the final judgment regarding clear and convincing evidence.
So who in the city has that final determination? Is that the city attorney, the city manager, the council?
That is in the ordinance right now, and that's not proposed to be changed. That rests with the city manager or their designee.
Okay.
And that decision can be appealed by the carrier or someone else.
Are there timing constraints on how quickly this all has to be done?
Yes.
Yeah, Lloyd, are you going to handle the shot clock?
Yep, unless somebody else wants to. Yeah, it's a sports analogy. There's a shot clock. And depending on the application type, the city has anywhere from 60 to 90 or 150 days to act. It depends on really the kind of facility. The city has 10 days to inform the applicant regarding what needs to be cured to make an application complete. So if I can run through different kinds of applications, modification of a small facility subject to, it's called a 6409A application. The city would have 60 days. Small wireless facilities that are co-located or attached to existing structures, the city would have 60 days. Co-location of non-small cell facilities or installation of non-small cell facilities, or new small facilities that include new support structures, in other words, not on an existing pole. The city would have 90 days, or a new small facility that includes new structures altogether could be up to 150 days. And that is specified. Those are legal requirements for the city to complete the process.
And we have enough time to get information to an independent consultant to beat the shot clock. There's enough of them out there. The likelihood is that we'll be able to get meaningful analysis back in time to meet those.
Yes, we believe so.
Okay. All right. Section 11.12.060. Section A3 little a. We're saying where feasible and new technology becomes available, we're requiring that the permittees, it sounds like what we're requiring is that they modify their technology so it's the most up to date, and presumably that would mean the quietest, the smallest. What's the legal authority that we have to require that?
I will defer that to the attorneys.
Thank you, council member. Can you tell me what page of the ordinance you're on there?
So there's no, oh, excuse me, it's page 15. I had
1-5.
Page
Thank
15
you.
at the very bottom. 11-12-060-A3A.
Yes, so we have researched these conditions about being permissible to impose because they are, as you note, saying where feasible. So as indeed the technology allows for the reduction in noise, the reduction in size, that we would then be asking that indeed we get these modifications to the wireless facilities.
Doesn't California law require that a permit have to last at least 10 years?
California law does not require that a permit has to last at least 10 years. We have indeed recommended here that this permit lasts 10 years, but that is not a mandated time period under state law.
All right. Deb, forgive me. I'm looking at government code 65964B. And it seems to say to me that any permit of less than 10 years is considered to be unreasonable.
You have the advantage of me in that I do not have my government code section here with me. So I'll certainly take a look at that, Councilman.
Okay. Does the city have the ability to require a carrier to carry an insurance policy for the equipment they install and to name the city as an insured?
Those would be general provisions that you would apply to all various land use permits. I know there's been some comments along from the public that have been coming in recently about various bonding, insurance. Those are your standard conditions that you impose on all permits. And yes, you do, but they should be in keeping with what you customarily require.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you very much. And I did not see who came up second. I think it was the vice mayor, but, right? Okay, go ahead,
All
Vice
right.
Mayor Meadows.
Thank you. So, Mr. Zola, you talked on one of your slides about the change in technology and going from very large macro poles, or even bigger than macro poles, mega poles, let's call them, and to smaller facilities, as we're discussing in the ordinance tonight. It seems to me, and I'm by no means an expert, but I've heard that the smaller you get, the less intrusive, the less noisy, the less that these facilities require. So the existing ordinance talks about a 1,500 foot distance. The new ordinance is proposing 1,000 minus the additional recommendations of Planning Commission. And let's just throw another number out there, let's say 500 foot. When you're talking these newer technology, smaller wireless facilities, is there a difference in the type of facility that might be used when you go between, for example, 500 feet to 1,000 feet to 1,500, or are they all going to be the same sort of installation?
I think in terms of regulation, we're looking at two types. We're looking at the small facility and the macro one. I don't know that the technology changes that much between 500 and 1,000 feet, but what we've looked at and what the recommendation from our radio frequency expert is to look at the small facilities as having a range of 1,000 to 1,200 feet.
Right. And so my question then is geared more at, is there a different, so if you were going with 500 feet, and I'm not advocating that, I'm just trying to understand the technology. Is there a smaller, less noisy, less intrusive facility in the case of if we had a 500 foot ordinance versus the 1,000-foot or the 1,500?
Well, I think realistically, you would end up with probably the same kind of thing, because the carriers it would be in their interest to minimize the number of facilities that they had to place. So if they were looking at a small, and this is not an expert opinion, this is just simple logic. This is land use planning logic, that they would, if they had a facility that could have 1,000 to 1,200 foot range, that is what they would go with, because they would need twice as many for a smaller facility that would only go with a 500 foot range. And then you'd have far more of them around. And we don't know that they would be any less visually intrusive, because one of the things that especially in your community you need to deal with are the large number of wooden poles around.
Okay, so there's a rationale. Oh, sorry, there's a rationale for 1,000 feet to be sort of the sweet spot. Go ahead, Ms. Fox.
Yeah, it does hit that sweet spot.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. I think your question was asking whether or not if we shrunk this distance limitation down from 1,000 to 500, we would end up then encouraging the placement of some smaller, less intrusive wireless facilities. And to our knowledge, the answer to that question would be no. We would just get more of the same.
Right. Okay. And as Mr. Zola said, we wouldn't be incenting, the carriers wouldn't be incented to do that anyway. Then, okay, so let me move on to another question. Thank you for clarifying that, because I have no technological knowledge in this field. So we've had several public speakers talk about, well, they didn't phrase it this way, but why aren't we treating all Los Altos streets the same? Why are our busier streets, bearing this burden? And so what scenario did you look at when devising this ordinance? Did you look at all streets are created equal scenario, and how did that differ from what we're looking at tonight? And that may not be a small question, and you may not have looked at it, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Yeah, and we did, when looking at the tiered approach that we have now, we did not lay out with separation how many would end up where, the same way we looked at the 1,000 foot. But the reason for the 1,000 feet, as opposed to just allow them anywhere in a residential, within the residential zones, is one, trying to minimize the spread of these facilities, for lack of a better word, throughout the residential community. The larger streets, for example, and the expressway is a good example. Some of them have medians. There is bit greater landscaping. Some of the setbacks are greater. There are wider streets. The home across the street will be a little bit farther away. These are the through streets that connect the city, and there was no logical next step beyond just residential zones. This was seemingly the only available next logical step before just permit them subject to design regulations throughout the city. Essentially eliminate the third, put everything in a second, in either the second or third tier, depending on how you wanted to treat it.
So I guess another way of asking the question then is there an advantage somehow? I mean, every scenario tends to have pros and cons. Would there be an advantage if we had the right design guidelines to allowing them wherever? Does it actually lessen the number we would use on some of the through streets, or what if any advantage might you imagine in that scenario?
Yeah, advantages and disadvantages. Yes, they would spread out more, and you would have them more spread out. They would be, that's the advantage. They would be more spread out. As they get into local residential neighborhoods, they would be, as particularly where they're on the wooden poles, far more obvious. There's a lot less landscaping. We get into situations where there are shoulders rather than curb and gutter. And so the issues become a little bit different in terms of drainage, construction, so on. And so those are the advantages and disadvantages. And ultimately, it's a trade-off and a policy question for the council, whether you wanted to go that way. But we thought the use of the major streets was a logical step in moving without having them potentially everywhere.
Okay, thank
Or
you.
I guess I should say anywhere would be better.
Councilmember Meadows, if I might add on to that as well. The issue of using the designations of expressways, arterials, major collectors, and local collectors was not a judgment call that the wireless team or Mr. Zola made. It was based on the city's existing circulation element. So the map that was placed before you during the PowerPoint presentation is just colorized from your circulation element. And so because of the fact of how your geographical layout of your city is and being it predominantly residential, from a land use perspective, this seemed to be the most logically and intellectually sound from a land use perspective of making the determinations between the tiers of the sites. And while Mr. Zola used the word would be, I think you said more obtrusive, I mean, that's going to be hitting bullseye aesthetics if you are placing a small cell right in front of someone's home. The issues as well about trying to minimize the visual impact by locating wires inside poles are simply not feasible in Los Altos because of your prevalence of wood poles, etc. So these were the balancing issues that were weighted in providing this ordinance to you all.
Right. No, I appreciate the clarifications because I think this will help people who've been asking some of the questions, and it certainly helps me. I have two more questions, Mayor. So I'm a little, so there's a lot of numbers in here, particularly in the guidelines. And, you know, I've seen in the past where we have numbers in our codes, and it turns out they're not actually feasible. So I'm going to assume that if I ask the question, if you're confident of these numbers, you're going to say yes, of course, and that's why they're in there. But I'm going to point out where I still have concerns around feasibility. I'll just give one example, which is in the Q&A, there was talk about, let's see, exceeding the height of an existing utility pole by 7 feet provides for, or the question was, why was 7 feet picked as the number to extend a pole? And you said that 7 feet provides for adequate separation of wireless facilities from existing electrical wires, which is a minimum of 6 feet. So if you're required to be a minimum of 6 feet away and you only give 7 feet of extension, then doesn't that just give you 1 foot to work with? And is that feasible? Or am I misunderstanding what that is telling me?
No, I had the same reaction when I first read the question, and what I then came to mind is, remember, the wires do not connect at the very top of the pole. The wires will connect at the pole below the top, so allowing for 7 feet higher provides for that separation. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Wait, we've only got 1 foot, but there's also drainage turn freeboard. There's some distance between the existing wires and the top of the.
Right. And I just bring that out as an example because there's a lot of numbers quoted, 24 here and 13 there, and you know, it just makes me really nervous. How accurate is that? If someone can show that it's not, the numbers we're including aren't feasible, that really doesn't help our case any. But sorry, I'm skipping. And my last question, Mayor. So the tiers, preferred, less preferred, and least preferred. So So it seems to me we've taken a stick approach, the old carrot and stick analogy. I'm going to talk about that here. So preferred is obviously what we want. And less preferred, we use the stick. You have to show us that you need to do this less preferred. And then we use the same stick for the very least preferred. But really, aren't we okay? We're okay. We like preferred best, but we're willing to live with less preferred. Deborah's probably going to stand up and start jumping around. But, so did you consider a carrot approach where really preferred and less preferred are more in the same bucket rather than what you're proposing now is less preferred and least preferred, both having the same stick? What if did you think about preferred having some sort of carrot? Is there an advantage we could throw in? And less preferred, not using the stick, and then least preferred being the one where we require a hurdle, which is how I'm going to describe this. Was there a carrot approach you considered?
I would argue as a land planner, there's a very important carrot to that stick, and the other side of it is one, being very clear with the carriers where the city would prefer the facility, and not requiring the studies, and letting them know this is what we would like. We had looked at differentials of, we had considered differentials of design guidelines, allowing facilities in less or least preferred locations with stricter set of design guidelines. But that sort of defeated the purpose of putting them in a preferred location and the design guidelines themselves, because we're trying to reduce the visibility of those facilities throughout the community, and not just in the residential areas, but generally throughout the community. And one of the examples I had, I was down in the city of La Quinta, which is a high-end desert resort, and right by Old Town La Quinta is a building that has a incredibly ugly roof-mounted set of facilities, of wireless facilities. And so as you're there, it would seem just to defeat the purpose of saying, yeah, you don't need to comply with these guidelines in a preferred location, because when you're in a downtown area, when you're in the commercial areas, I think the aesthetics are just as important to the community.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
Thank you. And I think Councilmember Flagger, you're next.
I am. Can you hear me, Mayor? Thank you. So I'll just throw out my questions to the wireless facilities team. And I assume who has lead on that topic will answer the question. So my first question has to go with, Deborah, you had touched on this earlier as well, on new technology, and we don't know what it will look like or how it will work. So the first question I have is just confirmation that this ordinance is flexible enough to accommodate the different technology trends. We talk about smaller cell nodes and the range being less, but I can't imagine in 5 years having smaller nodes, but a wider range. And so I just want to confirm that this ordinance is flexible enough if 5 years from now we have that kind of technology, because everything I've heard imagines the range being a much shorter distance.
I think it would behoove me to say, yes, it is flexible enough, although, our ability to predict the future is probably, somewhat limited. I think that the ordinances, the design guidelines, though, is very specific, and that's why, of course, those are adopted by a resolution, and I would envision that as technology changes, there may need to be revisions. Your fellow council member talked about some of the specific numbers that are in there, and we had discussions with the Public Works Director, we had discussions with our RF expert, Mr. Afflerbach, of trying to work those numbers out. and measuring off of approved blue line plans, not approved blue line plans, submitted blue line plans that we had regarding poles in your community. So, but as I said, the design guidelines would not have that flexibility. There would be less flexibility there.
Okay. And then going to the feasibility question, and I know a couple of my colleagues already brought up this question, but I'm still not clear on how we would determine feasibility. So I think the ordinance allows for the city at the applicant's expense to hire an outside consultant when we are trying to determine technical feasibility. But throughout the document, we use feasibility a lot. And so I'm curious if someone could explain again how that will be determined, how the city manager will actually determine feasibility. So this doesn't become a subjective test.
Yeah, so if we're looking at how does the city make that determination based on the studies that have been submitted, the applicant would submit to the city identification of their coverage objectives, their service objectives for the facility, for the proposed facility. They would identify why no preferred locations could feasibly meet those objectives. The city would then retain a technical expert to look at does the analysis of whether there is a preferred location and whether one of those preferred locations could meet the stated objectives. Is that valid from a technical standpoint? The city's expert would make that recommendation to the city manager, who would then make their decision accordingly.
So just to clarify, so if the consultant hired by the city make the technical feasibility determination, that is what the city manager has to go by, or are there other factors that the city manager can consider to determine feasibility?
Let me answer that as somebody who does those reports. So it's not simply the information that were provided by carriers about whatever they're looking at. There's a lot of things that go into it, depending on the requirements that you guys put into your applications. So if there's, many times cities require horticulturist, reports that we have to consider. In addition to these other things, they have sound engineers who determine about things about the excessive noise, what is this proposed operation going to be? So there's a whole series of things that go into this, including structural, engineering, and so that's the point of having the guidelines and the coordination, is that the recommendation is not just based on whether or not a carrier can hit what interests them in terms of their coverage, but it's taking into account all the other things that you guys include in the guidelines and the ordinance.
And everyone's excited to answer this question, council member.
Okay.
I want to add on to that. I think the question and answer earlier was that feasible can take into account relevant environmental, legal, and technical factors. I think Mr. Afflerbach as well artfully stated as well that you have to take into account all the requirements of the ordinance and the design guidelines to see if it's meeting those. Also, there seems to be some notion that if the word is subjective, somehow that is tainted. Generally speaking, in the land use area, there are words that allow for that play of review. And so it's sufficiently defined that it gives someone notice of what is required and is not obtuse in any fashion. And so to the answer to your question, the city manager could consider items other than technological reports.
Thanks, Deborah. Anybody else? I'm just kidding. And then the follow-up to that is on the appeal process. So let's say an applicant wants to appeal the city manager's determination. Could you walk me through how that process works, especially with the shot clock or the timing that we're up against?
First off, it's a little difficult, I think, to follow the appeal process because of the fact that we didn't amend the appeal process in this reiteration or this iteration of the ordinance. The appeal process remains as it is under your existing ordinance. So the appeal goes from the city manager to the council, can be brought by the carrier or any interested party. And there is a number of provisions about giving people notice so they can make those appeal. Because of the short timeline of the shot clock, it may be that the manager has to make a decision before the public can comment, which may actually lend itself to having appeals because of that factor. And I don't know if Mike Afflerbach can talk any more about the shot clock application there or not.
The shot clock's really about the city processing the paperwork, and it basically came into effect because so many cities just decided to put complete, they just barred any kind of new building, so they had to do something for that. But the appeal processes, I think, I'm not exactly sure how that stuff works. What will typically happen, and it has been my experience in the past, is that, depending on how, everyone's playing in the sandbox, sometimes people are willing to forego, carriers all the time they will work with municipalities and say, listen, okay, we need more time to give you this information to process, to show you why we like these other places. And they will toll the shot clock. And it's written, everyone has to have it legally set up, and they'll toll the shot clock for a date certain, 90 days. And in the meantime, they can look out for other opportunities. And that's been, some of the best experiences, ultimately are where the city works in partnership with people, and they do talk to the neighbors, and they do go through extensive, sometimes these things go on for years, as you might imagine, but at least if everybody's, working together as opposed to in a litigious environment, you can get carriers to toll something. They're not sitting there counting the days in order to get the thing processed. They just want to make it happen.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question has to do with 14.82.030A6, the language about not locating the nodes in front of a business, and it's similar to Councilmember Weinberg's question earlier. I'm just curious, what's the basis for having that language?
The basis for that is very similar to a residence, that the business is trying to attract customers in from the public. And we want to the idea is to keep these facilities the least visually intrusive, and pushing the facilities towards the sides of the lot, not directly in front of the business, is far less visually intrusive than putting it directly in front.
Do we have a distance from in front of the business? I can't remember if we specify 500 feet, 1,000 feet, or do we just say not in front of a business?
Directly in front, I think, is the wording.
Okay. And then confirmation, Lloyd, on how the design standards will interact with the ordinance and the location tiered system. And I just want to confirm, because the way it's drafted for some of the tiers, I think it specifically mentions the co-location and the different designs, and in other places, I don't think it was that explicit. So for example, the least preferred went, I think, into a little bit more detail on the design standards. And this is just a confirmation question that how this will actually work is for each tiered location. So the first tier those locations, they all still have to match the design standards and the order of preference for the design standards.
Correct. Yeah, there's two different determinations. One is the location and the second is the configuration, the design.
And then on the permit provisions, and it's 11.12.060, where we talk about the acoustic analysis. The original language only required that it complied with our noise decibel or city noise decibel level. And now we've added all this required analysis. And this may be a question for a city attorney. Do we require this analysis for any other application that has to comply with our noise ordinance? Are you there, Jolie? I can come back to that question. And then Lloyd, I think this question is for you as well. Can an applicant, so I understand the tiered system, but can an applicant in his or her or its initial application submit an application for the third tier? So instead of jumping through first tier, second tier, they're saying, this is our preferred, it may be your least preferred, but this is our first preferred location. Here's all the documentation that I know you're going to require.
Exactly. Yes. An applicant does not need to jump through applications for this, that, and the other thing. It is anticipated that the applicants would apply for the site where they want to put the facility based on their objectives, whether it's preferred, less preferred, least preferred, and provide whatever documentation. They don't need to start filing multiple apps. They'll just file for where they want to place their site with the appropriate information.
Thank you. And then we've heard from many residents, talking about where the different tiered locations are, and we just covered that earlier as well. But we've also heard from a couple of residents who are in these residential zones and are wondering, why aren't we locating cell nodes in the residential zones? And so what I want to confirm is that by locating these cell nodes, either in the first tier or the second tiered locations, that we're not putting our residents who are in the residential zones at a disadvantage, where they won't have the range from, the collector streets or the first tier locations isn't wide enough or broad enough to reach within the residential zones.
Yeah, I think the answer is the first tier, the preferred locations are basically the commercial locations. We believe, then that next step was to look at the city's circulation element, add residentially zone, the expressway, so on and around the corner. We believe that the first tier preferred and less preferred could accommodate service throughout the city, depending on how any given carrier's system is set up. That may or may not be the case. The carriers have said that may not be the case. And so we may need to go to the third tier, but that is really a situation that we cannot actually measure or determine now. But it does look, and Mike Alfredbeck, the RF expert, did look at that map of preferred and less preferred, and we believe that could accommodate service throughout the city.
Thank you. Two more questions, Mayor. I'm going to go back to our city attorney. She's back on video. Jolie had asked about 11.12.060, the provisions that have compliance with our noise ordinance, where now the new proposed ordinance has additional requirements of the applicant. And I was curious whether or not we require this of any other city application process.
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure. I'm not aware. We usually just say compliance with the city code, the city noise ordinance. And sorry about that. I was downstairs getting some more Kleenex.
Not a problem, Jolie.
And I would add that I did have a discussion with the Public Works Director regarding that provision. And he noted that the carriers have not objected to providing those reports. They're fairly standard information coming from manufacturers, and it's been a pretty smooth process getting that information.
And Lloyd, that's a great segue to my last question. And I think this is for Deborah or Jolie. We all saw the letter that came in from Verizon, I think on Monday. And I just want to confirm with our legal team that there's nothing contained in the Verizon letter that you would recommend any changes based on the proposed ordinance that was submitted last week. So I want to make sure there's nothing that they stated in the Monday letter that you would recommend changes to what's before us.
Thank you, Councilmember Fligor. This is the third letter we have received from Verizon, and I believe that the letter was reiterating issues that they had raised in their first and second letter, of which we have all considered and of which we are confident in the ordinance that we put forward to you all. I would say that the carriers, when the earlier question came about a carrot, which is a great idea, but the carriers seem to want for a carrot to have simply rules that provide that these restrictions are simply, quote, preferences, sort of like you can comply if you want to. And so I don't think that is feasible for regulatory provisions for the city of Los Altos.
Right. Or what Vice Mayor Meadows asked earlier about no tiers, just all locations. I'm sure that's something that they would like as well. Thank you, Mayor. That's my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fox, Mr. Afflerbach, and Mr. Zola for everything you have done. You have done a wonderful job and greatly appreciate your presentation. So we have many concerned residents, and I think it's hard for them to track all that's being adopted here and what's being left in the old ordinance, and making sure that lots of those things are carried through as well with this new ordinance. So let me ask this question. So does the adoption of the wireless ordinance before us this evening replace the urgency ordinance number 2019-460? I know that it was written in our council question and answer, but many of our listeners this evening did not get a chance to read over the documents, but I just want to make sure that they understand that the only thing that is changed are what is specifically listed in the new document, and everything else in the current municipal code remains the same. And like you talked about earlier, such as the appeals is not in this new ordinance, but yet that will be as well carried through in the ordinance when adopted.
I think you said that very well. That is all true. The ordinance that is before you would not be effective until, if it was adopted, until you had first and second reading, and then it is effective 30 days thereafter. At that point, the siting criteria, the locational criteria that is in this ordinance would then replace the prior locational criteria that were part of the adoption process back in 2019. It is much easier with the design guidelines to see what's happening because it's just a wholesale new document. What will happen if this ordinance is adopted is it will then be codified, and that will then insert into the code the new provisions and keep in the provisions that have remained. And then you will see that, or the public will see that once it's codified all together. But you're correct. Most of the items that have not been revised relate to the application process and the appeal process.
Okay. The other question I have is, this ordinance, does this only apply to small cell, or does this apply to macro towers as well? Because most cities have separate ordinance. And my question to you is, should we be looking to have separate ordinances for small cell versus macro towers? And why, why, sh- why should, are we not doing that? So just help me understand that. So,
Did you want to take
because
that,
does
Deborah?
this ordinance just applies as a blanket thing for everything wireless?
No, it applies to both, but I wouldn't call it blanket to everything, because the ordinance does specify that the macro facilities, the large facilities, are not permitted within street rights of way or public utility easements. So when we talk about facilities along roadways, whether in commercial areas or potentially residential areas, we're only talking about the small facilities. The reason I think that many cities ended up with separate ordinances is because they adopted ordinances back at a time that they only had the large macro towers. And as small facilities became more prevalent, as they were getting proposed, ordinances were adopted to deal with that technology. The city's resolution 2019-35 dealt with both macro and small facilities, and we followed that organizational scheme.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification on that. So the proposed resolution tonight, adopting a negative declaration, states that there's no substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. Yet there have been multiple or many letters, 20 letters or more, submitted by members of the public expressing concern and or citing negative impact arising from visual blight, noise, safety concerns regarding fire hazard. In light of this information from residents, what is the standard for saying that there is no substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect on the environment?
I'll give the environmental planner answer, and then the attorneys can chime in. The standard is based on the information and analyses included in the initial study that was distributed for public review back in January. As I mentioned earlier, all of the subjects that are required in Appendix G of the CEQA guidelines were analyzed. And I would leave it to the attorneys to deal with issues regarding health effects of the facilities, because those are the issues that are being raised.
Okay, then should we include the CEQA guidelines document as part of, can that be included just by chance?
It's really not necessary. The CEQA guidelines are adopted pursuant to the California Resources Code, and so they're typically not included as part of resolutions. They're approved by the state Secretary of Resources.
Okay, so I understand we're able to create special zones for setbacks. Is that correct?
Yes, the city can establish setbacks, correct.
Correct. So when we do building codes, it's natural for when building a house to have setbacks from neighbors. Why can't we include a minimum setback from a home for cell towers?
Okay.
You can. The question is, what is the net impact of that in your community? And I think that's why you've seen the provision that's in the ordinance where we have the diagram showing the setback, which is on page 10 of the ordinance, about how we would deal with the provision in residential zones.
Yeah, in relation to the small facilities that are sitting within rights of way, there is a setback already established, because in residential zones, there's a requirement that buildings be set back from the right of way. So there is a distance between the right of way and the building. When we get into commercial zones, some facilities are permitted on building mounted or roof mounted. So we'd have to deal with that issue. You could not have a setback for a building mounted cell facility.
Okay, but then, so the question to clarify that is, can we do like a cell between a cell tower and a residential unit and have a minimum setback?
You could, but it would be, yeah, between the residential dwelling unit, and we'll take a single family residence, you already have a setback from the residential dwelling unit to the property line. So the house must be set back X feet from the property line. The cell facility would be outside the property. So the setback that's already required for the house in the residential zone would be the setback for the facility.
So let me clarify that or ask another question, because now yes, we're saying that residential units need to have a setback from the property line, but now we have people who are perhaps extending an ADU that makes their residential unit closer to the property line. And then if you're closer to the property line and it's not meeting that setback, and then that means, I'm going to just use a hypothetical number, the cell tower is now 10 or 15 when originally the original property line setback to the house was 25 feet. Does that mean they can still put that cell tower in front of that house?
I think we're losing sight of what's going on here. Calling these things cell towers is not really what's at stake
These
here.
units, okay, not cell towers.
But what we're talking about is mounting these things largely on existing utility poles. And so you want to talk about setbacks. Okay, well, the utility pole is in the same place where it was before. Now it's got some antennas on it, I mean, and there's some equipment, that we're not, there's no change. Nothing has happened. We're not building 100-foot cell towers. These are things that are added on to utility poles that already exist.
Okay. So as our ordinance is written, what does the ordinance do to ensure that the cell towers are not a fire or toxic substance risk to the community?
Okay. All of the components of the facility are subject to building code, fire code, electrical code, and all the safety equipment and safety features that are already required of the installation. So the concept of developing new standards for these was considered, and ultimately we're using the codes as they are established and adopted by the city. If you were to look at changing the building codes essentially for this one facility, I think the appropriate place to do that would be as part of your adoption of your building codes as part of, I think it's chapter or title 11 in your code, rather than having various building codes, fire, electrical, so on, sitting in various parts of your ordinance and specific to various different types of facilities. There's also limitations that we would need, that would need to be looked at in terms of particularly where you are on a PG&E pole with the California Public Utilities Commission general order and requirements for what goes on that pole, how it's installed, and so on. So the recommendation is to use the existing codes that the city has been using.
And if I might add one additional item, I think we elaborated on that in question number 24 to some of the public information that we released, which is that as far as structural design, that specifically pole foundation calcs need to be prepared and stamped by a California professionally licensed structural engineer, provided to the city. Pole foundation calcs shall account for new and existing pole attachments. The structural calcs include seismic loads, showing the load impacts of the wireless facility on city streetlight and traffic signal control poles. They need to be prepared and stamped by a California licensed structural engineer. They also need to show a design with wind velocity shall be 115 miles per hour minimum in accordance with various regulations. So that is response to comment 24 might be helpful on that point.
Okay, then the other question I have is, so Mr. Zola, can you help me understand if backup generators for all towers are going to be powered by diesel fuel or no diesel fuel at all in any of our towers? Can you?
I think that's a question from Mr. Afflerbach.
Okay.
It's my understanding.
Mr. Afflerbach?
Hi, sorry. It's my understanding that I think that it's becoming a state requirement that all macro cells have to have some sort of backup generation. I kind of thought it was funny because it didn't include that you could use a gas generator, which at the same time they were getting rid of leaf blowers, so I guess it's one thing or the other. But that was only for macro facilities, and for the small cells, they're not. That's not part of that requirement, as best as I understand that. It's maybe more of a legal question, but yes. But as far as I also understand it, it's only during any situations where they can predict an outage of more than 4 to 12 hours, and they need to do that. It's got to be. It's not like these things are set up necessarily so that they have gas generators or diesel generators, but many macro sites do. And oftentimes each carrier will have their own generator.
Okay. And then my other question is, can we include a checklist for what is required to be included in the design guidelines so that if that checklist is not completed by the carrier, the shot clock can be told?
I think the way to do that would be to, as part of the application, to create an application checklist. These things must be submitted, and it would be a way that staff could look at an application, go through the checklist, determine whether all the information has been submitted, and use that as a tool. But that would not typically be part of an ordinance or guidelines. That would be part of an application package.
So how do we, but the point is, how do we get that in some sort of, like you said, it's not part of an ordinance. We cannot say something about the application package will include.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, that information, that information is already in the ordinance. Yeah, the ordinance on information that needs to be submitted is already there. The guidelines, identify those guidelines, but I thought you were talking about a simple checklist that would be over and above what's in the ordinance. So the ordinance does specify in chapter 11:12 what needs to be submitted.
Yeah, but then I think it didn't include a checklist, so that's why.
Right. So if upon what you would do is request upon adoption of an ordinance that staff develop a checklist for applicants to be provided as part of an application for wireless facility.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, that information. I'm just making sure I have all my questions because we were supposed to follow. So the other question I had is we do have preferences listed, but I think when we say arterials, collectors, like some of our, like for example, Foothill Expressway has medians, but yet it doesn't have any poles located on there. On those collector streets or, arterials, if they have a median, how do we say that it should be in the median of those streets before going to poles that are closer to residential units? Can you help me understand that? That way it's further away on both sides and it'll be in an area that's more kind of say more neutral or?
Sure. If that were the desire of the council, when we get to discussion of changes you'd like to make to the ordinance and guidelines, we could make a specific recommendation as to how you would create that preference. And it would be something along the lines of allowing, that would require a new pole to be placed within a median as a preferred location. But when we get to the actual wording of those kinds of changes, I'll think that through and come up with a better answer.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Sure. And I think okay, I think those are my questions. Okay, and then one more question, if you don't mind, because I was watching this video on another city council, and they were trying to help provide guidance to the Planning Commission to know what to look for in compliance reports when they come forward. Where would I put that additional guidance in the guidelines, in the design guidelines?
I'm not sure. In this case, it would be the city manager approving, not Planning Commission. So you would,
okay.
Yeah, and I think we've tried to write the ordinance and the guidelines so they're sufficiently clear that the city manager could make determinations based on what the ordinance says and not broad policies that would require council direction as to how to interpret.
Mr. Zola, I think Councilmember Ang may have been asking, I had understood the question to talk about compliance reports after a permit was issued. Is that what the question was directed to?
Yes.
Because usually could be a provision that we've recommended in condition that you show that the RF is within the range of acceptable annual amount. And so those would be, again, it would be part of the sort of general permitting that we would have a annual, they would have to respond to planning and give those compliance reports. So I think it probably would be part of that packet that we would have to develop if this ordinance is adopted.
Okay,
Another
put it in
new
the packet
feature.
that's developed. Okay, thank you. Can you make a note of that?
I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I'm going to try just a few quick ones. In the list of going from preferred to less preferred, so looking specifically at 14.82.030A3, and then there's A through whatever it is. Is it intended that these letters A, B, C, D are in themselves a decreasing order of desirability?
No,
Okay.
no, there's three distinctions and only three: preferred, less preferred, least preferred. We did not try and rank any any locations within those designations.
Okay. And so with respect to E, I think it's E and F, which are the local collectors fronting expressways, arterials collectors, and local collectors fronting residential zones, zoning districts. And then the issue that Councilmember Weinberg earlier raised about the schools. Is there a reason why those ended up in the less preferred instead of the least preferred? Or can you tell us why they ended up in the less preferred instead of the least preferred?
And that was part of the identification of those major roadways. And so the idea was the least preferred or the local residential streets are intended to be the local residential streets, whereas the less preferred would be the arterials, expressways, collectors, local collectors.
Right,
That
but
was the
still in residential zones.
Yeah, within the residential zones, because within the commercial zones, those roadways are already part of the preferred.
Right. Okay, so it was just getting enough coverage is what you're basically saying.
Just trying to hit all the different circumstances that might show up.
Yeah, well, it certainly would hit the circumstances. It's priorities that I think our community is going to be concerned about. And then I have a clarification to something that you said earlier, and it also came up in one of the questions, and it has to do with the options as discussed by our planning commission about the 1,000 feet between and possibly going to the 200-foot distance involving carrier B if carrier A got their pole or their facility in first. Is the idea that that carrier B could then place something, and I think you used the word within 200 feet, which means less than 200 feet from the existing pole, or did you mean at least 200 feet from the existing pole?
At least 200 feet from the existing pole.
Okay, then I would like us to correct the record, and I would like us to correct the response to the questions that we received earlier today, because it says within 200 feet. And I didn't think that's what you meant.
Correct.
But I wanted
Sorry.
to clarify that so that there would be at least a 200-foot distance between the original A carrier's pole and facility and the carrier B second facility that was installed.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And then the other question I have, the last question I have, is if there were to be either through state law, FPPC order, federal action, law, court decision, whatever, something that were to find there to be a health or safety issue with installed facilities, does this ordinance or does law, how would law allow us to compel a change in order to then preserve health and safety?
That I will leave to the attorneys.
That was a very good hypothetical, Mayor.
It is exactly a hypothetical.
So I think what you're positing is if there was perhaps a wholesale change in the established precedent that found that health effects of RF now could be considered by public entities, or some similar health issue that was clearly mandated by the courts.
Correct. Medically speaking.
So that's a great question. I don't think, obviously, the severability doesn't get us there, because you're talking about now saying that instead of being preempted, there's going to be a pullback of that. And so I would anticipate if that scenario unfolded, which I think, if it did, we would of course have notice as some case was making its way up the federal court system and could then react and then revise the ordinance or be poised to revise the ordinance based on a published decision that has precedential value. It happens many times in land use law. One area that I do a lot of work in is First Amendment for adult uses. And there used to be a period of time where the law would be rapidly changing and you would have to step in and revise your ordinance because a court would have found that there were constitutional problems with your ordinance. It usually happens the other way, Mayor, in that we're usually constrained in our powers, not expanded. So I'm not thinking that the likelihood of that occurring is great, but if it did, we would be able to react because we would have a lot of notice through the court system. And I would also, it's kind of a good segue for some of the comments that have come forward. We need to remember that in the federal system, we sit in the Ninth Circuit. District court decisions from the Eastern District, from the DC Circuit are not precedential value. So the area of the telecom is rapidly evolving. And so it is appropriate that people might cite these decisions, but it is also true that those decisions and many that have been offered to the council are not of any precedential value.
And the main reason that I ask is that we've taken an escape hatch of sorts in the existing draft that says when technology changes that we can require an upgrade of, and I'm generalizing what the provision is, to require an upgrade. And so I'm wondering if we want to build in some sort of similar provision that might need to be drafted that would allow us to compel changes in the event of there being legal changes with respect to health and safety. Just a thought that I wanted to put out there.
I think it probably needs some more reflection and also some reflection during probably morning hours.
Yes, understood.
And also, of course, we would anticipate that we would get arguments from the carriers that this would be some violation of their vested rights if there were already issued permits. So those are some things we would be thinking about as we looked into that issue.
Right. We normally take a break at 9, but I'm cognizant of the city attorney's request that we break after public comment. So I would like to move at this point to public comment and ask those who are here and want to comment in any way. And I would say we have received many letters. I think we've all diligently looked at those letters. We appreciate those communications. If you have other comments, additional comments to make this evening, please raise your hands at this time. And when we know how many we have, we'll decide how much time we can allot to each of those of you who wish to speak. So we'll give you a little bit of time to raise your hands if you want to speak. And I am going to cut this off when we establish how many people we have that are speaking and not add additional comments after that.
Madam Mayor, can we also confirm that we will take all these questions and make note of them, but that the wireless team will not be responding to each public commenter?
That's correct. Our norms and procedures provide that we accept public comment we do not discuss or respond to comments or questions posed by the public during this period. The issues may come up during the course of subsequent discussion when the council is discussing the matter, but we do not respond directly to any of the public comments.
Thank you so much. I'm going to grab some additional hot beverage because the room I'm in is pretty chilly here. So, but I'll be in earshot of the video.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I see 11. And so, City Clerk, I'd like to plan for 1.5 minutes for each of these, and also recognizing, I believe that Mr. Rooney previously ceded time to Susan Foster, so she would get 3 minutes.
1.5 minutes. Let's see if I can do that. And yeah, I see 11. Oh, I can do 1.5 minutes. Okay. Excellent.
Work your magic.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call on Mr. Rooney so he can just repeat his seating.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, and then Ms. Foster, that means you'll be up next.
Okay, Mr. Rooney.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, yes, I'm very sorry for the interruption from the thing I did before as a mistake. Anyway, can I'd like to cede my time to Susan Foster.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I believe that there were other people that wanted to cede time to Ms. Foster. May I go ahead and call on them?
Yes, please. I was not aware of that.
Okay, I believe that Roberta Phillips. Ms. Phillips.
Roberta, go ahead. You're unmuted on our side.
Maybe I can come back to her.
Okay, were there others?
I believe that there was somebody that did not have computer access that was going to join Ms. Phillips so that that individual could cede their time to Susan Foster. But she is not speaking up, Roberta.
So, hello, can we hear you, Roberta?
Hi.
We can't get closer to your microphone. We cannot hear you.
Okay, hi.
Thank you.
Roberta,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear.
You can hear me? Okay. Jim Jolly's going to speak.
Yes.
My name is Jim Jolly, and I would like to cede my time to Susan Foster.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Roberta, are
okay,
you?
and now I would like to, yes, I would like to speak. I would like to speak. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
for and efficiency, why don't you go ahead, please? Roberta, go ahead.
Oh, hi. So there's a couple of quick things. I would like to ask the city council members to drive down San Antonio Road and look at all of the poles that we have in the medium now, which are several hundred feet apart from each other. And we also have poles on either side of the street as well. Before you make a decision, because I do not want any more poles added to San Antonio Road. The noise is cumulative. We already have a lot of traffic noise, and we'll have noise from these things. I'd also, because the carrier's signal goes 1,200 feet, to change it to 1,200 feet, now 1,000 feet. And for you to recognize that San Antonio Road is R1, and to realize that we are a residential neighborhood. for that. So I'd like councilors, again, to actually go out and look and see what's going on before they approve it and have the 1,200 square feet between it and hopefully greater than 200 feet between the different carriers. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have Susan Foster.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I believe she'd have about 4 minutes.
Correct. I will start the timer. Thank you.
All right. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. My name is Susan Foster, and I'm a fire and utility consultant who assisted in writing both the Encinitas Small Cell Ordinance and the Malibu ordinances. I am urging you to take a discerning look at your new ordinance and note it lacks critical engineering requirements that Los Altos has the right to demand. Telecommunications safety belongs to the locality to regulate. If the cell towers are not structurally sound and electrically engineered to the highest standard, the cell towers and associated equipment become fire risks in your community. Our team in Malibu over the past 2 years discovered that 4 of California's major wildfires started as a result of telecommunications equipment. One of those was the $6 billion Woolsey fire that took out over 400 homes in Malibu. Even though your ordinance says that applicable codes apply, not all of the electrical and fire codes are indeed applicable. The NEC chooses to defer to the state for telecom facilities. The CPUC under GO 159 prefers that counties regulate telecom design, and that design includes electrical and structural engineering. And I could not confirm that Santa Clara regulates utility design at all, which would be in keeping with what other counties in California are doing. Therefore, telecom as a utility is escaping engineering rigor. Telecom is policing telecom. In a letter I sent this afternoon, I provided the council with the fire safety language we came up with in Malibu, and this language is being shared as quickly as we can share it with other communities that are updating their telecommunications ordinances. We are calling for engineering rigor that is no more than you would find at an illuminated signage in front of a convenience store, for example. We simply want every one of the tests, diagrams, and documents that we are asking for to be signed and sealed by a California licensed professional engineer. Will our electric fire safety protocol catch every fire? No, it won't. Will it cut down on fires? Yes, it will. But because it won't catch every one, what people need is time to evacuate in the event of an electrical cell tower fire. These fires cannot be fought through conventional means until the power has been cut, and that takes up to 60 minutes. Imagine waiting for the power to be cut in the midst of a Santa Ana. That is why our team in Malibu is urging all cities to establish safety setbacks from residential, schools, daycare centers, and places where evacuation in the midst of a nearby cell tower fire would present an immense challenge for evacuation. We are recommending at least 500 feet as a minimum for neighborhoods and schools. Remember, safety is yours to regulate. The FCC makes the rules, and let me read one of those rules to you from the 2014 infrastructure order. Look at this language. This is the bottom line. They state, in particular, the rules we adopt today will allow local jurisdictions to retain their ability to protect aesthetic and safety interests. So I implore you to take another look at fire safety before this ordinance is passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Our next
pleasure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Shores. Mr. Shores.
I'm sorry, Jonathan Shores, Los Altos resident. The SWF providers need to present their optimum network layout. There are three possible distributions as I see it: random placement, which is the trivial case; uniform placement, which fails due to topography; contagious or optimal distribution would be suitable as a starting point. Once the optimum layout has been presented to the people, then issues for discussion are determinate. Local streets and collector streets seem to have been arbitrarily selected as starting points. The only basis appears to be they carry more vehicle traffic. To adjudicate that they are preferred locations on that basis is not consistent with fairness, and it most likely is not adherent to an optimum placement. The more optimum it is, the fewer units are required, making for more efficient communication. As a note, some local collectors have attributes not conducive to SWF. The roads are lined with tall trees, narrow in places, and not straight. I assert a thorough in-person evaluation of these streets would be necessary before decisions were made. They look quite different from what would be observed on road maps. Thank you very much. Also, we're sharing a computer. My wife would like to speak. Can she get a minute and a half? Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Oh, this is okay. Yes, that's for me. Hi, am I allowed to speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. My name is Jane Osborne, Los Altos resident, and we have several concerns about the amended wireless ordinance and are opposed to it. It is inequitable and treats a subset of residents like second-class citizens in what appears to be an arbitrary manner. We find it highly offensive and objectionable. We are especially concerned about the exposure to RF emissions and noise emissions, which will be constant. The city is prohibited from regulating on the basis of suspected health concerns due to RF emissions. However, the city is not prohibited from regulating wireless facilities based on concerns due to noise exposure. Noise exposure, especially when it is chronic, has been linked to a number of health effects, including increases in sleep disturbance, release of stress hormones, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease. In addition, it appears to impair cognitive and academic performance, especially in school-aged children. These negative effects are evidenced in a huge body of scientific research. The World Health Organization recommends that school children not be exposed to a dB level above 35 when they are in a teaching or learning environment. One could assume this would apply also to homework and remote learning at home. Increases of 5 decibels have been associated with increases in negative academic outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Aldrich.
Hi, good evening, Council. My family and I have lived in Los Altos for over 20 years. We love that we live in a small town here in the heart of Silicon Valley. I've been following this particular topic since it returned to the Planning Committee, and the topic has been a subject of thoughtful discussion and debate by that group, informed by outside experts, exactly the process that should be followed to come up with a revised ordinance that takes all these different points of view into account. We need better cell service in Los Altos. We need better coverage downtown and better coverage in the neighborhoods for both safety of our families, both children and older adults, and to more easily stay connected to family and friends. There are very clear guidelines as to what the city, local government, and citizens can or can't do to block the installation of cell technology. And we need to be very clear as to where this ordinance starts and stops. So I urge the council to improve this basic service for the community, approve this ordinance, and save the town money and time by not fighting another battle, and instead accepting the recommendation in line with the experts' guidelines to replace the old ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa.
Councilmember Lee Ing has been sensitive to the concerns of many residents who strongly support a strong wireless ordinance. Please include any of the requests that she, Dr. Cindy Russell, and Susan Foster, and also Los Altos residents have brought to the council. Yesterday morning, I emailed several studies to the council showing the negative impact that wireless emissions has on bees, trees, and wildlife. These studies demonstrate that you should not adopt the negative declaration of environmental impact regarding wireless emissions. Buildings belonging to wireless companies, for example, the AT&T building on San Antonio, should be prioritized as places where the first new small cells and macro cells will go up. For those who have spoken in support of 5G because of need for better cell service in remote areas, placement of cell nodes should be prioritized in front of those people's houses first. I'm strongly opposed to cell nodes being put in dense living areas like the CD/R3 commercial downtown multiple family areas. Multiple family areas should be considered as much of a residential area as single family homes in Los Altos. And any council members who have received campaign donations from wireless companies or have other conflicts of interest should recuse themselves in all matters pertaining to the ordinance. Also, there should be a 1,000-foot setback from schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is T. Morris.
Yes, good evening. It's Teresa Morris, and yes, I'm a resident of the city, and I forgot to mention that I am a park commissioner, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the park commissioner this evening. I appreciate Susan Foster speaking. She covered much of what I was going to cover regarding fires, although I will add that I hope that council considers people who live on cul-de-sacs as I do, and the fact that if fires do begin, we are limited in how we can get off of our street and to safety. And these fires, once they start, can't be put out as standard fires would be. So my other concerns are the environment and humans. The problem with the environmental impact and the human health impact of 5G is that it's an ongoing experiment. Our environment, ourselves, and our children will be the guinea pigs of this new system. Think about it. We are using our environment, children, and selves as guinea pigs in order to stream movies quicker and to avoid gaps in service. I oppose this. Power. We are supposed to be concerned about our environment. We are supposed to be concerned about our energy consumption. With 5G, the amount of data traffic on mobile networks is escalating, which requires more cell sites and more energy to power those sites. In no way is that an environmentally friendly proposition. We have global warming. We need to be better about that. Noise, noise, noise. Everyone has different levels of hearing. Some folks hear what others do not. I am one of those super hearers. I am extremely sensitive to noise. I ask that you consider about placement and the people that hear the fans and the noise that are associated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Fenton.
Good evening. This is Jim Fenton. I'm a resident of Los Altos, and I'd like to express qualified support for this resolution. I'm really tired of having my tax dollars used in order to fight a legal battle that I think ultimately the city will not win. I do have some concerns, though. I wonder whether the proposal here is sufficient to satisfy the carriers. There's a mention of a letter from Verizon that us members of the public don't have access to, and that perhaps I would rather see the city, rather than go through this again when they've reached a final settlement with the carriers, do that up front. I am concerned. I don't know what their concerns are. I'm concerned about some things that I see there that seem somewhat punitive, like requiring annual tests of the RF emissions. And finally, I see an error in there on page 9. Refers to lighting arresters. There isn't such a thing as far as I know. There are lightning arresters that are safety devices, have nothing to do with lights, and should not be restricted in any way. They're a good thing to have and are very unobtrusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is identified by the letter R. Next speaker by the letter R.
I think that, hello?
Hello.
Hello, this is Janine Valadez.
Oh.
I think I understand what happened. I'm by the letter R because I'm on my wife's computer. Actually, my wife would like to cede her time to me. May she articulate that now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Renette Au, and I cede my time to Janine Valadez.
Okay. Alrighty. I'll change the timer.
I don't see the timer.
Give me 1 second.
Stand by. The city clerk's doing it as fast as she can. She'll get it up.
Okay.
And she'll give you a go signal.
Okay. Are you ready, Janine?
I am ready. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Janine Valadez, and I am a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I'm speaking as a resident tonight. Thank you. I have several issues. I am not inviting the city to endeavor into any lawsuits to fight this tsunami that we're facing, but I believe that we do have certain levels of control and common sense that we can execute in our ordinances and such, in particular in the way we place our cell nodes. So I'm going to talk from a personal standpoint, but also talk from a technological standpoint. I wonder if any of the city council, and obviously you can't answer, have actually seen an example of a small cell box these days. The pictures that everybody keeps showing, have a small protuberance on top of a metal pole, but that's just not reality even today, even 2 years later. My personal issues that I have at this point have already been stated by others: noise, blight, lowering of my property values. However, from an engineering and technology standpoint, 5G continues to have transmission efficacy issues. The tiny wavelength just don't transmit well through much of anything, not glass, let alone trees, buildings, etc. Most US test cases in residential areas continue to fail. They do great in stadiums. They don't do great in residentials or even downtown cities. What ends up happening is that small cells get put inside buildings or additional repeater facilities are installed to bridge gaps. And finally, it disturbs me from an equity standpoint that large areas of the residential areas in Los Altos are being relieved of the burden of having small cells in their front yards or backyards. Those of us that live along arteries, as I do, already suffer lower property values and increased arterial noise due to our locations. It seems to me it would level things out if all the small cells were spread out throughout the city, and this also would lower their power, which would lower, their danger. I know that's not an argument we can use, but it is a fact. I'd also like to comment that any predictions about the future of the technology that smaller form factors with wider ranges will happen doesn't jibe with physics. The more bandwidth or data you want, the smaller the wavelength you need, therefore the shorter the range you can transmit. This is physics. The only way to increase range is to increase power. So unless tech invents a way to cool high power, high frequency transmission in a cost-effective, safe way, this trend is not going to happen. What will eventually happen is that small cells will become microcells and then will become picocells. And the answer is more cells, not fewer cells, to keep the power down. So I hope that our ordinances can redistribute the map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is logged in as a guest.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Lai. I'm a resident of Los Altos, and I appreciate the council's time in reviewing this matter. I would say I have 3 major points. The first of which is has been stated before about the inequity. But to the extent that that cannot be changed and the council will adopt preferred locations on arterial streets, I would like to ask the council to keep the separation at 1,000 feet, period, and not allow 200 feet for competitive carriers, given that if the council adopts a concentration of facilities on these streets, there will already be an overabundance of these facilities. And so by enabling competitors to be close, even closer, only increases the amount of concentration that is going to occur, particularly on these streets that have been outlined in the map. Second, I do believe that setbacks should be considered. We have had very serious wildfires that with global warming will only continue to increase at, I believe, an accelerated pace. And I don't think it's too aggressive to believe that we will encounter drier, warmer climate in the next 5 to 10 years. And so we do need to consider fair setbacks, not just the ones that are relegated today from wooden poles to homes, but what happens in the instance when a fire can occur, and what is the threat to the homes. I think those are the two major points that I would outline. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have no other members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing, public comment, bring it back to council with the previously stated scheduled break at the conclusion of public comment. And so let's take 15 minutes because we're going to have a long night. So we'll give you 15 minutes now and come back at 10:05, please. City Clerk, you can begin the recording if you would.
Okay. You are recording.
We are back in session at 10:05. And again, we have just closed the public comment in the public hearing and are bringing this back to our council for discussion. And there are any number of ways we can approach this. One is to just go basically page by page with changes, comments, concerns, or questions that everyone has. It'll take us a while to do that, but I'm not sure there's a really good alternative if we're going to provide the feedback to our experts and staff for this, because I don't think anybody's I'll just take a quick poll. Anybody want to move on the document the way it is? Okay, just checking. Then I think what we'll do is there's really not a point in taking up the resolution itself, because that may change depending on what happens. I have no doubt that when we get done here, what's going to happen is we're going to end up continuing this to the 26th. So, so we'd have a resolution coming back. It may or may not have changes, but we can certainly take up, and I think of this in 3 sections, even though there's only technically the 2 documents. And that is because the ordinance actually first has all the chapter 14 stuff, and then it has all the mods to the existing that has to do with the permitting. So I think we'll kind of go through that first, the new 14, then all the mods, and then take up the design guidelines. So on your mark, get set. And because this is going to come back, I think we can hold editorial or ask you to send any editorial corrections. If you have typos, commas, missing letters, or whatever, those can go in a separate document if you'd be good enough to send those to our city attorney within the next, say, 48 hours. And other than that, substantive changes that you would like to see in the document, and then we'll rotate who goes first. But I'll take whoever wants to go first. Anybody want to sign up to go first? Going once, going twice. All right, Lynette, we're going to start at page 94 of the packet.
Okay.
And I actually can see, for some miracle, I can see all 4 of you on my screen at the moment. So don't anybody do anything.
So which is page 94? Because I have mine's out in print.
This is the ordinance.
Okay,
Los
good.
Altos amending chapter 11.12 and adding chapter 14.82.
Okay. So.
And I will first ask, and I'm just going to do this numbered page by numbered page, unless we find that we have a problem. Is there anything on the first page? I'm looking for hands. Or shakes of heads. I'm happy to have shakes
And
of
again,
heads.
I want to make sure I'm looking at the right page. So when you say the first page, Mayor, are you talking about the preamble?
I'm talking about the findings. This is the ordinance, the draft ordinance on 11.12 and 1482. And it begins with section 1 findings, sub A, pursuant to California Constitution, etc. Are we all on the same first page? Yes.
Mayor, can I ask a question? Yeah, and I've got the first page. It's page 94 of the packet.
Yep.
First page of the ordinance, or at least of the version of the packet I have in front of me. But
yes.
We're diving right into words, and I'm just going to suggest I didn't go through and edit. I really took more of a higher level approach. And so, I mean, are we even going to discuss philosophically, or you just want to go right in?
I think we'll discuss philosophically, but we do it in the context of what's here. So there are findings. The first 1, 2, 3. Did I get this right? I mean, the findings, if anybody has anything on the findings that they feel they want to discuss, this would be the time to discuss the findings. And that goes up through the first 2 lines of page 6.
I was ready to go to section 2.
Okay, but I just want to ask if anybody has any issues with the content of the findings. And now you're not. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I raised a virtual and a real hand. So I, on page 3 of the ordinance, page 96 of the packet, letter G, the findings reference, though to me it feels like at the last sort of sentence, it doesn't feel complete to me. It says the city is also mindful of the carrier's desire to move forward with 5G and the recent published decision, blah, blah, blah. That's not really, there's no complete sentence there.
Yeah, I noted the same thing and I asked them to fix it.
Okay, so you've noted that already. The one other thing I'd like to say about the findings is, well, I guess where did the findings end? It just keeps going.
It ends at the top of page 2 before the beginning of section 2. Page 6, pardon me.
Page 6, yeah, right.
Page 99 of the packet.
Yeah, so I find there's very slight, there's a lot of focus on, again, the restriction, the regulation. Again, I know this is an ordinance, so that's what it's going to do, but there's very little focus on the balance of the fact that we need wireless communications. Like at one point it says, we need them for emergency communications and for, I forget something for else, but we don't need it just for emergency communications, etc. We need it to do our jobs. We need it to live our lives and to communicate with our families, etc. So the findings, it says in J, which is on page 97, page 4 of the ordinance, the overarching intent of this ordinance is to make wireless telecommunications reasonably available while preserving the essential rural character of Los Altos. But that's like the only place it acknowledges that we're trying to provide wireless communication. So I feel like there's a lot of balance around the proscription and the regulation and less focus on the service that we also need to be providing. So that's just some feedback I'll give in general nature on the findings.
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg, did you want to comment on that or something else in the findings?
I did want to respond to the vice mayor, but I believe that Nisa had her hand up first.
Go ahead, Nisa. You guys, it's really impossible the way this is set up to keep track of who is going first and second. I'd appreciate if I call on you for the sake of time that you just speak.
And go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg. What I'm going to say relates to what the vice mayor is saying, but it's not a response. So you can go ahead.
Well, I might actually be doing the same thing, but I think Sally hit a very good point. There's 2 things that the findings can do, and it feels like they're only doing one of them. Because this is an ordinance, the findings, of course, have to set the basis for why all the restrictions that we have in the following ordinance are being adopted, whatever we end up actually adopting, assuming we adopt any of them. So, and that one of the first questions that I asked, 3 hours ago now, was how do you relate the restriction from schools to the findings? because what I didn't want was for someone to say, well, we don't want cell nodes in front of schools because it's bad for the health of kids. That's not what we want to do. What we do want to do is have something in our findings which somehow justifies every single restriction that we have in the ordinance. And the ordinance really is a collection of restrictions. I do think that the findings are very, very well written, and I want to thank our attorneys for the work that they did on this. But Sally hit on a great point, which is we have not decided what the policy is that we want to accomplish. What are we as a council really trying to do? Are we trying to make sure that we have a high capacity cell service, mobile services, wireless services available to our residents, to employees who work in the city, to staff, to businesses? Or is it our goal to try to make sure that we are focusing on the rural characteristic of the city? Or are we trying to come up with a balance between the two? And if we are trying to come with a balance, what is that balance? The findings are lacking in that sense.
Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. And this really segues well into the point I was going to make, because it does go back to the philosophical discussion that I think the Vice Mayor mentioned about where we are as a council from a policy perspective, as opposed to going through each section. So for example, after listening to the public comment, and I think one speaker, asked about optimum placement. Is there an expert who could do an overlay of the city to figure out what's the optimum placement as opposed to trying to restrict it to different zones, and whether or not we should get rid of the tiered system and allow for the cell nodes throughout the city so we don't have residents, as some have mentioned, feeling like second-class citizens, and maybe by allowing the cell nodes to be throughout the city, then maybe we can have the distance, a wider distance between the cell nodes because there's a wider distribution throughout the city. So for example, one of the things, I wasn't sure how you were going to structure this discussion, Mayor, but I was actually going to ask, or wireless facilities team, if it would be too heavy of a lift for them to bring back a second ordinance that actually gets rid of the tiered approach, and has the wider distribution throughout the city, but with a wider distance, and factoring in, I think one of the council members mentioned setback and all these other things, but is that possible? I know it's possible, but is it too much of a heavy lift because we've already gone down this path?
I think the question that they need to answer first is, I think your premise that if you allow them elsewhere, you can spread them out more is a false premise. There is a fixed distance between these things for them to work. There's only so far that they broadcast. And so that's why we can't do 1,500, for example. No matter what we do, we can't do 1,500 feet.
Well, Mayor, and then that speaks to the residents we're hearing from that are saying they're in these residential zones. And so they're very concerned that they're being put at a disadvantage because of where, as a council, we're deciding to give first and second tier preference for these nodes locations. Again, it's a policy discussion. I guess one of the questions for the experts, I don't know if this would be Lloyd, it's this whole concept of optimum placement, like some expert doing a map overlay of the city to say the optimum placement for cell nodes.
Sorry, I'll just say, I think that is a Lloyd question, but if you're going to direct some other changes to this draft, we will have to review it again to see if there's any significant changes because of CEQA. But then we'd also have to take it back to Planning Commission if there's significant changes. So I think I'll defer to Deborah and Lloyd after this, but changes, if there's significant changes tonight, we might need to think about going back to planning commission, but if it's just changes to the existing and they're not significant, we can go further. So I'll defer to Lloyd and Deborah on that.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know big picture whether or not the council is in support of the three-tier approach. I think we certainly could, you know, one feasibility is you could get rid of the third tier. Or you could decide you want to add more to the tiers. But I don't think that it's a Zola to map out. You can map out the sites, but you can't map out the system. We can't be the carrier's designer. And that's why when we did the provision of using the circulation map as the basis, we did ask and get the expertise of our RF expert. But that would be my thought about that. And yeah, it would be too heavy. I mean, we can do concepts, but we cannot. We've worked for months on this ordinance. We could not draft a wholesale different ordinance in 2 weeks, but we could certainly look at a concept.
Yeah, and I think realistically, what I could do, I mean, in looking at the equity issue and a tiered approach, to look at an approach that was essentially 2 tiers. We prefer locations that are in commercial areas. Less preferred are all the residential areas, not distinguishing between what type of street is certainly doable to bring back in 2 weeks. But the other issue in relation to that optimal system is going to be different for every carrier. So, and it also puts the city in the position of trying to map out, essentially design the carrier systems for them, which is not a good place for city to be. So
I would like to amplify everything that Lloyd just said, the last 3 or 4 sentences, 100%, because I just, you know, it's not your job, and it's not their job. It's a different situation. Everybody's better off served by coming up with some, you know, legitimate criteria. I mean, like which I sure everyone would agree with, right?
But if directed, we could come back with an alternative that had preferred in the existing commercial locations, less preferred in residential, and not distinguish between different types of residential areas. That's certainly doable.
Vice Mayor, did you want to say something again? And I want to be sure I go to Council Member Lee Eng also, who hasn't spoken yet.
Yes, thank you. Just one quick, I thought I heard during the presentation that in order for us to get complete coverage, we had to go beyond just the preferred, that the less preferred was also required to get reasonable coverage. And so therefore, I personally don't know how we can make, how we can differentiate between preferred and then everything else, when if all they gave us was preferred, we wouldn't have an adequate coverage.
Right, because there are going to be situations where carriers would have a choice between locating in a commercial area or an adjacent residential area to meet their objectives. They would meet the same objective, and those would be the situations. There would not be a lot of overlap, but there's going to be some along the margins where commercial and residential areas meet.
Okay.
But I'd also say if you wanted a single, they're located in these locations without any preferences between various locations. Macro facilities are located in commercial zones, small facilities within residential rights of way. Regardless of the type of street, we could build an ordinance that way also.
Council Member Lee Eng, and then I'll go to you, Council Member Weinberg.
So, Mr. Zola, can you help me understand, or Mr. Afflerbach, I understand the request that's being asked of you by Councilmember Flygore. Then my concern is the proliferation of even more towers, because there's going to be the distance issue. Can you, when you come back, or should you pursue that alternative? Like, how do we know, like, based on what you presented to us, was that like 1,000? And then when we changed the all over the city one, does that then give opportunity to perhaps 3,000? I mean, I just need to get an understanding of what this will mean.
Right. What we can tell you is how many locations could meet the criteria all at the same time. We cannot tell you how many any particular carrier would need in the city to meet their service objectives. The city, we don't have enough information to do that. The carriers are not going to release that information. They get into proprietary information in their business. So the best we could do is tell you how many locations could be permitted concurrently, not how many there would be.
And that when you say permitted concurrently, does that include all those that are being co-located and everything?
See, yeah, and then the issue is co-location creates another level of complexity.
I think some of this gets esoteric. Let me make sure that we're being clear. If we were going to map out how many available sites would be potentially feasible in an ordinance that did not make any distinctions between residential streets, it would be a hypothetical placement on a map and then distancing. Right now it's 1,000 feet, and distancing 1,000 feet and showing what that would look like by putting one hypothetical node on the map. It drives all the rest of the placements. But so that's, I mean, that's how we end up doing it. But
I'm not sure in the end it's all that valuable. I think that's the conclusion. Yeah. So for example, when we look at small facilities, I'll use El Camino Real as an example. How many small facilities could be there? We create a theoretical location. Well, you have one at Distal. So start there, draw a radius, whether it's 1,000 feet or whatever. So we draw a 1,000-foot radius from Distal, have another theoretical one, draw another 1,000-foot radius, and then continue along El Camino Real until we're not in the city anymore. And that would tell you how many theoretical sites could there be on El Camino Real. Would anybody actually propose all of those? We can't tell you.
No, but here's something I wanted to just point out as far as Lloyd was talking about, which is that it depends on how high we're talking about. If we're talking about 50-foot utility poles with antennas on top of them, that's totally different than 22 feet, like light poles that already exist there, you know, and all they need is some retro, you know, changes. So, you know, so the height is and topography and all these things are part of the issue. So it's not, you know, just a very easy thing to play out.
So the simple answer is it's too complicated an exercise to try and do.
And since I started with this question, I just want to thank everybody because it's been very helpful talking it through and why you would recommend against going down a certain path. So this is very helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just have a quick point of order. Is it your intent that we're going to finish our entire agenda tonight?
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking. And I will comment that it's my preference that we stick with the outline that we have. We've worked very hard to evolve this. We have experts who understand signals, which is a very esoteric area anyway. This is very complicated. We can't expect them to design pseudo services. And the conflict for me about the findings, to go back to what the vice mayor raised originally, is that it's not our job to do the carrier's job. The carriers make the argument for wanting to provide service. Our job is to allow that within the confines of the law. So I am not interested in trying to promote a particular approach to wireless service for the city, because there are many different approaches. There are many technologies out there. Not everyone needs 5G to go into their house, because they may put cable in or they may put fiber in. So, you know, there's a lot of personal preference here that drives what the extent of additional services that carriers have to provide. If it turns out that most of the demand is for cars while you're talking on your cell phone while you're driving, then there's certain potential benefits that putting towers along major thoroughfares actually makes some technical sense. But you know, that's all hypothetical. And we've got these experts to do this. So I would not be in favor of changing the findings. I think they're superb. I don't think it's our job to argue for the carrier service. And I would like to continue in the framework that we've been working.
And I'm arguing for the residents service. I've heard for a long time, and I know I myself don't have connectivity and I live on a major, we have to balance the needs of our residents to have service with the needs of trying to balance the nature of our community. So
And I don't disagree with that at all, but every person that I've talked with who has a connectivity problem has not pursued all of the options available to them to fix it. And we cannot fix every edge case in a city. And there will always be edge cases that are going to be very difficult for topography issues and other things. There's just always going to be edge cases. Yeah, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Just one more point, Mayor. I think there's a misunderstanding in the community, at least, that this is a 5G ordinance. It's not a 5G ordinance, it's a telecommunication ordinance. And the applications that were denied that led to the lawsuits were 4G. So
Correct.
this isn't all about 5G. It covers 4G, it covers 5G. You're right, there could be mobility, you know, streets that we want to have better coverage, et cetera. But this is not all about 5G. It's about telecommunications for our community.
Yes. Okay, so then I guess the overall question then before we go on is whether we want to pursue this approach. Do we want to even talk further about this document or not?
So may I have another question if we don't mind?
Go ahead.
So then I guess my question would be, then if you want to move forward in the direction that they were asking about, how much more delay are we looking at? And I know we have a timeline issue, so can you better help me understand that?
Councilmember Flagger, do you want to comment?
I do, Mayor. You know, based on the responses from the team, I'm fine proceeding with going through this ordinance and making changes or proposing changes accordingly. I think what I did and others was pose questions to the experts in response to some of the public comment we heard. And while I have the floor, I just want to express support for Vice Mayor Meadows and Councilmember Weinberg's suggestion about maybe tweaking the language in the findings so that it's clear that we're taking a balanced approach. So I'm fine moving from the findings and going to the location section, Mayor, and we can make the proposed changes accordingly.
Okay. And I'm fine with tweaking the findings as long as we're not trying to do the the service carrier's job for them, or
Yeah,
otherwise doing any
Then I have another question.
power position. Go ahead, council member.
So I think the main thing is, as we tweak the findings, then I want to make sure that our legal counsel is aware that if we're tweaking the findings, I want to make sure there's no contradiction going further, and it would then open us to further litigation. So
I
are they?
think that I think that goes without saying. They're not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the main next question, and it's addressed in the first part of section 2, is this tiered approach. And I think it's the core question is, does the tiered approach make sense? And is it what we want, or do we want to query the experts for any potential significant changes? And Councilmember Weinberg, you raised your hand first.
Thank you, Mayor. To start, I want to disclose that my house abuts, the back of my house abuts the Grant Frontage Road, which is right against the expressway. I did reach out to the city attorney earlier today to see if I had a conflict of interest, and based on an email that I think was sent to the entire council, my understanding is that because we are talking about a broad legislative scope and system, there's no one particular node or application that's within 500 or 1,000 feet of my house. I don't have a conflict and I'm able to participate. But I did want to put on the record that I do live right against the expressway.
Thank you, and thank you for putting it on the record on all of our behalf.
I'm really struggling with the tiered approach. I respect what the experts have done, what the team has done in trying to put together something that is really tailored for and works well with Los Altos. I understand the logic that Mr. Zola described earlier of why he looked at the traffic patterns in the city, how we're getting in and out. But despite the presentation that he gave earlier, I just don't see the linkage between traffic patterns and cell nodes. It just doesn't make logical sense to me. I'm concerned that we are encouraging carriers to put nodes in some of the densest parts of the city. And I'm very concerned that we're creating two classes of residents: those who live near an arterial or a collector, and those who do not. And I don't see a compelling reason to do so. I don't even see a logic in moving forward with that scheme. Ultimately, I think the tiers are divisive. I don't think they make logical sense. I think that they're going to lead to more problems, potentially more litigation, and quite possibly having more cell nodes throughout the city as carriers try to stay on the arterials, but then find that they need more and more units that are deviating from tier 1 to go into tier 2 or to go into tier 3. So for that reason, I just don't support that approach.
Okay, Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear we're at discussion point where we can discuss these positions, correct?
Right.
So I hear the concerns raised, but what I do also hear is the concerns for fire safety and making sure we have clear exits when people need to exit areas. So if you're asking why they went with traffic patterns, to me, I can understand that after seeing people who were trying to escape from areas that had fires and had to deal with having time to get out to safe areas. So we had people, experts speak tonight. And so I would be concerned about, making sure that, excuse me, that I hear what they're saying, and I hear what our experts have already looked at as to why they utilize the traffic patterns.
But if you're worried about fires, why would you want to have the nodes on the main exit routes?
Those are bigger areas to easily access to get to be able to put them out as well. It's not. Are you stating that you want it on more on areas like cul-de-sacs and stuff where people can't exit? We have some of our neighborhoods that have much more narrower streets. It is harder to get out.
Councilmember Flagger, did I see your hand? No, Vice Mayor?
I was just grabbing my tea, but I'll go ahead and take the opportunity. I just wonder if, if the narrowness or the cul-de-sac or the nature of our streets is the nature of our streets. Fires are a risk that's potentially associated with this technology. I think our lawyers can address whether the safety aspect has been covered in the ordinance, and I assume it has, but perhaps one of them, or Mr. Zola or Ms. Fox or Jolie might be willing to state that. I mean, the risk of fire from any cause is always scary if you're on a cul-de-sac, and I've talked to people about fire risk before, but I assume that the safety aspects, Ms. Fox, Mr. Zola, are covered in what's being proposed, even aside from what we heard from public speakers. Our lawyers might be taking a tea break themselves.
I think we were waiting for somebody to take the courage to try and answer first. I think when you look at the safety of cul-de-sacs and the way that fire departments tend to look at that is they deal with limitations on length of cul-de-sacs, number of dwelling units that would be on a cul-de-sac, and hose pulls. How far can they pull a hose from a fire hydrant if they can't get a fire truck down the street, so on. So it's not a very simple type of answer. When you look at hazards and hazard mitigation, you're looking at the technical term is kind of an odd one, acceptable risk. We accept risks in our lives every day, and partly, getting in a car is a risk, yet we do it. And so we look at what is the risk and reality and likelihood of a fire starting at a wireless facility. What is the damage that it could create, and how much likelihood of that fire, given what we can do to mitigate, are we willing to accept? What in terms of our professional recommendation, is that the combination of looking at the building codes, the various codes, the review of individual facilities, that sufficiently minimizes the risk of a fire starting. Does that eliminate the risk? No, you can't eliminate that completely. But we believe that the risk is small enough that in relation to the codes that we have and the review that we have, that we don't need to regulate cul-de-sacs separately from other streets.
All right, Councilmember Flagger, you're up.
So I think we're still talking about the tiered approach for the location.
Yes.
So as I said earlier, I am concerned, especially when we look at the second and third tier and how we're determining which zoning districts fall within those tiers. On the other hand, as I listened to the experts and everybody else, it occurred to me, and it ties back to one of the questions I asked earlier, that an applicant could simply just apply for a tier 3 location and bring all the paperwork forward. That, my concern is, we're going to have a situation, because we are not banning any of these cell nodes being placed in any of the locations, right? And so we're going to have applicants who may exhaust the tier 1 locations first, check. Then they exhaust all the second tier locations, check. And then it's just a matter of time before we're looking at the third tier locations. And so I am fine, I have edits to the document, because I don't think there's any other way to do it. The tier 1, for me, I'm comfortable with. It's really the tier 2, tier 3, and possibly collapsing those. But I'm also fine saying, let's keep the 3 tiers, and then we'll see how this evolves. But I do want, and as we move forward, I will continue to express this concern. I just don't think there's a clear solution to doing it, as opposed to just getting rid of the tiers or collapsing tier 2 and 3.
Thank you. I find myself very much in concurrence with what Councilmember Flagger just said. I don't see a better solution. I see a free-for-all as a non-solution. I don't think it necessarily addresses the equity issue, because the carriers are still going to try and do what's going to optimize their service. And since we do have a concern, as expressed by the Vice Mayor, of making sure that we have service available, then those carriers are going to bring what they think is their optimum network, their optimum placements. And what we're trying to do is to minimize the impact in terms of aesthetics and safety on our community. And we hired experts to say, how do we do that? And this is the solution they came with us. They brought back to us. So I would proceed with the tiered approach. And yes, we may want to tweak what's in between less and least. And that may or may not be feasible to do, given the amount of work that it takes for Mr. Zoll and Mr. Affleback to do that modeling. But I'm comfortable moving forward with the tiered approach. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I realized I hadn't commented on the tiers because I got stuck in the fire discussion, so my apologies. So the 3 tiers, I mean, I kind of agree that the bottom 2 tiers are kind of the same. They have the same stick. And, but I actually feel like rather than lumping them together, I wonder really whether it should be the preferred and the middle tier lumped together, because again, it sounds like the less preferred are necessary in order, or we expect it to be necessary in order to get sufficient coverage. So I guess you could argue for 3 academic tiers, keeping the 3 academic tiers as they are, or you could argue for taking the middle tier and lumping it either with the preferred or lumping it with the least preferred, whatever the terminology is. So I think I favor grouping it with the preferred or keeping the academic 3, but I don't really like lumping the less preferred and the least preferred together, because we need some of those less preferred.
I agree with that. I think we ought to, my own preference is to proceed with the current structure, and we may or may not want to tweak it, but I like your approach of an academic 3 tiers. And I think it comports with what Councilmember Flagger said about, they're going to come forward with whatever they come forward to. So yes, it's academic in that sense. So that, I think that means there are several of us who would proceed with this basic structure. So let me just go up and down the line, whoever wants to speak first. Is there anything in particular that you would want to move into the preferred or into the least from the middle tier? Because I think it's the easiest is to say, from what's in the middle tier, do you want to move anything this way or anything that way? So I'm just going to go up and down the row. Whoever wants to go first. Nobody wants to. Going once. Otherwise, we'll leave it the way it is. Do we want to just leave it the way it is?
Well, can we have a moment? Just, I'm still looking, I'm looking at it again with the eye to this specific question.
Okay,
So this,
we'll take a couple minutes and let people look.
and this starts on page 6, where we're looking at locational preferences, the bottom of page 6, correct?
Yes, although the real content really begins at the top of page 7,
Yeah.
where it says that in the preferred are expressways, arterials, A, B, C, D. Those are your preferreds.
Okay, got it.
The middle tier starts at number 3 and goes A through G on page 8. And then everything else is in the less preferred, and that's actually in a different section. That's a few pages later. Councilmember Fliger, do you have a comment? You have your hand up.
I do, Mayor, and I really don't want to complicate things even more. But what I would propose is somehow collapsing all the residential areas, not just R1, but all the different residential areas into the same tier. And if it's possible, this is one way I was thinking we could maybe separate some of these arterial or collector streets where if the homes or the residential units are set back X feet from Foothill Expressway or San Antonio, then maybe that's a way to distinguish them versus on Miramonte, where we know that the homes on Miramonte are much closer to the street. And I don't know if that's too complicated, but as I look at the list, in an ideal world, that's where I was hoping to get with a tier that has, regardless if it's arterial, collector street, have all the residential areas in one tier.
Councilmember Weinberg?
I would support that a lot. I mean, you got Miramonte, Cuesta, which is one of the most densely populated streets in the city. I'm going to have a hard time supporting the tier system, but that would make it easier for me to reconsider my vote.
So I think one way to accomplish that, perhaps, is to move 3, E, F, and G, which are the examples that front residential zoning districts into a least preferred tier, but then it would take some language that might go into both the less preferred and least preferred to deal with the Miramonte versus, you know, something that's actually backs up to foot, you know, a house that backs up to Foothill but has a, you know, a 75-foot distance. So I'm going to ask Mr. Zola if you understand what we're talking about. And I realize we know our city really well, so we shouldn't expect you to understand what we're saying, but we do know that we have some collectors that that themselves are all housing, all residential on both sides, and without a huge amount of setback. We also have some collectors and some arterials where the houses back up to the street as opposed to fronting on the street, and there is a very significant distance. And so we would, I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is we would be more tolerant of putting in the middle category, the less preferred, those houses that may back up but have a large setback from the street and where presumably the right of way and the facility would be, compared to collectors or local collectors or other arterials that have housing fronting right on them. So do you think you can finesse something from that? And do we still, you know, I think we still end up with suitable capacity, because capacity here still is every place in town, given the academic constraints we've put on.
Sure. I think the way of doing that that might be simplest is start by collapsing all residential areas into one tier. Then within that tier, expressing preferences for, I would start with some of the streets where, particularly along the expressway, where there are, because of the way the rights of way run, there are no houses that would front a side of the street. And then we could also express preferences within that tier related to setbacks and so on. So I think that that's doable. The other thing we might look at is, I think 2 tiers with preferences within the second tier would be the way to go. I don't want to try and get too specific right now, but based on what you've said, we would use that kind of system with preferences within that tier to keep new facilities as far separated from an existing or potential dwelling unit as possible. And so that would work in some of the more dense areas where you have some multifamily with smaller setbacks. That would be less preferred to a single family with a larger setback, if I'm understanding where you're heading.
Right, or that backs up to, or the
Right.
single family backs up to, as opposed to where it really faces where the facility would be in the front of the.
Right, right. Then recognizing, you know, the other thing to recognize based on that would be that backyards tend to get more use than front yards. So, but front yards are far more visible as you're coming and going. So recognizing all those things, we could put something together that would give you a pretty good starting point based on the direction you've given.
Is everybody, Councilmember Liang, go ahead.
So Mr. Zola, is this as well where you add in when you're talking about, so you talked about backyards, front yards, but we can choose like streets that have like no houses on it. Like, for example, when they talked about Miramonte, we have a stretch of Miramonte that has no houses on one side. So we need to make sure that the areas, the gaps that have no houses on there, or like on Los Altos Avenue, you start off with the big gap where they have a big orchard where you have no, you know, it's a expanse. You start off with those areas first.
Right. Yeah. So yeah,
And
the
then,
idea would be.
And then like we said earlier, like the medians. Because like even on Cuesta, you have a little island in the middle of Cuesta on the side of Cuesta and Springer, where there's a little median strip, and it should go there first.
Sure. Yeah, we could do that.
Understanding that for the most part, these small facilities, they're going to want to mount on existing poles. So if there's no pole in that median, they'd rather go to where there's an existing pole.
But then that's where Mr. Zola said we can make the priority to, if there's a median, put it on the median first and add a pole there.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they may complain that there's no pole there. And they're not going to install a pole. They're going to go to something where there's already a pole.
Wow.
Well, but yeah, but remember the way the preference, we're talking about feasibility rather than their preference.
Right.
Right.
So
Thank you.
yes. So what we would need to do to make this kind of system work is allow new poles within rights of way where there are no existing poles.
Yes.
Right.
But
So that way,
yes.
like on Miramonte, where it's totally across the street from all this residential, and it goes on that side where there's no. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, because even the carriers have said they can do a lot more in terms of design with a new pole than they can trying to put something onto an existing PG&E pole.
And then we can make it fire. It'll be probably fire safer. Thank you.
And how do people feel about on page 8, the 3 sub items, 1, 2, and 3 that specified that within 200 feet of Foothill Expressway, within 500 feet of, and that named a number of streets, and within 300 feet of a collector or a local collector. I think what will happen is that will get refined in what Mr. Zola's talking about doing. But as a general principle, are we comfortable with a differentiation of distance like what is represented here?
Yeah. Can I speak to that? Because I did have a recommended change there. So yes, thank you. Unless somebody else had.
No, go ahead.
If I could, before you go down that path, if we put all of the residential into a single tier, I don't think, we're not trying to look at avoiding concentration necessarily on the individual collector streets, local collectors. I'm not sure how those provisions might fit when we collapse this. So
yeah,
I think if you could express your preferences, it may or may not show up. I just wanted to say that before you went too far with specifics on this.
Okay, then I guess I'd wait for to see it as it came back. Then I would further comment.
Okay, on the issue of, I think the next issue that comes up is the one that came up at the Planning Commission about, do we retain a requirement for 1,000 feet between every facility, or do we change it based on the service provider, so that the service provider A has to have a distance of 1,000 feet, but service provider B, who might be the secondary installer, does not have to be 1,000 feet from carrier A's pole, could be as close as 200 feet, as Mr. Zola clarified earlier. Are we comfortable with that concept?
I support that on the basis of Mr. Zola's explanation, and otherwise we end up with the original language, we end up with potentially 2,000 feet, and we just don't have coverage. So I support the proposed amendment.
And Councilmember Flagger's nodding her head. Councilmember Weinberg?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't follow you. You gave the two options and then asked if we support that. I don't know which that you're
I'm
referring
sorry,
to.
I said, I meant to say, and thank you for letting me clarify. Do you support the Planning Commission's recommendation, which was to move away from the mandatory 1,000 feet between every facility and allow the secondary carrier, the second carrier who comes to install, to put their pole as close as 200 feet to carrier A's already installed facility?
Yes, I support the 1,000 foot / 200 foot approach.
Thank you.
I would have a question on that then.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Zola, so instead of having one next to the other, I think I wanted more understanding about being able to have co-location and clarify if that would be preferential and encourage that. So we don't have so much next to each other. So can you help me understand that, please?
Sure. Co-location, just for the audience, is two carriers using the same facility, two different antennas on the same pole. The issue though is with the small facilities, co-locating because of limitations on size of the facility, size of the antennas, size of the equipment to meet the definition of a small facility makes co-location of small facilities difficult. And so while co-location can be preferred, we can't rely on it in all circumstances, and maybe not even in most circumstances. But definitely it's preferred, but it should not be expected as a norm with small facilities.
But how do we say that? Because we don't clearly articulate that it's preferred.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we need to look at the technical way of doing this and getting the right technical approach, but co-location could be preferred as a configuration over a separate facility.
Correct.
And we just need to figure out how those parameters work for small cells and how feasible is really co-location.
Okay. I would like to see that.
Okay.
Councilmember Weinberg, did you have another comment? Okay. On page 10, Mr. Zola, I had a quick question. There's a comment in number 6. This is just below the diagram. That's a very great diagram, by the way. But in number 6, it talks about in non-residential zoning districts, the desirability is to locate on poles or as close as feasible to a shared property line between two adjacent lots and not directly in front of a business. I wondered if that language also applies in residential areas, that the desirability is to locate on a pole as close to a feasible shared property line rather than in the middle. I'm not sure why that was limited to a business district comment.
Oh, the reason for that was the limitation pushing out of, from away from the center 50% solved that same issue. It was a much more specific way of saying the same thing, but you can also end up with businesses sitting immediately adjacent to a shared property line. So that's why we need to add that not directly in front.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Thanks, Mayor. And still on number 6, Lloyd. I'm still concerned about the language not directly in front of a business. I think that's too vague. And so I wonder if you could recommend, if there's support from council, some actual distance from the front of a business, because I could see that being disputed as what we mean by directly in front of a business.
Sure, I think probably the easier way of doing that, the number of feet, well, let's just start with directly in front of a business would be a factor of where is the building in relation to the right of way. So we could actually do a graphic similar to the one above. The difference though, you raise one interesting question, which is the distance. So where you have, as you do, I'm trying to remember the Town and Country Shopping Center that has the parking well separated, separating the building far back from the street. I'm not sure in that case in front of the business makes that much a difference. So, but it would make a much more difference in terms of, for example, within a right of way in the downtown area where you have no setbacks. So we'll look at that directly in front of the business and refine that based on setback of the building from the street and from the right of way.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Anita, I'm glad you stopped us on this point. In looking at it just now, it occurred to me that not all of our businesses have the entrances in the middle of the property. You know, for instance, take the Starbucks downtown. The door to get into Starbucks is right at the corner. So looking at the diagram we have here, we're saying that it's okay to put the node right in front of their door, when I'm sure they would prefer to have the node where it's red on the diagram. So I wonder if instead of saying the middle of the property, we can have something more akin to as far away from entrances as possible.
Oh, that's actually a good idea. Yeah.
Right. Sometimes committees can come up with better solutions.
Yeah, we need to give them a raise.
Right. Promotion, better office. So I think we've probably slain the 3-tier issue. I think that means we can also move past pages 12 and 13 and 14, unless anyone has anything before we leave essentially section 2 of this document. Going once, going twice. Any comments on, I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm the burden of proof on the applicant, it must be. So with how we're revising the tiers, does the burden of proof get revised, or it's still the 3 tiers? I mean, I've been uncomfortable with, you know, for keeping the 3 tiers. I'm not sure. Again, the middle tier causes me pause, and whether we require the same level of burden of proof for the middle tier as the least preferred. I can see that, but I don't know. It seems excessive to me on again, some of these other sites that we need to have, you know, to help us have adequate coverage. Maybe Mr. Zola can comment on that.
Yeah, what I'm picturing based on the direction you've given so far is 2 tiers, the second tier just having some preferences within that rather than all of this. I think in terms of demonstrating why an applicant demonstrating why a more preferred location is not feasible is a good thing to do, because otherwise why tell them any preferences if you aren't going to hold them to it?
No, actually, and I forgot, my apologies, I forgot we'd gone to a
sure
2-tier,
sure.
a tiered second tier.
Yeah, but I think there is some demonstration that we'd want on why didn't you go to something more preferred?
Right. Okay, can we move on to section 3 on page 14? This is where we are now leaving the new chapter 14.82 and moving to the various and selective amendments in title 11.12. And I want to reiterate what Councilmember Lee Eng asked about earlier, and that is that this is about permitting. And so anything that's in 11.12 that is not mentioned here as being eliminated or replaced remains in effect. So it was a little tricky. I won't tell you how many hours I spent going back and forth between the existing 11.12 and this to see what got kept and what got changed. But just to be clear to everyone, including the public, if it's not mentioned specifically here, then it simply remains unchanged. And does anyone have any comment or concern or suggested change with, I'm going to start with the first, with sub A.
Wait,
So let section 11.12.040A.
3.
On page 14. Anybody got anything on page 14 or page, let's go over and do page 15. Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still concerned at the bottom of page 15 under 11.12.060 A3. We are it sounds like we are requiring the carriers to replace their equipment when new technology comes along.
It says where feasible.
That if we have permitted some technology to be placed and the carrier is happy with that technology, under what authority do we have to say, no, you have to have a newer technology instead? If we permitted it, the losses that a permit is unreasonable unless the permit is for at least 10 years, I don't see how we can do this.
So I don't think we can resolve this until Ms. Fox looks at the Cal Code reference that you gave her earlier with respect to whether permits have to be for at least 10 years, and therefore whether we could interrupt that with this kind of a provision. So I think we've already given her that. Councilmember Flagger, did you want to add something to that?
Well, Deborah came on screen. I was only going to suggest that based on Councilmember Weinberg's concerns, that maybe we soften the language from shall and just basically encourage the permittee to do this where feasible. But I defer to Deborah on how she wants to handle this.
Yeah, and I think that she'll do some more research and may have some more to say about that after such research.
So Mayor, I think I skipped one place. I wanted to add something.
Okay, can you tell me
I'm
where?
sorry. Yeah, can we go back under, you're on page, what I wanted to get on, you're on section 2.
No, we've moved to
and I
section
want-
3. We've moved to section 3.
Yeah, I missed section 2. I wanted to add some things in section 2.
Okay.
And then if we can go back to page 9 of section 2, number 5, placement criteria.
I'm sorry, page 9?
Yeah, it's page 9 on mine, on the ordinance. It's I
see 5 placement criteria.
Yes. And then placement criteria, I wanted to put a number 12.
Wait a minute, I'm on the wrong place because I only go through
page 10. It'll become page 10. Flip the page and 5. And I think we should.
Well, I'm not at all sure I'm where you are or that anybody else is with you. Item 5 is on page 9, is called placement criteria.
Right, but I wanted to turn the page and it has number 1. It has B1 through 11, but I want to add a number 12.
Does anybody know where she is? I can't find what she's talking about.
Placement criteria, you have A, B, and then you have.
Yeah, she's at C.
He's on.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
C. Page 11.
It's yeah.
Okay. C. All right. I'm sorry. And
I
it's
guess the numbers
Add a 12 on page
so then
11.
it should be C1, 2, 3. I guess the numbering is wrong then. Then it should be C1.
No, the numbering isn't wrong, but you have to be careful calling out page numbers because different printers print on different pages. So it is hard to follow. I'll give you that, especially at this hour. But I think you were saying under placement criteria, there's an A, there's a B, and there's a C.
And then there's a C.
And the problem
it goes 1 through 11.
Yeah, but it goes
1 to 12.
and then it skips to 6, at least on my document.
There are numbers missing.
There are numbers missing.
Not on my document.
Okay, in my document, C, I have C1 and 2, then I have the diagram, and then I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
right, and what we're talking about would be to add a number 12 right before the bolded B.
Correct.
And the question is, are we missing content somehow of 3, 4, and 5?
Because the numbers are wrong.
The packet that went to the council and the public does not have C 3, 4, and 5.
That's correct.
Is that a misnumbering or is there content that we're missing?
We will
Well,
check.
I'm missing C1 to 5. I have a C6 on mine.
So you have a C1 and 2. I'm sure you have a C1 and 2. Go
Okay.
look at where B6 is. B boy 6.
Yeah, I see B boy 6.
Right
And then
below
I have,
that, do you have a C?
I have a C.
Share
and then-
screen.
And below
And
that, do you have C1?
No, I have a picture after that.
How about a share screen of the pages?
She's got a different version than we've got. Because there have been 2 versions posted. I think we have the later version. Lynette has an earlier version. And the expert team has a version that's more complete than either of ours, any of ours. So we're
Yeah,
missing.
No,
why don't
actually, I might have misspoken. There's no 3, 4, or 5 on mine either.
Okay, shoot, then it just needs to be renumbered. So make a note of that.
Please. So can we like share screen so I can say like see and then like we can all see what we're all looking together at? But then, okay, after 11, I would like to add a number 12.
Would you like me to find that document to put on the screen?
Could share the screen.
Yeah,
that would be
do that. Lynette, what is it you want to add?
I wanted to add a number 12 about protected trees and landscaping. Because I think it's important to protect our tree canopy. And then I think I shared some language.
Are you able to see the screen, the document?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay, so scroll down to the next page, please. Keep going, keep going, keep going to the next page. Keep going there.
Yeah,
And
there.
suggesting between after 11 is
And yes.
okay, because this is placement criteria. So do you have suggested language that you could send to?
Yeah. And then it would be about protected trees and landscaping. And I think you have the paragraph, Miss Fox, in where I thought it would be good to protect our drip line or within 25 feet of any protected tree.
That information's in the design guidelines, right? I
No.
think it's also in the design guidelines.
I think so too.
So I guess the question is, if there's language about protecting the trees in the design guidelines, do we also want to have something in the actual ordinance with respect to placement about placing in a way that does not interfere with the health of trees?
I think it would be good to have it in both places and be consistent. And if we do so, that's where it would go.
Okay, can we punt that to the experts? Did you, Councilmember Flagger?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to make sure, a lot of suggestions are being made that when the experts put this all together and bring it back to us, that they know that we still need to see this in a red line so we can see any proposed language.
Yes.
Absolutely. Otherwise, I'd never be able to keep track of it myself. So the only way I could manage to get this back to you would be in red line strikeout.
Right. So I don't think that we're going to take the time to say whether there's concurrence with this. This is a question to the experts as to whether if there is tree protection information in the guidelines, is there merit in also putting something here about placement criteria regarding trees?
Got it.
Okay. All right, now can we go to section 3?
Wait. I want to make sure I get all my things I want to 11.2.
So Andrea, would you scroll up, please?
Okay, section 3.
Keep going.
11.12. Okay. Yeah, the next section I want is section 3.2. You're right.
Going.
Wait.
We're
What
not
page?
we're not into section 3 yet. So Andrea,
Okay.
keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Here is section 3.
Okay.
This is where we begin 11.12.
Okay.
And
I have something for when we go to the bottom of the next page or middle of the next page.
okay, so it was at the next page under 060.
Correct.
Wait, stop. Let's stop for a second. It's in 3 at the bottom of this page. Oops, keep going. Sorry. Go up a little bit, Andrea, please. It was in 3 is where Councilmember Weinberg's question and issue is. So do you have something after this, Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I would like number 6. I think I would like a G, a 6. Okay, go down. 6 A, B, C. Keep going. Keep going. C, D. Keep going. Oh, stop. Stop. Okay. F, I think I would like a G, and then G will include fire safety standards.
Those
and then I shared my language with Miss Fox and as well for fire safety standards. And also the numbering is wrong again there, because as you can see, you have another 6 again.
Yeah, there's 2 6s here. So what is your rationale for wanting to add something about fire here? We have, we talked earlier and there was discussion about our fire codes already applying.
I think because when you read this ordinance, you should have the information in there as well, because I think that to just say, oh, we have an ordinance, to put it as part of our conditions of approval and that understanding, to have it there would be very informative. And I think the public can follow things easier and not go, oh, I didn't know it's, I mean, where do I look at it? It should be, when you read the ordinance, it should be clear as daylight.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Oh, I wish ordinances were clear as daylight. Lynette, are you asking for new fire standards to be incorporated here, or just to incorporate the existing fire standards?
I saw some good ordinance. We can put the existing ordinance if they're, but I saw some that was in the Malibu ordinance, and I shared it with Ms. Fox, and we can look at that. And I think that document is shared with all the council members.
No, no, it wasn't. But one thing, what I'm concerned that we have, that this ordinance, they have to comply with all the fire safety standards.
That should be G.
And that is in there. And then those are the ones that will be updated and amended, you know, every year or two when the fire codes and things get amended. If we put this in this ordinance, it will become outdated and then we could have a conflict. So I think just having a general reference to comply with the fire, you know, I mean, they have to comply with all the fire codes and building codes and all of that.
We should say that in G. We should state that in G right there, and then we don't have to.
It's already in. It's going to be in the design guidelines, or it's already going to be.
I think it's important to have it in the ordinance. I think our ordinance is more important than our guidelines. And I think it would be important to add a G and state that.
Councilmember Flagger, did you want to comment on that or something else?
On that, and it's more a general comment, Mayor, because I want to reiterate what you said earlier, that we're not trying to build consensus on changes right now, because I'm staying quiet, because what I expected when we see whatever red lines come back, then I think that's when I'll weigh in. So I wanted to make sure that silence doesn't mean consent. I'm just going by what you said earlier.
Yes. Silence does not mean consent.
But it also does, silence does not mean that you're opposing either. So then maybe we should, that's why we're talking about it.
Well, you've asked that there be at least a reference to the requirement to comply with the fire code.
Yeah, as G.
Okay, and they've taken that as a note.
Okay, and then correct the numbers there.
And then correct the numbers.
Thank you. And then, wait, A14.
Okay, Andrea, can you scroll down to the next page, please?
No. I think that also, going back up under A, oh wait, A060. Oh yeah. Yeah, next page, you're right, sorry. Wait. Yeah, next page.
Okay,
Wait, what number are we on? 13? Yeah, stop. So we have 11, 12, 13, and I think we need a new section, number 14. Right there, after 12, I think we need number 14, and it should have our insurance information, the Los Altos CGL insurance information.
So again, this is a suggestion to include certain requirements. So insurance, anything else?
She's got a lot of provisions about insurance and bonding and all these provisions that would be contained in the permit that would be provided, the encroachment permit or the permit provided, which doesn't usually doesn't go into the ordinance, but she can propose it, but it's already contained in the permit conditions of approval or the encroachment permit. So.
But the public doesn't see the permit provision. That's why it's in the ordinance, so the public can be reassured that we have these requests and have covered it.
Well, it's in the permit and it's for protection of the city. So you can add it, but it's duplicative and it's redundant. And
that's good. I'm all for that.
Hang on. If it's duplicative of something else that's in 11.12 or in section 11, Jolie, I'm asking.
No.
It would be contained in the standard wireless permit conditions. So, and we don't usually put all the permit conditions in our ordinances. So, but she wants to raise it, she can raise it and we'll discuss it, I guess, at the next meeting.
Okay, but you said it would be duplicative, and I'm trying to figure out where it's duplicative of.
It's duplicative. If we put it in our ordinance, it's duplicative of our permit conditions. So
where do I find the permit conditions?
That would be in, I would have to ask Lloyd. It's going to be in the design. I don't know, it's not going to be in the design guidelines. It's going to be in our permit conditions, which we would have in public works. So
but are they permit conditions for all permits or only for these kind of permits?
These kinds of permits. So, you know, if a facility is abandoned or no longer used, we make them remove it. We make them bond for the removal. We make them do certain things. So, and those aren't always contained in the ordinance, but we can just go forward and we can talk about it at the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg?
Quick point on this issue. If we put those conditions into the statute and we start putting in numbers, you know, amounts, what has to be bonded, what the insurance has to be, we're then locking ourselves into that number. Whereas
Yes,
if
you
we
are.
leave it in the conditions, we have more flexibility.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You can broaden the language that the numbers as far as the amount and financial amount be as stated in the permit condition.
so if silence is the approach that gets all this in there that we all have to talk about again, I'm not going to be silent any longer. I will go with the attorneys and the experts, and they're hearing the suggestions, and they should decide whether it belongs in the places and whether we need it or whether we already have place for it. So please, if you don't want to, if you don't recommend it being in there, don't put it in there so we don't end up down the same rabbit hole. This is just not constructive.
Or you put a reference that they're bound by and you refer to the guidelines. But I think we have a general thing in here where they're bound by the guidelines. So, you know, again, back to the lawyers on this. Okay, I'm going to move along. Andrea.
So then the other thing there that I would have, I think the one thing is, Mayor, can I say, I think when you say, oh, it's in the permit documents or whatever, that's more geared towards the carrier. And you know what it is? I think our residents want to see that we have done our job and asked for these things and are ensuring that we have it as our ordinance to make sure it's there. I think they would feel better, and I'd like to see it. I'll, you know, I'm also asking for other items, and how would we like to proceed then? I've submitted my request. Do we want to go over what then I would over after 13? So why do we have a number 7 after 13?
That's an indentation error. It's not a misnumbering.
Yeah, it's an indentation error.
Okay, and then the other thing is, I wanted to add more. So I added a
We understood that you had several items. Jolie acknowledged that you had several items that you wanted to include there. So just make sure she knows which ones.
Okay.
Of what you sent that you would like to have referenced or context there, and they will make some judgments about, and we understand your point.
Okay, and 14, 15, 16 go, and 17 goes there. Okay, got it.
Okay.
And then
go to the next page.
So then I'll just submit my page. They have my page and they can look at it.
So do you have other places of where similarly you want to reference some sort of requirement?
Yes.
Okay, where's the next one? Well, at least we've
Oh,
captured.
no. No, I think you got it, because then I think I said that I would like the other items regarding the like post installation certification and stuff that would go under, it would be a new number. And it would be a new number. Yeah, okay, I covered it. 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay.
And I will submit it to them and we can talk about it the next meeting.
Is there anything anybody else wants to change in section 3?
Let's see what else I want to change.
I will only note that as I was working through this, it was a little tricky for me to have gone through sequentially through 11.12.090.160.180 and then to run into 080. It seemed out of sequence. So item 12 seemed out of sequence in terms of working through the ordinance, and I wasn't sure if there was a reason for that or if it was a typo. Because if it's 02.080, I don't know why we're dealing with 02. I think it's supposed to be 12. I think there's a typo in the first line that's associated with number 12. I think it should read section 11.12.080.c. And then I don't know why it's in that sequence because it should be higher up.
We'll check it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's number 12. And then the other thing I added was more clarification on severability. I thought that this language wasn't sufficient, and I think Councilmember Weinberg had a question on it, and then I just will send additional language to along regarding severability, and they can consider if they want to add it.
I have a question. What is your issue with severability? Because it's sort of a legal issue. What is your question about it?
Severability of conditions. I like the language I saw that was in.
You want Malibu's or some other cities?
Yeah. And
So let's be clear, this is a severability provision about constitutionality, not a severability of conditions.
Okay.
So a whole different issue.
So do we need severability of conditions as well then?
I don't think so. I haven't seen that before, but
okay, you can look at it and I sent it to you, and if it's worth adding, we can add it. So
problem with taking other jurisdictions' ordinances and trying to put it into ours because they're not always compatible. So it does cause some conflicts. So, but we'll look at it.
Yep.
Are we ready to move to the guidelines?
No, it wasn't Malibu, it was Encinitas. So, okay, got it. Go to guidelines. I'm ready for guidelines.
Right, I've sent notes on a couple of sentence problems.
Wait, let me get my guideline document.
Okay, let me ask the rest of my colleagues. Mr. Weinberg, is there anything in the guidelines that you want to deal with?
No.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I mean, these are picayune, but to me, it got to sort of the heart of the issue. So back on page 1 of the guidelines, I think, Andrew, you're going to the right.
Yep.
So in D.
Stop. Back up.
D.
Oops, back up, I think.
Yeah, go back up. This is okay. So stop, please. Thank you. So I'm going to make 2 points, and they're both minor, but they're philosophical, and I feel compelled to make them. So it says Los Altos is a suburban community near Silicon Valley. We're not near it, we're in the heart of it. If you scroll down to the top of the next page, then this is what I was alluding to before, where you can stop right there. It says trying to minimize the potential adverse impacts on the community and the city's aesthetic being while balancing the same against the need for sufficient cell coverage for emergency needs and complying with both federal and state laws. That's so to me, we're in the heart of Silicon Valley. We have more than just legal requirement to provide cell coverage. And so I'm just going to stop there. I just wanted to point out why I felt that this was kind of pervasive throughout. So sorry, thanks, a little mini dive.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything on this section 1, which goes through the bottom of page 3?
Section. You're on the appendix?
No, I'm not on the appendix yet. I'm leading up to the appendix.
Okay.
Doesn't have anything on pages 3 or 4. Otherwise, we'll move to the appendix.
I have something on page 3J. I wasn't really clear what the last part of J is saying. The part in connection with ever increasing demand for expanding technologies, blah, blah, blah. And the potential increase in applications for wireless facilities within the small suburban community has the potential to greatly impact. Well, I don't, never mind. Sorry. Bucolic, that set me off too.
So noted. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Shall we move to page 5?
So when you say page 5, that's the page 1 of the appendix.
Yes. The first page of the appendix.
Okay, wait.
And if you scroll down, I'm just going to point out one typo. Scroll down a little bit, Andrea, for them to pick up in B. Thank you. The second line in the middle of the line, local exchange carrier got mangled. The word carrier doesn't say carrier.
Yeah, it says carrier.
I wasn't going to say the word this hour. I didn't know how people would interpret that.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody have anything on the page on the screen?
On the screen.
Okay, let's go to the next page. This is subsection 2, A and B.
Oh, keep going, and I have a stop on, keep going on the general guidelines. On D. Did we get D? Oh, I think we passed it. Did we pass it? What page is that?
No, let's keep going, page 8. Andrew,
Okay,
I believe it's on page 8 if you're getting to general guidelines.
Yeah. Because my page is different.
There's
Okay.
general guidelines.
D. Yeah, and then I wanted to propose a section D1, and I wanted to add a B. And B, and I'll send the paragraph to the attorneys and they can determine, because I think we have to put something regarding orientation and orientation of the facility, unless it's behind a street sign or something, to make sure that we get it right or can be faced correctly or on the right side of the pole correctly, and the city manager can make that determination regarding the orientation. So I'll send that information to the attorneys, and I would add a 1B.
Got it. Understood.
Okay.
Page 9.
And then I would add wait, where's my other one?
Councilmember Flygerd, while Councilmember Liang is looking for her material.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm trying only to raise the issues that I think are worth discussing at this hour. So on D1, that first sentence, I think it's vague. And going back to the fact that the city manager is going to have to determine feasibility and possibly this getting appealed to council. I think it's very important that when we have guidelines, that they're clear what we mean. And so I think it's not clear what we mean by visually inconspicuous or to say dominating the surrounding area. If the consultants can look at that language again and see if they could clarify or qualify what we mean there, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you. So that's D1, the text itself of 1, not sub A.
Right.
Okay.
And then the next page, page 9.
Yes.
I would, number 1, 2. I would like to add, keep going. Keep going. 8, 9, after, stop. Before the Roman numeral, stop. After modification of existing equipment, I think there should be a number 10 regarding, and we should have information regarding electric meters as well. And I'll share that information with the attorneys. They can add it in. And then one more thing. Two. Okay, and then after basic.
Can you scroll down, Andrea? Or are you, or I'm sorry, do you want?
Oh, no. I just wanted to know if somewhere, oh, okay, yeah, right there. Structure 2. Oh, sorry. It goes, I think it, wait, let me double check. Wait, what page is this? Oh, it was the one with the page with the building with the circle around, the red circle around. So I think we got to go back up. Sorry. I think I wanted to add something regarding basic design principles, and then basic design principles.
I think you're not going the right direction. I think
I am. She is right there. Keep going up. Yeah, right there. That page.
Sorry.
The page with that house. Okay. Page, the top of page, middle of page 6, Andrea. Right there. So under basic design guidelines, I wanted to add something about I think I would add a number 1 regarding structural requirements, and then number 1 becomes number 2, but the number 1 would be structural requirements. But that's where it would go, B1, and it would be a new one. And that's all I have for design guidelines.
Okay. On page 13, I have a couple of things. On page 13, near the bottom. Item 5 was very confusing to me because it doesn't, I think it's intended when it says roof mounted wireless telecommunication facilities shall not be visible from any side, but you're talking about from a structure that's hot, from an adjacent structure that's taller, as opposed to somebody standing on the ground. So would you just take a look at how number 5 is written? It was just really confusing to me.
Yes, we can clarify that. There are two different perspectives that it's discussing.
Yeah, wasn't sure if I was up or down.
Okay, and then I have one more question then to the council. Are you done with your list, Mayor?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, when we did number on the faux trees, on faux trees, it showed a picture of that fake tree that was designed to emulate trees. Let's see what page it's my page 12. I think, beg your pardon. Your page is what?
Scroll down to page 16. That's the faux tree.
Okay, so on the first sentence, wireless telecommunications facilities may be. So do we want to say will be?
No, this is about people who choose to do it in a tree. If they choose to try and propose a faux tree, then we're just saying it's possible. You could propose something that looks like a tree. Just
Okay.
Yeah, we're not mandating it.
Okay.
There's no mandate here.
Okay, I just thought that we would prefer that it looked like a tree than the ugly multi-unit one like I see in Sunnyvale. Okay. We would appreciate it if it was
Anyway,
we would appreciate it if it was kind of like,
question on that,
okay, never mind.
council member.
Mayor, it's getting hard to hear you. Your voice is not clear anymore.
Sorry, sometimes I think I'm holding paper in front of my microphone. I apologize. Move everything.
I was just asking if we preferred it to be covered up.
I don't hear it. Okay. The only other thing I have is on the very last page of this section. So Lynette, Councilmember Lee Ing, do you have anything between now and the end?
Oh, yeah, the ADA stuff, right? Did I get my ADA stuff? Oh, yeah, and I was gonna add something to section H regarding that, I was gonna add something to the ADA paragraph
That's down a ways.
on section H. And I'll send the paragraph as well.
Mayor, just a point of clarification.
Yeah.
Are we following a procedure where if any of us have substantive material that we want added, we're just going to give it to the wireless team and they're going to dump it in and sort of indicate that's what it is? Or
if you wanted substantive material added, you should comment tonight that you want something added so it's on the record.
but right now we're getting a lot of additions and we don't really know what those additions are.
That's
other
correct.
than something here or there.
Other than we have the topical, we have the topic, we have the placement, and that there's something that we're going to be that at least one member is asking us to look at. So I have separately sent grammatical stuff through our city attorney, but I'm not going through that tonight because I'm not going to take time to go through that with you guys.
Right.
can read off everything if you want. And my add-ons.
No, we did not. ask
Okay.
you to do that.
I'm just making sure. I'm prepared to do that if you want me to.
We understand that. And we understand that you already have the material prepared and that you have previously submitted it to city staff somehow.
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to go to the very end of the document. If you would please, Andrea. Whoops, back up. Right there. I'm not sure what happened, but I think that when the document was prepared, something got truncated because number 10 is not complete.
Okay, we'll get that filled in.
That's a something. Okay, so I think we're through the document. Right? Is there anything else anybody wants added, taken out, philosophically changed? Other direction to staff? Go ahead, Mr. Weinberg.
With respect to the negative declaration, we still don't have a resolution tailored for the council as opposed to the planning commission.
My thoughts.
We revised that, and I thought it went out today with some of the. It did.
Yeah, the document said that it was attached, but it wasn't. Just want to make sure that's accomplished.
Thank you. Because we need a correct res for the next time.
Yes.
Then if there is nothing further, we will refer this to staff, and I'd like a motion that we bring this back and schedule it for the 26th. Is that still possible, Ms. Houston and team? Mr. Zola, since most of this falls on your head?
Well, I think if you ask anybody else, they're going to say yes. So I'll say yes. Yeah, we'll be able to bring. Well, I guess the issue is how much ahead of time does this need to be in front of council?
I'm sorry, I missed a word.
How much ahead of the 26th does this need to be submitted to you?
Technically, it's supposed to be 8 days. So you'd have kind of, sort of, not quite a week.
Was 10.
Since it's already Wednesday.
Mayor,
I thought it was 10 days.
with the amount of changes, Mayor, I don't think the 26th is possible.
I don't either.
We'd look at May 10th at the earliest.
Yep.
And we have a lot of proposals by Councilmember Lee Ng, so we'll submit those along with it. I don't think they're going to be all added to the document, but they'll be there so people can discuss them.
Yeah, it'll be included so we can discuss it.
Yeah,
that would be appreciated.
Because we don't want to add them to them, but we can then just subtract them, but we can always add them. So anyway.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Flight.
If I may, thank you. I just wanted to clarify something with the city attorney. And I think Vice Mayor Meadows mentioned this earlier as well. If there are proposed changes from any council member that the team would recommend that we not do, I would appreciate that being noted, either in the red line as a comment on the side or in the staff report.
Very good suggestion. I absolutely concur. Thank you. And if anyone else has any editorial changes, typos, sentences that they seem to be confusing, commas in the wrong place, or anything else, please send those right away to the city attorney. Copy to the city manager.
So can I get a clarifier when you say that? I can understand that. So when you say the team, I don't want it just from our city attorney saying that I don't want this in. And like, I think I made some suggestions and some of the experts were neutral on it. And then yet our city attorney did not want it in. So
I
I
did
just
not-
don't,
I
I
did
don't
not-
want, I just want it represented
I did not say
that we
that I
have,
did
a-
not
I
want it.
just want a fair discussion.
I said, I did not say I did not want it in. I said that they would be included in the packet and they would be subject to a discussion and they will be reviewed by the whole team. I never said I did not want them in.
Thank you. Ms. Fox, do you want to say something? And I'll go to Councilmember Weinberg.
No, we're,
I'm sorry, you popped up on my screen, so I assumed you were just wanting to say something.
we're as clear as we can be for the hour. We've taken copious notes. We understand that we have a lot of information that we need to digest. I understood that we were the team, which is Zola, Fox, Afflerbach, Houston, and Meritu will look at all of the requests that come from any and each council member, and we will address each of those. We also have we do have a lot of work. We have the comment letters that we haven't responded to. So I think we have some big picture issues and we have some micro and macro issues.
Indeed, and thank you all to your team, you and your team, for your patience in staying up with us through this. Mr. Weinberg, do you want to put a final exclamation point on this?
How about as a final exclamation point, I make the first motion of April 13th.
Yay!
I move that we table this item until the council's regular meeting on May 10th, 2022.
With direction to staff to come back with revisions.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Thank you. I'll second the motion. City Clerk?
Wait, just for clarification, it's being continued to May 10th?
Yes.
Not tabled, continued.
Continued to May 10th, so we don't have to renotice. Okay, thank you.
Right. And we don't have to do new public hearing. Maybe. And Ms. Fox, you have a recording you can rely on.
So clarifying
Amazing.
question. I have a clarifying question. So this meeting is being continued. After that, we go through all that. We will still have a second public hearing, just to confirm, Mayor.
This will have to be heard twice. All
Yes,
ordinances
I just
have to be
wanted to
heard
make
twice.
sure.
This one was not, this ordinance was not introduced for first reading tonight. Therefore, there have to be at least 2 more meetings.
Correct. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that.
And it will not be an open public hearing at the next meeting where we take public comment. And then when it is adopted, it will not be an open public hearing. It will most likely be on consent. But the public hearing on this ordinance is now closed.
Right. That's what we did tonight, in addition to our discussions. Okay.
Did she say we don't have a second public hearing? It just.
We do not have, it comes to us most often when we have ordinances. They come, they get first reading. They come back the second time on consent. So we hear it, we technically hear it twice, or it's calendared twice, but usually the second time it's consent. The first one is the first reading. We did not do a first reading tonight.
Thank you.
So we have to do first reading, but we will not have further public comment because we already did that tonight as part of our public hearing. Okay. Okay, I think the clerk's waiting to call the vote.
Okay. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
Yes.
and Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'm going to take Councilmember Weinberg's initial attempt to put this item on the consent calendar and hope that we're going to be able to go through it very quickly. Do we still have Mr. Furtado with us? Poor man.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, John, for sticking with us. I think you have a staff report for us, yes?
Yes, I was hoping to, I'm going to share my screen. I was hoping to have Mr. Maginot be the exclusive for the good morning, but I guess I'm going to say good morning, Mayor Lander, Wise Mayor Meadows, and council members. My name is John Furtado for the record. Before I begin this presentation, I would like to thank the council for their direction at the council retreat, the subcommittee of the Financial Commission for working closely with us on what we are presenting today, and the Financial Commission, who have unanimously recommended that the media budget be approved as presented. I would also like to thank Mr. England for his vision and guidance during this process. And finally, the heavy lift of the finance team led by June to get all the financial data ready for us today. So what did we do? We had the departments evaluate their revenues based on their projected business activity and known expenses. And also we asked them to look at what their service level needs were. And then we also evaluated the city department-wide requests and decided on which ones would be incorporated into this report. We reviewed all our major revenues in the general fund, such as property tax and sales tax, to name a few, before embarking to prepare this proposed budget projection. On March 10th, we met with the Financial Commission Subcommittee. They reviewed our projections and provided feedback and made several recommendations that were incorporated into the final report. We then presented to the full Finance Commission, who voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council adopt the media budget as presented. So I'm just going to touch upon briefly on some of the good news here to start off the meat of the presentation. We did a deep dive into our revenues and are proposing the upward adjustments as shown on this slide. At this time, we do not anticipate any of our other revenues to deviate from the original budget amounts. We are projecting a 400,000 increase in sales tax and a 1.6 million in property tax. And both those are based on our consultant HDL's forecast. We also looked at our documentary transfer tax. There's been significant ownership changes. So we're projecting that number to increase by 150,000, as well as our business license tax to increase by approximately 40,000. And finally, we took a look at departments and the departmental revenues, and the recreation department has already met the annual goal that was developed in a pandemic recovery environment. We agreed that we could expect at least another 130,000 in addition to for the rest of the year. Moving on, the purpose of this graph, which compares the full year 21 to our mid-year budget, is just to emphasize that we, as the city of Los Altos, are largely dependent on property tax, which is over 60% of our budgeted revenues. And as you will see, the next single source of revenue that comes in a distant second would be UUT and sales tax at around 6% each. Going on to the expenses, as you would see, we did a deep dive into what's happening with our expenses. Our personnel costs are running close to budget. The citywide budget, we expect 250,000 savings from vacant positions. And then on our operating and maintenance side, we are expecting a small increase primarily because we were able to supplement a lot of these with ARPA money. What we did was when council last looked at the ARPA report, we had left 291,000 that was not allocated. Instead of increasing the budget, we used those monies to fund our bond measure that's coming up, which council approved for 200,000, as well as the summer internship. And for the balance, we provided that to the MSC because they need to do some front grade relocation and parking structure work there, which costs a little more than this, but we anticipate to absorb the rest in our budget. In conclusion, the original budget had a planned transfer of ARPA money of around 918,000, and instead that was used to supplement other items in the budget as directed by council, and therefore our budget is not going up significantly on expenses. And then just to look at this graph, we show how our general fund dollars are spent. Mostly 46% of that goes to public safety. And then just to note that any non-departmental expenses that are not related to a particular department would be under the finance area. And then in summary, the effects and the changes proposed are captured on this slide. As you saw on the prior slides, revenues are adjusted by 2.3 million and expenses are reduced by 0.9 due to the ARPA transfers. The effects of moving the administrative fee, which we were treating as revenue, and we are now proposing that those be treated as an offset to expense, accounts for the difference in the presentation between the 2.3 and the 1.4. On the coming slides, I will touch upon the transfers as well as the planned use of reserves. However, in a nutshell, the mid-year exercise has yielded us $4 million of available resources that have been used as indicated in the staff report. And just touching upon the planned use of our reserves, the ones highlighted were approved by council before for the CalPERS and the OPEB, while the rest are presented based on the discussions and direction we received at the council retreat. And then looking at our general fund balances, this table shows our available fund balances. The notes receivable relates to the loan given to the former city manager to purchase a home. That has since been repaid in the current year and therefore is available for programming. Similarly, we closed the financial year 21 with a surplus of 1.2 million that is also available for programming. We are proposing that the sum of these two be moved to the CIP to account for the FY23 CIP needs as shown in the staff report. The circled amount is the balance of the operating reserve that has been increased by 1 million in the proposed budget. As you see on this table, the operating reserve, which is projected to increase to 18.6% from 16.5 after the addition of the 1 million, the Financial Commission's subcommittee had recommended that we gradually bring this up to the required 20% so as we do not restrict or cut operations during this recovery phase. We plan to factor this into our projections as we bring forward the 23 budget in the coming weeks. And just touching briefly upon this slide, again, we've seen the two items that have already been approved by council, while the rest of the items in the black font on this list are contributions to various funds that were not accounted for in the original budget. These were presented at the council retreat, and council again had provided us with good direction to address the funding of our known needs. Moving on to some of the major funds now on the CIP, this is a summary of what we proposed in attachment 1 of your staff report. As you know, we closed the books for FY21 with a shortfall of around $2 million on the FY22 CIP. So as an executive team, we reviewed every CIP listed for the 22-23 and canceled or deferred some to the future. And I will speak to those on the next slide. So basically the exercise that we did turned a 2 million shortfall to a 0.3 surplus. So we decided that the asset management system was not in the works for the foreseeable future and have therefore canceled that project until we are certain on the costs and resources to implement it. The council chambers AV equipment project was partially funded by the PAG fund and the general fund. This project is anticipated to be completed below the original contract price, and therefore no further general fund contribution is required. With the EOC, the original plan was to build a completely new EOC with an estimated cost of $3 million. Our city manager determined that the community center already has the infrastructure to be a fully functional EOC with some modifications. Therefore, we reduced the CIP by almost 50%, with the balance 1.5 million to be used to supplement the work needed, as well as to be used towards the emergency generators, to name a few things that we would program it on. And finally, we increased the facilities improvement project from the current 750,000 to $1 million, primarily due to the proposed idea of using Lacey to accommodate some of our staff as we return to work. Almost 60% of our city staff currently share office space or have no dedicated workspace. I will touch upon the changes to some of the major funds here. A complete list of changes to other funds is shown in the staff report in attachment 2. Here, some of the changes that we did on a community development block grant, we had a project that we spent around $530,000 on, but we were unable to get a reimbursement for that. It was a roadwork project. So what we did was we looked at other eligible sources that would be eligible to take on this project. And we moved money from the traffic congestion relief and SB1 balances of 0.1 and 0.4. And by the way, these two funds ceased to exist, or the funding for these two funds ceased to exist in 2010 and 2014. So these were idle monies that were not programmed. And then the traffic impact fees were supposed to supplement this project for 230,000 as approved by council, but it never really happened in the financial system. So we are now proposing that the shortfall of 380,000 come in from the traffic impact fee. Similarly, on the VRF, we have close to 1,100,000 not programmed. We had a balance of almost 500,000, and then after the audit with the VRF and with VTA, we managed to get in the remaining 3 years of 600,000. So we have those funds. So to supplement the move of the 380,000 from the traffic impact fee, we've reduced the proposed use of traffic impact fees of 550 to now use VRF funds instead. And then finally, in the park in lieu, we have a projected fund balance of 8.7 by the end of FY22. Eligible debt service for the Rosita Park and the community center moved from the general fund to the park in lieu as suggested by the Financial Commission. And those amount to around 800,000 as you see there. And finally, this is a list of new funds that we are proposing. These again were part of our presentation at the council retreat. The reasoning behind these changes is to have a better organized structure wherein different funding sources can contribute to these funds. For example, in the technology fund, we currently pay everything out of the general fund. So if there was something needed some technology needed for the sewer fund, they would contribute here, and similarly with the other funds that we are proposing. And with the grants, we used to take in grant money directly into the CIP and lose track of it. So this is more of a tracking mechanism where all grants would be within one fund before moving into the CIP or anything else that they're eligible for. So it's just building a better structure for the organization. So in conclusion, while we have managed to provide a balanced and realistic budget that takes care of most of our needs for the current year, including funding items we did not in the original budget, we still have challenges. We desire to be able to fully fund the FY23 CIP. However, we are still around $2 million short. We would have liked to contribute another $1 million towards pension prepayments as well, as fully fund the operating reserve to 20%. These are items that we will be looking closely as we develop the FY23 budget. The FY23 budget will have its own unique challenges. We are seeing unprecedented inflation that will significantly drive up costs that are probably going to be higher than the revenue growth. We are also witnessing large increases in insurance costs, such as general liability and cybersecurity insurance. The ARPA funds have indeed been a great blessing to us in helping us balance operations due to the lost revenues from TOT and others. While these funds will help us in the 22 and 23 budgets, the hope is that our other revenues will recover to pre-pandemic levels to enable us to provide the great services to the community in the next budget cycle. And the recommendation here is for the City Council to adopt the media update as well as the operating and the capital budget update. And that concludes my presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Anyone have questions for Mr. Furtado? Councilmember Liang?
Thank you, Mr. Furtado. That was a great report. I greatly appreciate the presentation you had given. It's not the best picture, but I still do have some concerns. So can you help me understand, and maybe either you or the city manager will answer me, how much, I know that the budget now states that we're looking at converting the Lacey building for admin use. And I just got to understand how much loss in revenue, rental revenue, are we losing by converting that facility?
Councilmember Liang, we could get a historical report on what the revenues were. We currently don't have any rentals or reservations or any users for Lacey other than Friends of the Library until they're able to consolidate operations into the main branch. So it would be minimal this year and next budget year, and as well as in the COVID years prior. So
Right.
we could give a historical report several years previous, but we wouldn't have that information tonight.
Okay, because I think it's based on when pre-COVID information would be most
No,
helpful.
it would go back beyond pre-COVID because we limited operations in there during construction of the community center. You really need to go back to before we tore down Hillview and look at what we were getting from the various uses in there before we tore down Hillview, I think, to get an accurate number of what we thought we were going to be moving back into, because when we designed the community center, we expected to use Lacey as the big room. And
Right.
now I think, and Mr. England can clarify this, you're not talking about taking the entire building.
The current design would leave areas in the middle, including rentable rooms that or usable rooms that the public could use, is the current plan. But we don't have a design on that. So we're very premature in that piece. We do know that if we would like to continue using it for a public building or for staff, then we need to make pretty substantial upgrades to the HVAC system, to the electrical, to the internet, I believe to the roof, to the windows. So like most of our city buildings, it's fallen into a state of disrepair if we want to continue to use it for the public.
So I'll save my comments for that later. Okay, then the other thing, my question is, by paying off the community center loans with park and lieu fees, which we have identified, and should we choose to identify or would like to acquire more parkland, how would we do so if we don't have any funds in our park and lieu budget? Could you help me better understand that?
I think I'll let Director Furtado talk about the fund balance in Park and Lieu, and then we can talk about eligible expenditures from Park and Lieu and general fund to alleviate some of those concerns. But do you know, John, what the balance is today?
The balance would be 8.7 million at the end of this year after accounting for this movements. And we have projections from engineering that we would collect at least another 8 to 10 million in the next 5 years.
So I don't think we have a concern about having no fund balance in Park and Lieu. Of course, council can decide what projects they'd like to spend it on, including not spending it on repaying the community center loan. But in general, you want to use restricted funds for their eligible purposes first before you use the general fund, which can be used for any purpose. So hypothetically, if we got into a situation where council wanted to purchase property and we didn't have enough funding in Park and Lieu, council could use general fund to supplement that. So again, in general, you want to use restricted funds for their allowable purposes first before you move into the general fund. And we've been doing that backwards.
Okay. My other thing is, so after reviewing this budget, it's obvious that we need to just have a discussion on our fees, and you identified some of our fees that we have and what they're looking like. When is it scheduled for us to have a deep dive discussion on our fees and willing to take action on that?
So council will see fees annually as part of the budget process. We did receive some direction on changes to how council would like to look at fees moving forward. So we intend to do that as part of the normal budget process. So if there's other direction, other things council would like us to look at, we would intend to bring that back annually.
So then you're saying that in June, we're going to be looking at fees again and opportunity to talk about like park and lieu fees or impact fees or.
So the park and lieu and impact fees, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the fees that are adopted annually in the budget. We put in the council response to the questions today that we believe we'll have that discussion in summer about park and lieu and other fees.
I know we put it in the documents, but lots of people who are not aware that it's posted, and I just wanted to make sure that people can hear that and it's on the record. And one last question. How was the Finance Commission able to adopt this or make recommendation to adopt this budget without scrutiny of the projects?
Well, I think the Finance Commission in general views budgets the same way that a council should, which is at the fund level, at a policy level, looking if it meets the expectations and directions overall, as opposed to a line item level. but we are able to answer questions about any specific projects that are in there, just as we would for the Financial Commission. The subcommittee seemed most interested, I think appropriately, in reversing the drawdown of several of our fund balances and trying to restore the general fund, unreserved fund balance to the 20% minimum.
Okay, and then, okay, yeah, thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Flagler, I think you had your hand up before. No, I missed it. Anybody else? There's no other questions. I'll just add my thank you to all of those who've participated in this. June, Mr. Furtado, the Finance Commission, who I know worked very hard. The whole staff has worked hard to make this happen. And I think we all do understand that in deciding to pay for Rosita and the community center out of park in lieu for the reasons that the city manager just explained, it means we'll be drawing down our park in lieu fee by about $780,000 a year, which means that it's, you know, it's not free money. Either if we have some other park things, we may have either less to do or less that we can do, or else we have to go back to the general fund and say we need general fund money to do some of the park things. But it's a matter of which pocket you pay it out of first before you go invade the general fund. That's what it really amounts to. But it's a shift of $780,000. That's not insignificant. And there's probably no more rabbits to pull out of the hat, but as the city manager has done the last couple months with the one-time items and the savings and changes that he's been able to accomplish with the staff. So that said, we do need a formal motion. Go ahead.
Mayor, I think we need public comment.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Sorry.
We do. My apologies. City Clerk, I see one hand.
That's correct. Roberta?
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. So one thing that I find very challenging is, you know, I looked at all the CIP items and, you know, I take the project number, like example CF-01, whatever it is, and I put it into the city website. And sometimes there's a description of what the project is, but many times there is no description. One of the examples is which I was trying to figure out what are they going to spend this money on, because it didn't make sense to me to, we were having a lot of buildings being built now. They're putting in the sidewalks, they're putting in trees, and I didn't understand the purpose of doing it. We're sort of doing it after the fact, after the, you know, the horse is already out of the barn. So I think, you know, we've discussed this before in years past, where if there is something that it needs to be that project and what the money is actually going to be spent on. Secondly, I would like to bring up in the retreat report, it said that we have no hot running water at Grant Park, and we don't have an electrical panel that can even handle one air conditioning. And I attended the senior commission meeting. We're certified to be a senior friendly city. And if a person can't go to the bathroom and wash their hands, or if it's 105 degrees and somebody in the area can't go someplace to be cooled off, I think that's criminal. I do agree that we should be a senior friendly city, not just say we're a senior friendly city. So one of my top priorities would be to target that project, and it was sort of all as a facility.
Roberta, we've lost you. We're not hearing you.
Looks like she has dropped off.
Yeah, looks like she's dropped off. Okay. And now I have two hands. So who wants to go first?
I'll go first, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me echo the thanks to John and Gabe and the rest of the team for really working hard on our budget over the last few months to get us where we are today. And I love the word that John used, realistic. And so it's really appreciated the work you did so that we have a realistic idea of where we are with the different funds and where we are as a city. So thank you. My understanding is we are able to make adjustments at this mid-year point. And I remember last year, you know, the theater group was formed, council supported the MOU to place them at one of our parking plazas downtown. The group has asked us a couple of times. I think they started out with 50,000. I think now they're asking for 38,000 to support this feasibility study. And this is something that is for the city. When we look at the downtown vision plan, you know, one of the proposals in the plan is to have a theater with green space and housing and parking. Four things that I know council has supported in the past. And so this is an opportunity for us as a city to support the theater by tonight appropriating from the budget, I think $38,000. So I hope there's support from council to do that. My understanding is this would also come from the Park and Lieu funds. It is eligible for the Park and Lieu funds. And we just heard the fund balance for the Park and Lieu funds. And I do think, you know, there's a lot of doom and gloom around the city and you know, nationally. And what an uplifting thing for a city to say we're bringing or hoping to bring, and the city supporting it, a downtown theater with a green space park area and housing and parking. So I hope that if Councilmember Weinberg is getting ready to make a motion, that either as a separate motion or as a combined motion, that we direct staff to allocate $38,000 towards the downtown theater working group. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg?
I'm really glad that Nisa went before me. I'll save my other comments for later. I will second her motion. I think it's a great idea.
Okay, so you wish to, just to be clear, a separate motion, I think, is the appropriate thing to do here. So Councilmember Flagler is moving that we, where would you allocate, you would want to allocate $38,000 from the Park in Lieu for the theater.
For the feasibility, for the theater, downtown theater feasibility study to be used towards that, showing the city's support.
Okay. Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have a comment?
I do have a comment. I think I hear what Councilmember Flygore says on this is an opportunity for us to review, modify, delete CIP projects. I think that we should have further discussion on moving forward on the facilities on Lacey, because I think we don't really have had an opportunity to get public input as to the loss of such a big space, recreational space. That is a big room that that we are losing, and I'd like to either kind of have us an opportunity to have a full discussion to review this. But I just am uncomfortable on moving forward without further discussing this further.
Okay, do you have a comment on the motion on the floor?
The motion on the floor at this time, I'm sorry, I can't support it because we were told that they were going to fund their fees, pay for their feasibility report, and that the city was not going to pay for that. So I'm sorry, I cannot support that motion, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, do you want to say anything before we go to a vote?
I have a different recollection than Councilmember Liang. I feel like the theater group always said that they would come and ask for a portion of the funding of the feasibility, and this is a portion. I do want to comment on also, well, actually, no, that's the motion on the floor. Yes, okay, I can support the motion.
Okay, City Clerk, call the roll, please, on the motion to appropriate or to move $38,000 from the Park in Lieu Fund to pay for part of the feasibility study for the theater downtown.
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
No.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
No.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Are there any other items other than the one Councilmember Lee Eng just raised about Lacey? Any other items about the budget that anyone would like to talk about before we act on further on the overall budget? Councilmember Lee Eng's hand was up first, then Vice Mayor Meadows.
Oh, sorry, I thought I made my comment.
Okay, well, your hand was still up. Sorry. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So, sorry, lost the thought for a moment. So we did have a public comment that was submitted, and it's actually consistent with, I think, where a previous public speaker was going, in that the first streetscape, you know, I thought that particularly the written comment that we received detailed a lot of points about, you know, is this something we would need to do? So I don't want to get down to a lot of project level detail, and Mr. England, whatever you decide to do with that, I think is fine. But I do think with all the development and projects that have been approved and whatever, I do wonder what the streetscape would entail and if that would be an area for some savings, but I will defer to your judgment, but I did want to bring it up.
And I will similarly defer to Mr. England's judgment. I have previously and privately expressed to him that had we done this 4 years ago when the Downtown Buildings Committee recommended it, we could have had a much better First Street than we're going to get from the hodgepodge of the proposals that have come before us to be approved so far. But I will defer to him. Anybody else? And I'll make the same comment with respect to the Lacey situation. I think it would be we would be well served if Mr. England could talk a little bit more about the potential future uses other than the staff uses at Lacey, because when we did the community center, we very definitely, and I was not on council at the time, but at the time the community center was proposed and accepted by council as a design, it was on the premise that that large room was going to be available for other large classes. And if we're going to not do that, I think we need to know what adjustments we're making to how we're going to do our recreation programs and also the budget impact of doing that obviously weighed against the importance of providing suitable locations for staff. Councilmember Lee Eng?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm concerned about moving forward on some of these projects because, I mean, I just heard tonight about the unprecedented inflation, the large increases in insurance costs. I know that it is our goal. We just adopted a philosophy on how to retain and take care of our employees. I understand that. And I want to make sure we have the funds to do that. But I am concerned about adhering to also some of our priorities. And if we're not going to be able to do that because we've spread all our priorities too thin and we have too many priorities, that some of these projects are being added to the list, I just don't see how we're going to get it done. And I did, talking about the first streetscape, I did raise concern about that as well. And, you know, making sure how we're doing these, fill in the gaps with all these projects we have going as well. So I did have some concern there as well. But I just think that some of these projects we need to rethink. And so I'm glad we're having this discussion. Thank you.
I don't think there's been any new projects added to the list, so I was a little puzzled by that comment, but this is a mid-year budget event that we're doing tonight, given that the fiscal year that we're in has April, May, June, approximately 2.5 months to go. So unless there's a specific project that someone wants to slam the brakes on, there otherwise is very little we're going to do to impact projects that are already budgeted for this fiscal year. However, we will have a conversation as part of the budget process for next fiscal year about the CIPs, and at that time would look at any prospective projects. And I don't mean to be putting words in Mr. England's mouth, so I'm going to stop now and let him finish my sentence.
Yeah, Mayor, this is very late for a mid-year. So
yeah,
this is an 80% year. And we do plan to bring the next budget year forward next month, potentially June. Council can make further edits to any capital projects at that time. We'll also have more information on what our budget situation is for next year and moving forward at that time.
That being the case, I think at this point I would entertain a motion on.
I didn't hear any comments or him respond, because I think by moving forward on adopting this budget, then you're already saying that we're moving forward on the Lacey item, and you made a comment regarding retaining that space as well. And I didn't hear anything regards to that. But then by adopting this budget, then you're moving forward as well without full discussion on whether we want to do that.
Yes. And I didn't hear anybody else that wants to put the brakes on it pending that discussion. Councilmember or Vice Mayor, did you want to make a comment?
I think Council Member Weinberg might have had his hand up.
He did, but I wasn't sure if it was about this or that. So
no, I was just going to say I support. I mean, judging by how far you have to go back to even get data to show how Lacey was used, shows you we can get by without it. We have a new community center and we have garden house, and we said we're going to put a personnel policy in place to support our staff. So I fully support City Manager England moving forward in the 2.5 months that we have left on this budget year to think about Lacey, and we'll look at it again when we look at next year's budget.
Thank you, Mr. Weinberg.
I was going to make a motion to wrap it up, but I agree with everything that Sally just said. I think we've made a commitment to staff verbally, and we've gone through the motions of adopting a policy. Now it's time for us to put our resources where our mouths are acting to follow through with what we've committed.
So do you want to make a motion on the budget, the amended modified mid-year budget?
If we're ready for that, sure.
For that.
Before I do, I just want to say my own thank you very much to the financial staff, and I'm enjoying seeing you all on my screen. I can see Gabe's daughter's artwork, and June is right outside of Gabe's office, and Director Furtado and Sally are in the same park. I try to attend all the Finance Commission meetings that I'm able to, and the presentation that was given to the Finance Commission, I think was spectacular. And one of the reasons that it was spectacular is because this team has chosen to really, I think, incorporate and use the commissioners that we have in that commission. I know a number of subcommittees have been formed, and they're not just sitting once a month listening to reports. I think they're starting to get into the weeds of things with the staff. And it feels like the commission meetings are running very well because of it, and we're getting good results. So thank you all very much for your hard work. Thank you for the presentations. Your presentation to the Finance Commission, your presentation to us tonight, I think exceed a lot of the presentations that we have seen in prior years. So thank you for all of your work. So Madam Mayor, I move that we accept and adopt the mid-year budget amendments as presented by staff.
And I'd like to second that motion. City Clerk?
There's Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
I did want to make a comment because after you made a motion, my comment is that I am concerned about the finances. And yes, we want to support staff, but financially as well, and not understanding how our budget is financially and with their costs of. When I talked about supporting staff, I wanted to better understand their financial package and how we would make that look at that going forward. And then we have
can you speak to the
facing a deficit next year with our reserves at 16%. So I just feel that I don't have enough information, and I will abstain on this vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 4-0 to one abstention, with one abstention.
Thank you. Plowing on to what has informally been called day 3 of our retreat. And I think we have Mr. Maginot, you're going to make this presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, all. I will call up my presentation very quickly. As the mayor has indicated, we are here for what has been lovingly called our day 3 of our council retreats, a chance for the council to review the goals and the priorities that you have set. I'll go through my presentation fairly quickly given the late hour. I did want to start sort of at a high level and remind all of ourselves what is, our purpose as council, as staff, as those who serve our community here in Los Altos. And of course, that is our city mission. Now, staff, we work each day to fulfill this mission in a number of ways. I've listed those here to give the council a sense of some of the things that we do on a day-to-day basis, including maintaining our streets, our parks, that some of you apparently are currently at, and keeping them safe and clean for everyone. Of course, ensuring the safety of the community As you just went through, having budgets and financial reports that are clear and ensure the fiscal sustainability of the city. The council, you all, accomplished the mission of the city by, first of all, determining what is the vision and the mission for us as an organization. Of course, serve as the legislative body, which you have been doing for a number of hours this evening and into the morning, and then set policy direction for the city, the what gets done. You'll do that through the budget and the CIP, adopt plan studies, and appoint our city manager who oversees the day-to-day operations. So the city manager is how what you say gets done. So with that sort of framework, I did want to go just briefly into a little bit of history. Last February, so February of 2023, the City Council adopted 5-year strategic goals. In May and June, you provided funding and direction on the various objectives as part of the 2-year budget process, which you did adopt in June of 2021. And then following that, you adopted 2-year objectives in July, which really were tied to the budget. Throughout the budget process, we talked a lot about what the objectives and priorities for the council over the 2-year budget process were. And so the objectives that you all adopted really tied into the budget and the CIP. Of course, in January, we had 2 days for your annual retreat. During that time, you provided a number of policy directions that help staff to continue to implement the 2-year objectives. And now today, staff is asking you to review and reaffirm your 5-year strategic goals, and how that then ties into the budget process that you all are about to go through. So very quickly, I'll call up what your 8 strategic goals were. I have, you can see them listed here. I have some slides in moving forward in which has the actual language of each goal. Should you wish to review those and review them and go through them, and then as I said, reaffirm them. So very quickly, I'll just go through housing. Want to support creation of housing in the city. Land use, support mix and density that reflects the values of the community, while protecting and increasing green space. Fiscal sustainability, making sure that we have sound financial management practices and are fiscally sustainable. Community safety, of course, continuing our fine tradition of community safety, making sure that our residents, our visitors, our employees, everyone that comes into Los Altos is safe. Our next goal was asset management. So making sure that we are have city facilities that are able to provide the services for our residents. Environmental sustainability, taking actions to promote and be a leader on environmental sustainability. Community engagement, continuing to refine and improve our community engagement processes. And then the last one was transitioning through change. There are a number of issues. Of course, COVID-19 was the biggest one that the council recognized we needed to navigate through some difficult times. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and see if there's any questions. And if the council wishes, we can call up individual goals to go through as for a review.
Thank you, Mr. Maginot. Looking for hands. So are there any of these that we want to modify? Vice Mayor?
We're jumping into discussion, Mayor. I thought you were doing questions. That's why I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, well, I'm not sure how if there are questions, I don't know what the questions would be, but if there are questions, please go ahead. But the Vice Mayor still had her hand up first.
I just want to say that I tend to feel that they're still the right goals, and actually in some of the areas we've made quite a bit of progress. I do feel that the goal that seems the most outdated and might bear looking at would be goal 8, transitioning through change, because we have had a lot of transition in the past year since we put that together. So some of it seems like it's done or maybe not as important, but otherwise, I mean, I think I would affirm what we put in place. And really, again, thanks to the financial team helping with the fiscal sustainability, the asset management. I think we're in just much better shape this year in terms of knowing where we are. Again, the realistic picture is so helpful. So the only thing I would propose, if we want to spend any time looking at transitioning through change, but I don't think it's a major thing, because there still is coming, and a year from now, it might be, the whole thing might be, even more out of date, but that's all I would say.
Thank you. And so Councilmember Flagger, I think you are next.
Councilmember Weinberg was actually next. I'll have him go.
Thank you, Nisa. Mayor, do you want to take public comment or no?
No, I want to take your comments and I'll go to the public.
Okay. I agree with the Vice Mayor. Goal number 8, transitioning through change, I think is at this point outdated. I mean, even looking at the language that we have next to the title, we say address the impacts from 2020 and 2021. We're now well into 2022. And I think that we did as well as we could have in accomplishing that goal. So I would take that out. But I would also I think we should bring back an old goal. I think that we need to put the downtown vision back on the front burner as one of our priorities. We have an awful lot of development going up on First Street, and I don't think it's going to stop at First Street. We've had people raise concerns about parking. We have a vital and healthy theater working group where we're now going to get a feasibility study to see what can be done. If it's going to work, it's probably going to be in conjunction with building affordable housing. All of this is envisioned it's all incorporated into the downtown vision. It looks to me like the time is right. We've got Anthony Carnasica, who's focused on the downtown. I think staff has the bandwidth. There's enough things going on. I mean, Lava has suggested having a one-way thoroughfare down there. I think it'd be interesting to explore that idea. There's so much that seems to be happening downtown that I think it is not only appropriate, but prudent for us to make it a goal of the council to move forward on the downtown vision to address all of these issues collectively as part of a process, instead of looking at each one individually, each individual project that's going up, whether or not we want to have the parklets. Let's look at it as a whole. Let's adopt the downtown vision, re-adopt it as one of our goals, figure out what we want to do about parking, the theater, housing, everything that has to do with the downtown community. So and forgive me if I'm sounding a little animated. I'm actually very excited about the idea. But I think there's so much to be gained by making this a policy of the council. You know, something like the feasibility study for $38,000. It makes all the sense in the world to do it. If the downtown vision was one of our priorities, the city manager could have just signed off on it under his authority. So let's go ahead and move forward with it. Let's get the downtown vision going. Let's readopt it as one of our priorities.
Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Mr. Maginot, who's also in a city park, for this meeting, for putting this together and staying with it for a couple months. Really appreciate us doing this. And there's a reason why we obviously revisit and determine whether or not we want to continue with the same priorities. And the transitioning through change is a great example where last year, you know, that was top of mind. And so of course it had to be a strategic priority. But I agree with Vice Mayor Meadows and Councilmember Weinberg that I don't think it belongs on our top strategic priorities list anymore. And I always like to say when I do priority discussions is, you know, not because something isn't on the list, we're saying it's not important. We can't do everything. And so we really, as a legislative body, have to be more strategic in what we focus on so that staff has clear guidance. And I actually was trying to get my proposed priorities down to 5. I know we do this every year. And so, you know, one, of course, environmental sustainability, I think that should remain. We adopted the CAP recently, and there's a lot there that we can do. Community safety, I think should also remain a strategic priority. And when I think of community safety, it's exactly what's described in what we adopted last year. This includes traffic safety. And of course, we did the Complete Streets Master Plan, or we're in the process of adopting some version, and then also public safety. And so I think community safety as defined from last year should also remain a strategic priority. It's funny that Councilmember Weinberg mentioned the Downtown Vision Plan. I actually had supporting our business community, e.g., for example, the Downtown Vision Plan, and, you know, seeing what we can extract or work on from the Downtown Vision Plan, because we took a break from doing that. When I first got on council in 2019, that was the approach council took, where we always said we would look at the Downtown Vision Plan every year to see if there was something or some things we wanted to do as a city from the Downtown Vision Plan. And of course that got put on hold with COVID, because there were other ways that we needed to support the business community. And so for me, the third strategic priority would be supporting the business community. And I do think the Downtown Vision Plan should be the #1 resource for identifying ways we can do that. The reason why I think it should be a broader priority, it's because we know we have other business communities. And we talked about with the El Camino bike lane, identifying ways we can support that business community this year. And so that's why I would propose broadening it to supporting our different business communities. Number 4 would be combining housing and land use. And I know we toyed with this last year, and somehow they ended up being 2 separate priorities. And if that's what we need to do again this year, that's fine. But with housing and land use, they go hand in hand, and they're things that we have to work on this year. We're legally required to work on them this year. So by default, this is a priority for us this year, where staff and everybody else is focused on. So I had housing and land use as number 4. And then number 5, I was actually trying to go back to the retreat where we heard from Mr. England and his team about what's a priority for them. And that's how I received the information. They were telling us what's priority for staff, and I heard fiscal sustainability, asset management, staff retention. All 3 things, I think, for me, could be lumped into one strategic priority of supporting our city management team with their priorities. And that's just my attempt to try to make it into one. But I think those 3 areas that Mr. England talked about at the retreat, as a council, I think we should support him to carry out those priorities. So for me, Mayor, those would be the 5 broad categories of strategic priorities for this year.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I think I was pleased when we were saying we're going to take one goal off and then we were going to reduce the amount of goals we had on. I thought that was moving in the right direction. I think what we're looking at is the goals for this year. And, you know,
these are 5-year goals. So I think we're always forward looking, and if we want to modify them, we should modify them within the framework that these are in fact 5-year forward looking goals.
Okay. I think that I understand that's 5-year goals now. Thank you for clarifying that again. But I think how I look at it is also when we adopt goals, we look at what we can accomplish that year. I think we have a big undertaking this year. We wanted to complete the housing element, and we have a lot to do. We have so much more to do. We have projects that we want to focus on. We want to look at what we can realistically do with our limited staff and budget. And I think we're going to be taken off track. I think it's admirable that they want to do that, but I don't think that's the right time for us to add that item on. I think there's so much more that we need to look at when we talk about safety. We've done a portion of like the complete streets. What did we? The complete streets document, but it was focused more on biking. What we haven't done is a complete streets master plan that would focus more on congestion management. I think what happens is we have our goals that we've had and heard from the public that we've gained regarding what are community priorities. And our community priorities has been our congestion management, traffic concerns, making sure that our streets are well taken care of. I mean, we're going to open back up, and we can already see just on the freeways alone, traffic is a problem. Maintenance of our streets is a problem. If you drive down our streets, many of our streets have a lot of cracks, a lot of potholes, and I just think that we're going to stretch out our staff. We got other things that we wanted to focus on our other facilities. Yes, we have a brand new community center, but our other facilities needs to be upgraded and maintained. And I think, to me, that should be a priority. And so I just want to focus on how we can do our job and do our job well. So I'm not comfortable about expanding, but obviously it doesn't matter because I'm just one vote, and it sounds like you already have 3 votes. So.
Thank you. I'm inclined to touch these very lightly because we worked so hard on integrating them with a 2-year budget and a 2-year set of objectives. And so while if we wanted to say we only had 5, we could put housing and land use together. In point of fact, those are both very big issues for us for at least another year, for the reasons that both Councilmember Flagger and Councilmember Liang cited with respect to the housing element and needing to then adjust the general plan to go with it. Those are still really big. And so I would favor leaving them separate as as similarly, one could combine fiscal sustainability and asset management. But again, it'd be artificially putting things together when we've got a structure of objectives set up already. I am very happy to go with what sounds like a majority that we don't really need to keep number 8 as it is. But what I would do, which is maybe a slight modification of what Councilmember Flagger said, and is really not about the business community in downtown, and that is to put in a priority that has to do with the staff and about providing compensation, benefits, a work environment, and a work culture that will enable us to attract and retain the high caliber of staff that we need to deliver city services. And we've adopted a policy about that. But to me, making that a priority, I think sends a very strong message. So that's the change that I would make. And I would hope that in looking at land use, when we get into looking at land use in implementing the housing policy, the housing element, the new housing element, we will end up looking at the downtown vision. We will end up looking at what we can do to help and sustain the business community. And maybe we want to add a sentence that says, in land use, that includes looking at how we help the business community. And I would be fine with that, but I just kind of don't want to, I'm not inclined to want to do a big set of changes here right now. Councilmember Flagger, did you want to say something? And then I'll go to public comment.
Oh, I just wanted to respond to your comment, Mayor. I can't support splitting up because I'd mentioned fiscal sustainability, staff retention, and asset management, and I'd lump them all together. But if you would prefer to separate them, that's something I can definitely support. I mean, that would take my proposed list to 8, which I'm comfortable with. But I just wanted to clarify that I do support, and I said it earlier, staff retention, fiscal sustainability, and asset management. And I think the Vice Mayor said something similar.
Yes. Thank you. And so, City Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, I see one member of the public, or two members of the public with their hand raised. The first speaker is Roberta.
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me? I think that I got cut off last time. So I did want to say that in your current list of priority, that the theater working group would pay for the facility analysis. It is written there. If you go read your own priorities, you'll see it there. So it really disappoints me that it's a priority that still exists, and yet you turn around and give $38,000. You're going against your own policy. So I find that very disturbing. Secondly, what I wanted to say before was that I want to see the facility at Grand Park where there is no hot water and the electrical system needs to be fixed to be a top priority in the next budget that you approve. They're talking about us being an age-friendly city. We are certified to be an age-friendly city, but we actually have to be an age-friendly city. A senior cannot go to the bathroom and then not be able to wash their hands with warm water. That's a priority. Also, I think if you can narrow it down, obviously, fiscal responsibility should be one, maintenance of our buildings should be another, and the housing element should be another, and all the rest, would fall into place. I think if you have 8 priorities and you're down 16 people and we don't have the budget, it's nice to have goals, but I think you need to be realistic about what you can accomplish in the next year or two. Also, I did want to mention on the housing element, and the theater. We have something in the state of California, which is called the Surplus Land Act. And if land is available, it needs to go to housing first. It can't go to a theater first. So you're taking the exact same parking lot and say, this is going to be housing. In another report, you say, this is going to be a theater. So there's really a contradiction there that is very clear. And I think you need to address that. You can be enthusiastic about a theater, but the law says it has to be housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry. The next speaker is Freddie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to speak to the 5-year goals. I think it's very important that we are fiscally responsible. I think we need to encourage and do everything we can to retain and recruit our staff, because without our staff, we can't get anything done. We need to quit kicking the can down the road as far as our public facilities, our city-owned facilities. We are paying the price today for not spending the money to keep these facilities upgraded and in good shape for all the years that we deferred. Now we have all of them needing repair, needing upgrade at a much higher price than we would have paid had we paid for this gradually and over a scheduled periods of time in the past. So taking care of our assets, taking care of our staff, to me, those are the two biggest things. I hope we can do as much as we can to help our businesses, because that's how a part of our revenues that we can actually, in some ways, help and increase our revenues. So I hope we take that into consideration as well. Community engagement is another goal that I hope we will really put some thought and some resources into, because residents need to know what's going on. And if we don't engage with them, if we don't find ways of communicating so that they know what's going on, it is up to them to want to take an interest, but we need to do everything we can to make sure they know what's going on and that they can give you input, so that at the end of the day, everyone is happy with what we're doing. So those were my only suggestions. And thank you to everyone for the presentations tonight. It was really wonderful to see this great financial presentation. Much appreciated. And the goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back for any further comment or discussion. I would like to propose that we change number 8 by eliminate and replace. I'm getting practiced. We talked about eliminate and replace earlier tonight with staffing. The city of Los Altos will provide a work culture and environment, including competitive compensation and benefits that supports recruitment and retention of exceptional employees to provide city services.
I'll second that.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm going to make a suggestion and feel free to reject it, but just
Absolutely.
just a thought that our employees are actually assets. So I know we've used asset management to refer to infrastructure here, but one could potentially make a case for what you articulated going in as asset management. But
one could, and as a manager, one tends to think of one's employees that way. I'm not sure employees think of themselves that way.
no, it's a compliment. I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
Well, all right.
What do the rest of you think? I'm
Anyway, it can be a separate goal. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that they're, our employees are assets. I mean, there's many assets. They're not all infrastructure assets.
absolutely agree. I think it's cleaner right now to make it a separate one and then allow the city manager to create some objectives that that will support that. Okay. Councilmember Flagger, you went flipping across my screen here, and I think you had your hand up.
I do, and I wasn't sure if Councilmember Weinberg had proposed language for the supporting the business community. I know back in 2020, we had a downtown vision goal, but I would propose expanding it to the city of Los Altos will identify projects and policies to support the Los Altos business community. I mean, actually reframe that. So the city of Los Altos will identify ways to support the Los Altos business community, including identifying specific projects to advance conceptual elements of the downtown vision plan and other areas of support for the other business communities. And I just made that up on the limit 130, so I'm fine with edits to it.
I like what I'm hearing, what you just put together. My goodness, especially at 1:30 in the morning. I was wondering, Gabe, could you come on screen? I'm most curious to hear how you interpret the language that Nisa just proposed. What would that mean if the council were to adopt that? What would that mean in terms of what? How would staff interpret it? How would staff see that as a policy to be implemented?
Well, hearing language for the first time, I mean, I think if that was adopted like that, we'd probably start by going through the downtown vision, determining which elements were feasible, should be discussed, which ones could be implemented, which ones would need further policy discussion, and then move out from there. As has been pointed out, we have other business districts that have other needs. But I think we have, in that language, we would have one concrete document that would guide how we would move forward and then kind of determine the other elements that we would weave into it. But it would be broader than just that one document.
Based on that, Nisa, I think you hit the nail on the head.
Well, thank you, and I'm fine with tweaks, but yes, I think Mr. England summed up the expectation well.
And I think we all realize there are certain limits to the staff right now in terms of doing much of anything other than bare minimums and legally requireds. So I
want to make sure, because you gave a proposal for staff retention, and I know the vice mayor suggested maybe making it asset retention and management as one. So we have, I'm just trying to make sure we don't leave. So we have the fiscal sustainability is still on the list from last year.
I would
standalone.
I would suggest we're going to end up with 9 for right now.
That's what I was trying.
And I'm okay with that. Just because of this is, a year into a process, and we're looking at a second year budget, and so anyway, Councilmember Lee Eng, did you want to say something? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with how that was worded because I don't think we're addressing all the other business districts. I heard what the city manager said, but it's just showing preference. And just like you were concerned about having second-class areas within the city, well, that is how you treat the rest of the city by what you're just proposing tonight.
So Mayor, I'm happy to respond. I think that was addressed to me. I think the language and my comments earlier are clear that I actually do not want to limit it to the downtown area, that I'm actually advocating to identify ways for us to support the other business districts so they can equally thrive for a city. And I think the recording will support that.
Is it any better to stop after your first complete sentence? The city of Los Altos will identify ways to support the Los Altos business communities.
I definitely
I mean,
prefer that.
do we need to do, we tried to keep the goals as generalized, kind of sort of generalized, but I'm just asking if it's sufficient to stop there. Councilmember Weinberg?
I think it really is important to note that the downtown vision is being adopted as the policy of the council. And what Councilmember Liang said, I was right in response to my original proposal because I was focusing solely on the downtown vision and I had a ton of vision with that. What Nisa proposed really is superior to what I have proposed. But the reality is that we don't have an equivalent plan for Loyola Corners or El Camino Real or Foothill Crossings. If we did, I would be more than happy to incorporate those into the priority. But we don't have them. We do have the downtown vision, and so much is happening downtown, and it is our largest business district. That I think it's appropriate that that second sentence be incorporated into the priority so that it's clear to the community and to staff that we're looking at that as a model, certainly for the downtown, and the tools and the policies that are incorporated into that can be expanded to the other 6 business districts that we have as is appropriate.
I would only comment that we have specific plans for both Loyola Corners and Sherwood Triangle that address business needs in both of those areas. And so I don't think it's quite accurate to say that we don't have plans anywhere else.
Those are clearly adopted and approved plans that have been, and the city has worked on those.
It's true
In
that the
fact, there are
city
things
has
that
done very little or nothing about them.
that the community actually didn't want additional work done on. And if that happens with downtown, you know, fair enough. The community that's most affected by it, I think, should have that input. If you want to incorporate those in, I don't think it's necessary because I think that those plans have already been worked on in a way that the downtown vision hasn't.
I'm not suggesting that they be incorporated. I'm just saying that those plans do exist that affect both of those business communities. And we should be cognizant that they are there and that the communities who live around there are unhappy that, or at least with one of them, at least with Loyola Corners, unhappy that the city has not done what the city was going to do to support the business communities there. So that perhaps reinforces the need for this overall objective, but it also reinforces the importance of it being broadly looked at. Councilmember Liang?
I would be more comfortable with how it was worded as you propose and ending it with the sentence. Otherwise, I think when we have plans available, we should always keep them in mind. And we shouldn't just highlight one plan. So I would just rather have the simplified goal and the broad goal as suggested by you, Mayor.
So I'm going to, thanks, Mayor. I'm going to put Mr. England on the spot because I know I've been on council my 4th year, and I know for at least the priorities discussion, we always try to get to a place where everybody can agree. And so if we were to, because I agree with everything Councilmember Weinberg said about why it's important to specify the downtown vision plan, but I hear my colleagues, and so I'm looking to Mr. England, if we put a period after business communities, will it be clear to staff that, you know, as to the downtown vision plan would definitely be a primary resource for any support that you would consider?
So I think in the context of the conversation, I think staff would understand it was important. I will say that if it's included as part of an overall goal, then it's probably going to take a different level of focus for how we would move forward. So I think if you're saying, will we understand it's a primary document? Yes. Would we understand it's part of a council goal? I think probably not if it's not stated that way.
Councilmember Liang?
Question for the city manager.
I'll
City
leave my
manager.
camera on.
So isn't all our resources and plans available? Utilize as resources for our staff and understanding those are plans that or tools that we refer to? Or do we need to always have to point them out to you or
Yeah,
the staff?
Councilmember Liang, I think we understand there's several documents, several plans, several studies that the city have done that we no longer refer to over time. And I don't mean to say that in a dismissive way, but I've been reviewing facilities reports that we've had at least 3 since 2008 that we no longer reference. So trying to answer the question, if council establishes it as a goal, it's a document that we will work on constantly. If council does not establish it as a goal, it's a document we will work on passively.
So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Flagger. You get the final word on what you would like to propose.
On the business community support?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, based on what Mr. England said, I do think we need to include that language because he's right. There's so many documents. You served on DBC. There's so many documents with recommendations for downtown. And if we're silent as to which documents or plans we want them to refer to, that's not giving our staff clear enough direction based on what Mr. England said. And so with that, I would go back to the language about supporting all our business communities, and as to downtown, using the downtown vision plan as the primary resource.
Then I think we should also add the downtown building document as well. And making sure to highlight our downtown design guidelines. And if we're also going to include that, we should also highlight our Loyola specific plan as well as our Sherwood plan as well. I think we should highlight them all. So everything's a priority, and making sure that all those plans that we've thought that was important to keeping in line, we should keep them all in mind. Isn't our goal to ensure that we get 5 council members to support it? It would be nice.
I don't think I appreciate your concern about the downtown buildings committee, but I don't think that was really directed at the business community.
I think it does help.
It may help, but I don't think it's a document that's particularly useful to this particular end.
Okay.
I do think it's important to
I think
somehow
it's
be more
important
specific
to
about.
identify these documents because obviously, if we want to make sure the staff is aware of it, it's important to do that.
Councilmember, would you be, Councilmember Flagger, would you be comfortable mentioning the downtown vision plan and Loyola and Sherwood specific plans?
I will look to Mr. England again, and I'm familiar with the Loyola Corner specific plan. I've read that enough times. But I don't think it gets to what we're trying to do, to your point. But I defer to Mr. England and whether or not adding those specific plans will confuse or help the matter. And I'm just one vote. You know, I could support just business communities after hearing from Mr. England. I think it's important for us to mention downtown vision plan, and I'm satisfied and at this hour ready to support a motion with that, because I'll turn it on, you know, Councilmember Liang saying including the downtown vision plan. It's just calling it out. It's not saying that the staff couldn't look at other documents or we wouldn't support other business communities. It is a document that was recently adopted as a guideline by our council, and we're specifically mentioning it because we spent a lot of money on that plan. We got good recommendations about downtown. And so that's why it is the document to call out in this goal.
No, I think the specific plans would be important to call out as well, because it was made clear by the city manager that if we don't say them or identify them, they are not looked at. They're looked at differently by the staff. So that is why we need to include those specific plans as well. And obviously, like you said, you were not familiar with the Sherwood plan. So making sure we highlight these items in our motions would be very important.
So let me be clear, I am familiar with the plan. I have not read it as many times as I've read the Loyola Corners to say I know what the Loyola Corners specific plan proposes. I want to make sure that no one misstates what I said.
Yeah, I guess, I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I'm just gonna, the specific plans are land use documents. They touch on business communities, but they're land use planning, community development documents. They are not the same thing as downtown vision. So I don't think that they really are as directly applicable to the business communities. They're really focused on zoning and other land use applicabilities.
That is true. And the downtown vision plan is much broader than the business community. What I'm a little bit uncomfortable about is if staff were to interpret a goal that includes a statement about the downtown vision as saying that the council is endorsing doing what's in that plan. And I don't think we've discussed it in a way that allows us to do that, at least not yet. And the council that adopted it knowing that everything in there might not happen. In fact, one of the criticisms of that plan was that there were no cost estimates or ways of funding what was proposed. And so, you know, it's got its own limitations in that regard. I'm not saying we shouldn't look at it and use it. I'm concerned about how it gets interpreted if we put it in there, but Councilmember Flagger, go ahead.
Mayor, I remember this exact same discussion in 2020 when we were putting the downtown vision plan. And as a result, I mean, this is a different discussion. We did it at the retreat where we had more time to do objectives and below the water line. And that's why out of that discussion, remember, we came up with specific elements from the downtown vision plan so that it would be clear to staff which of the elements we supported as a council. Yep. I mean, it's clear that at least 3 of us support the downtown theater, at least to date. But I agree. So I remember this exact same thing came up a couple of years ago. And as a result, we did specific things that we could support.
Yep. And it's unfortunate that that's kind of lost now. And I think that's one of the important things about the discipline we've tried to impose starting a year and a half ago, with broad goals, a 2-year set of objectives matched to a 2-year budget. So I guess part of the question here is setting a goal knowing that we may not be able to do much fiscally with it in the first year. I don't know. Councilmember Lee Eng, I think you were next, and then Councilmember Weinberg.
The one thing I do agree is it's not going to be clear to staff on what is going to be. We haven't vetted it out, and the previous council we didn't take the time to say what we felt was important, and we didn't go through what we wanted and didn't want. And I am worried about what staff is going to take it as and make priority and take different components of it. And I just am not comfortable moving forward with that.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really understand some of the concerns that are now being raised. I think staff understands that the downtown vision is not the instructions to a Lego set. If we make the downtown vision, if we incorporate it into one of our policies, I can't imagine that the city manager and the economic development director are then going to turn around and start building the parking lot and the affordable housing. I mean, yes, if it's a policy, the city manager will have authority to move forward with some projects and some expenses of money that are within his purview. But when we're talking about the really big issue, the really big parts of the plan, whether it's the theater or a parking lot or affordable housing, these are not things that are going to happen because staff decides to do it because it's in the downtown vision. Those are major, major projects that are going to come before this council and our various commissions. When I first brought up the issue, when I first brought up the subject, I brought it up because there is so much already happening downtown that fits into the downtown vision. And I think Lynette correctly pointed out that there's things going on in our other business communities too, some of which could be affected by other plans that are relevant to those parts of the city. And I never wanted, nor would I expect staff to give short shrift to Sherwood or Leola or any other district because it's not one of our enumerated plans. But it just seems to me that the downtown vision really encompasses so much of what is actually going on right now. Whether or not we even make it a priority tonight, these things are happening. And we have all this development going up on First Street. And what do we hear whenever we're talking about a new project? What about parking? What about parking? Where are these people going to park? One person said to the council, exactly where are you going to put all these parking spaces? Where are you going to, I mean, there are things that residents are bringing up that are all related to and tied in to what's already happening. And the downtown vision, I think, and it sounds like some of my colleagues agree, really spells out the best way of, I hate using the word holistically, but looking at all of those things that are happening as a whole, as looking at it top down and really figuring out a way to make sense of it all and have it all work together.
Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have something more you wanted to say?
Yes, I do want to say something, Mayor. Thank you. I think that by adding that language, what happens is it just distracts us. I think then we would have to have more meetings that would allow us to have further discussions. We're trying to get things that have been on our priorities for a long time. For years now, we've brought up talking about traffic, how all these development affects our cumulative traffic problem, but nothing's been done. So if we're going to be making those things a priority, now we have to discuss that. Other things then get to the top of the list. We don't even get to focus on the things we wanted. We have all these other projects that's going to take funding. I am very concerned in the direction we're taking, and I would feel more comfortable. And I think if we just ended it at supporting our business communities, I think it's something that we all can get behind, and I hope we can do that. And if we need to address that, like you said, and we need to explore that, that's something that we're all mindful of. If we need to be reminded of that, I mean, that's a problem. As we keep our decisions coming up, I mean, I just feel that all these lack of direction is so bothersome.
All right, I'm going to go back last time to Councilmember Flagger. You've been on this council as long as I have, and it's your proposal. What would you like to do?
This is what I would like to do. Mr. England, I hope you're listening. So it's a language we discuss and we will mention, including the downtown vision plan. And Mr. England, if we add the language, identify and implement, and this is actually from the 2020 language, specific projects to advance conceptual elements of the downtown vision. Is it possible that as you identify areas of the plan that you want to move forward, that you would inform council? And I agree with Councilmember Weinberg. There are some small things that wouldn't rise to the level of a council policy review, but I would defer to your judgment to know which items before moving forward on that you would bring to council.
Yeah, Councilor Flagger, I think in general, for any document, not just a downtown vision, for CAP, for any other document, where we don't feel we have clear policy direction, even if it's within my purview or authority, we would bring that to council for discussion.
And so with that, Mayor, I'm comfortable knowing that Mr. England will bring it forward and it would address the concerns that I think I'm hearing from yourself and Councilmember Lee Eng, where we will be kept apprised. It's not we adopt this goal and then we don't have any idea about what's being pulled from the downtown vision plan.
Yeah, that it is not a wholesale endorsement of implementing the plan. That's my concern, because we've already made a commitment to Loyola Corners that's unfulfilled after we purchased 999 Fremont. And I'm very concerned about how we will allocate resources, and based on priorities that we give to the city manager. I think right now, trying to heap anything more on the plate is a mistake. I do not object to adding this as a priority, but at a practical level, I expect very little or nothing to happen on it, as long as we have to work on, and we are working on, the housing element, even though implementing the housing element may have pieces of it that involve will have pieces of it that involve the downtown. But trying to do anything else on this right now, I just don't see having the staff having the bandwidth to do it. So as a 5-year goal, I'm fine. We don't have any specific objectives to go with it. I think we're going to find things that fall out of it kind of naturally, and then perhaps in the future we can talk about any other specific policy direction that we want to give the city manager in this regard. Councilmember Liang?
I feel more comfortable if we can add clarifying comments then to further clarify it so that we were all under the understanding of what I just heard from the city manager, that this is not a ringing endorsement and that the policies then will be returning to council. Policy review will be coming back to council.
I think that's true with all of these goals. There's none of these goals that get pursued
Okay.
independent of.
Okay, then I just want it on public record. That's what I'm hearing. And if we're going to pass these goals and that's what I'm hearing, and that's what is our understanding. So I just want it on record. That's our understanding. And that's the direction we're moving. Then I feel okay and more comfortable.
Okay, then with that, if I might, I'm going to move that we make the following changes to our top level strategic goals. That we replace number 8 with the language that I spoke earlier regarding staff, and that we add goal number 9 with respect to supporting the business communities as provided by Councilmember Fliger. And we each have the responsibility of, Councilmember Fliger, you and I each have the responsibility of sending the specific text that we said to the city clerk so that she and Mr. Maginot have it for incorporating into the correct documents. And that's my
And
motion.
this will come back to council. And I'll second it, Mayor. That will come back in the resolution form for us to adopt.
For adopt, and it'll probably come back on consent, I hope.
Second.
Okay, City Clerk?
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Liang,
And then I would like to make sure that when we take the minutes, that it captures the comments that specifically was to our concerns and addressed in our concerns, Mayor. So if you could also.
Member, would you please vote? We've been cautioned on several occasions by the city attorney that once we're voting, discussion
Okay.
or comment is no longer appropriate.
Okay, then, yeah. I'll just make sure the minutes are correct. Aye.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Okay. I'm gonna move to thank you everyone for that. I'm gonna move to the last business item that we have, which is the report of the legislative committee. You have the document. We're not asking for any action tonight, so you can review it at your leisure. There's a calendar in there that shows both the legislative calendar and then the associated date of city council meetings at which we would need to take action to mesh with the way the legislative calendar works. And there is a first cut at bills that during the one noticed committee meeting that Councilmember Liang and I had, we said, here's, we kind of combined our two notions and what we'd looked at as a first cut of things to watch. If there are other bills that any of you would like us to watch, I did agendize that we would take in comments on additional bills. So if anybody has anything they want us to add to the list, we'll do that now. Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add AB 2164, which is the financial assistance to the business community related to disability access, and also AB 1944, which is a Brown Act modernization bill.
And if I can ask, is the Cities Association legislative committee tracking both of these?
We are, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Have you taken a position yet on either of these?
It's on our agenda for Thursday. And I will tell you, I'm losing my voice. I've been drinking water. I know that several of our local chambers of commerce, including our very own, are in support of AB 2164.
Okay, and do you know, based on the report yet to can you disclose anything about what position may be advocated by Cities Association?
Yes, it's coming out of Vice Mayor Jones's office along with Assembly Member Alex Lee. And so the ask on Thursday would be for the Cities Association to support the bill. And it could take, as you know, different forms, so we'll see where we end up. But that is the ask of the board on Thursday.
And what about with Brown Act?
That's not clear. That's not clear what will happen with that one.
Okay.
There may be a lot of questions.
Okay. All righty. Anything else from any of my colleagues? And anything, Mr. England, Ms. Houston, are either of you aware of anything that you would like the committee to track?
No, not yet. Just 1944 is one that I'm aware of. And
Yep. Anything? Okay, I don't see anything more. So Mr. Weinberg, go ahead.
Did the Open Government Committee have a chance to meet and talk about the story poll policy?
No, we have not yet met.
Do you have any idea when that's going to happen?
Sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Thank you.
So we're on to information items and reports. I will start and say that I was pleased to participate in a court of honor for 10 Eagle Scouts, which was amazing, with Troop 30, and also attended and presented a proclamation to at post 558, our American Legion post, who celebrated the Vietnam returning home, welcome home day last week, which I was joined by Councilmember Flagger and Councilmember Lee Eng for that event. Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So earlier today, or actually yesterday at this point, I attended the county's HACDAC, Housing and Community Development Advisory Committee meeting, at which we approved the recommendation of the fiscal year 2022-23 funding recommendations for community development block grants and the home programs, and that will go to the Board of Supervisors for consideration June 28th, in case anyone is interested in that.
Okay. And Councilmember Flagger, you can go next, and would you please report on our meeting with Supervisor Simidian?
It's funny that you should ask, because the item I was going to raise is a request from his office for a letter in support of the Homestead Corridor Safe Routes to School. Yep. And I don't know if you all received that letter, and so this would be for a future agenda item. I know he's asking that letters be submitted by June 1st, so it doesn't have to be on the April 26th meeting, but as a future agenda item, I would propose, and I think I need two people to support this. Thank you, Mayor, because staff has to draft the letter. And a matter of fact, they sent, as usual, a sample, so it should be relatively
and this is
easy.
Follow on to prior work, so this is not a new subject at all.
Right. So I'd appreciate agendizing that, maybe on consent. And then on the meeting with Supervisor Simidian on Stanford and the GUP, the general use permit topic that's been with us for a very long time. Supervisor Simidian has these meetings periodically just to update us on the status of Stanford's permit and what they're looking at with regards to the campus, and also talking with our neighbors and colleagues in San Mateo County, since Stanford now also has locations there as well. And it's the staff, legal, and the planning department's update on what's happening. Not much is happening as to the GUP, but the county is looking at different opportunities related to the Stanford property. And so stay tuned.
Stay tuned. And we're thrilled to be participating in that group, because what has clearly happened as Stanford has its limitations on campus is that it's branching out, not just in Santa Clara, but also San Mateo County. And so this working group has representatives from both counties and from cities in both counties who are impacted by Stanford for in a variety of ways, not least of which, most significant to us at this point, is that the properties that they own and acquire get taken off the tax rolls. So it directly affects our revenue and has impacts on our schools and infrastructure. So thank you. Hey, anybody else? Councilmember Liang, did you have anything?
Are you doing future agenda items?
Sure.
So like I said earlier, I think we should provide some direction to complete streets and so that we can have direction on a rest of a master plan for traffic calming and congestion management. We have to update that. That document is much older than the bicycle pedestrian plan. So I think that needs to be updated. So do we want to provide direction to complete streets, or how would we do that?
Are they on our agenda for the May 3 get together with commissions? Because I don't have that schedule in front of me.
Let me check.
Thank you, Clerk.
But the point is, don't we have
Yes,
to
we
have a
are.
discussion to all be in agreement? We have to have be all in agreement so that in preparation for our meeting, we can provide direction.
Well, if it may affect the timing of what we do based on whether or not they're on our May 3 calendar.
Yeah, so then it would have to be on our next agenda calendar.
So,
and Mayor, if I may, we may
yes.
also want to check with staff, because
Yep.
I think there may be a schedule already in place to revisit those plans.
Let me go to Vice Mayor Meadows, and then I'll ask Mr. England if he can dredge anything out of his memory at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Sorry, I had a different future agenda item. So
Go ahead, please.
Oh, go ahead. Oh,
Yep.
okay. So I was going to suggest as a future agenda item is one of the pieces that was removed from the goal 8 that we deleted, but I think it's still outstanding. Sort of the one thing that's outstanding is to look at commissions and whether we do that through thinking about the commission handbook and or council norms. We could do that as a minor look to look at how we do recruitments, give some guidance to staff, for example, or we could also, or we could do a larger look at, some of the need, particularly Design Review Commission is going to be affected with SB 9 if more single family homes go that route. So I would propose an agenda item at least to look at the recruitment in terms of commissions, and potentially look at larger repercussions for commissions as the environment has changed over time.
And I'll second the request.
Yeah, and I will add to that I think we need to find a way that we can better integrate the direction to commissions and their work plans with the budget, so that we don't have commissions off doing independent things and with an expectation that they're going to bring us a project and we're going to approve and fund a project when that may or may not fit with our budget and our priorities and staff availability. We just kind of need to get everybody back in a little better sync, in my opinion. So there's plenty of support for that idea, for the commission review.
Okay.
Councilmember Liang?
Done with my agenda items earlier, but I thought we were waiting for a response.
We
But
are. We're waiting for the city clerk.
The other thing I wanted to request is to revisit our commission appointment because of we don't want to wait too long, and we want to we have a qualified candidate that that we can revisit and see if we can move forward on that. So if we can add that to our next agenda, that would be great.
You're talking about the vacancy that continues on the Parks and Recs Commission?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick head count here of folks. If there are others who want to go forward with that at this time versus do we leave it vacant until the next recruitment cycle, which is another 6 months, 5 months.
Right. And Mayor, if I may add the agenda item that we just discussed ahead of this, we can really talk about some of the recruitment questions that might come up so that staff has more clear direction in the future. So I'd really rather have that discussion, but that's me personally. You can see what our colleagues want.
Getting head nod from Councilmember Flyer. Okay. Councilmember Lee Ing, did you have something further?
So I had a question, and I'd like to add it for further discussion. Is we don't seem to have a consistent policy or practice as far as all our commission goes. I think like we have the art commission that is making decisions, unilateral decisions on how money is spent. And I kind of am taken by surprise by when the public asks me questions. I'm disappointed that it doesn't get a chance to go on our council agenda for review, even if it goes on consent, because we get to hear from the public on what they think and what is being added to their neighborhood or where it goes around the city, and things just pop up. So I think it's good if we can have practice that art review comes back on council consent agenda if needed. And if we needed to pull it, we could, if people want to comment on it. But I just feel that all these surprise pop-ups and I think just knowing that we can provide input and guidance as well would be helpful. So I would like to have that opportunity for us to have a discussion about this again. And
okay, so I have a question, just to comment on that and then look at my colleagues. Currently, there is a policy approved by the City Council that directs how the Art Commission conducts itself with respect to the solicitation and selection and placement of art, and what the limits are on what they do there, how they do it, as well as how much money they can and can't spend without coming back to us. But with respect to the selection of art, a prior City Council, prior to my being on City Council, made a decision that this is the way they should proceed. And I don't want to say too much about that because I only have kind of some distant memories about it. But if there is other sentiment that we should review the policy under which the Art Commission currently solicits, acquires, and places art, then we could agendize that. But they are currently following a policy which includes publicly noticed meetings and publicity about the solicitation of the art and the placement.
Okay, then I think I would like to have a discussion on how we could do a better job on public notification. I think that would be helpful since it's not coming to council. An opportunity to better notify the public is good because people pay attention to council agendas more than they pay attention to various commission agendas.
Agreed.
So they don't really get the information. And if we feel that public engagement is important, then we don't have a consistent practice. Complete Streets are good about putting A-frame sandwich boards around to notify people of what's coming up in their meetings. It's important that such information, A-frame signage, goes by the sites in which
we should not be discussing
okay.
content.
Then that's why I'd like to have a future discussion about it. And no staff report is needed.
Understood. Councilmember Flagger.
I'm fine, Mayor. Thank you. And your recollection of the policy aligns with mine as well.
That's reassuring at this hour. I'd like to go back to City Clerk.
Yes, I'd like to confirm that the Complete Streets is scheduled for the joint meeting on May 3rd.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to ask Mr. England, because I said I was going to ask you if your brain was working at this hour. What would be the most helpful to you and to staff in terms of our review of and guidance to Complete Streets Commission prior to or consonant with our meeting with them on May 3rd?
Mayor, I think we can provide the schedule for the various plans back to council. I think as far as direction goes, it would probably be easiest and best if the commission, Complete Streets Commission, and staff received direction at the same planning meeting.
Which might not happen on May 3rd, because I don't think we would have time to get it together for that.
I think the date's at the pleasure of council.
Okay. Who is our council liaison? Mr. Weinberg, are you council? Good. Thank you. Can you speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That commission spends an awful lot of time preparing for its meeting with council. It did so last year, and I know that they are planning to do so again this year. I mean, they have their own tentative agenda, more or less, where they map out what they're doing. So they for months now, they've had preparing for their meeting with council as something they plan to do. They submitted a fairly detailed letter before we had our priorities meeting, and I anticipate that they will send a letter before we have our joint meeting. Their next meeting is, I think, less than a week before our joint meeting. I would recommend that we simply ask staff to notify the commissioners that this is something that the council talked about tonight, and then they can incorporate it themselves into their work plan and their presentation and the discussion that they're going to want to have. I promise you that they're going to have plenty of questions for us and ideas for us. So I think it would behoove all of us for staff to let them know that this is something we've been discussing, and that way they can have some time to talk about it amongst themselves in their own meeting, and then it will be a more productive joint session, I believe.
It may be, just anticipating and having looked at the detail that was in the document that we received, that we as a council will not be prepared to respond contemporaneously on May 3rd with their proposals and their ideas. Would they be comfortable with that? Would they understand that?
I promise you that you are right. And yes, they do understand it. You know, certainly like every other body in the city, I'm sure that they wish that they were always the darlings of the council and we're always getting all the attention, but they also recognize that they are one of many commissions, and while what they do is important, so is what all the other commissions are doing. So there are going to be some very important issues that I anticipate they're going to raise, and I think that we're going to want to put some thought into them. But I also think I don't recall the traffic management plan. I think we have a stop sign plan in the city. All of the traffic related plans not related to
Yeah, well, let's not get into
transportation. I don't think that is on their immediate radar, their tentative calendar for the rest of the year. So if it's something that we are gonna consider asking them to put on their calendar, I think it would be wise for staff to let them know at their next meeting later this month.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
I think everybody's misunderstood me, because I think my goal was to have it discussed at our next meeting. Then we can be prepared in providing direction to the Complete Streets Commission.
And we will not have, I'm just saying, we do not have space in our calendar during the April 26th meeting to be able to have that conversation.
Well, it should be a short conversation.
Yep. No. No. No, it won't be. And I think Councilmember Weinberg is right. You know, they prepare a lot. They've got a lot to deliver. As long as they don't expect that we're going to give them answers right away, and we are going to agendize it, and then probably have to have a follow-up meeting, because I promise you there is not time on our April 26th agenda.
Okay, then I also made a request that we have a discussion regarding or else is it something I can make sure that we discuss about public notification, consistent public notification, and how do we do that so we can get engagement for the commissions and not just certain commissions.
At the risk of getting in trouble, sounds like a good subject or a good agenda item for the Open Government Committee meeting.
Okay, we'll add that on there. Thank you. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right. Ms. Jolie Houston, do you have anything you want to impart to us at this hour?
No, I need a closed session on May 10th. So, but we've got plenty of time. But
okay.
Just so I don't.
Everybody just make a note on your calendars. We'll be starting early on May 10th. Mr. England.
I have no items, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will.
Quick question, Mayor.
Yes.
So if we're gonna, why do we have to wait till May 10th instead of doing it on the 26th, the closed session? Or just asking.
We have a closed session and a study session and a meeting on the 26th of April already.
Okay, but I was just wondering, we already have a closed session, so.
It's already
okay,
full. We're already whole, we're going to start at 4 and.
Got it. Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Okay. Yep. All right. So we will be adjourned at 2:28. Thank you all.
How do I close this? If I can't.